I am Yishio, the most talented person in Daliang. I was made a marquis at the age of 16. I am famous and powerful, second only to the emperor. I fought for my country for 2 years, and I expanded the territory for Daliang, which frightened the surrounding countries. However, fate played a cruel joke on me. 1 month ago, during the bloody battle in the Valley of the Dead, I was ambushed and accidentally injured, my dantian was shattered, and I narrowly escaped death. Since then, I, the once peerless young marquis, have fallen from grace. I have been back in the marquis mansion for more than a month, but no one has come to visit me. The royal family is even more indifferent, as if I had never made any great military achievements for them. Until that day, the old eunuch shouted at the top of his voice to deprive me of my title of young marquis and take back the marquis mansion. I sneered in my heart, this royal family is really ruthless. The old eunuch was full of pride and asked me to kneel down to listen to the decree. I responded coldly that I would not kneel in front of the emperor, let alone him. He snorted coldly and said that my privileges would soon disappear. The imperial decree was brief, but it was like a sharp knife piercing my heart. I laughed so hard that tears came out of my eyes. I had given everything for Daliang, but now I had ended up like this. How could I tolerate the old eunuch mocking me as a waste and wanting to harm Xiaohu? I held the dagger in my hand, and with a flash of cold light, he fell down. Blood sprayed on my face, but I didn't even blink. The guards surrounded me, but I shocked them with my momentum and told them to get out. In the end, they were afraid of my reputation and left in disgrace. My injuries had not yet healed, and after this ordeal, I spat out a mouthful of blood and my body was on the verge of collapse. The little fox wanted to infuse me with essence, but I scolded her, saying that she had already exhausted her essence to save me, and now she could only barely maintain her human form. If she lost more, her life would be in danger. I asked her to leave, but she refused to leave and vowed to stay with me forever. I was moved, and from then on we depended on each other. I decided to go back to Yicheng, that's my home. More than half a month later, on the way home, the carriage was attacked. The driver was pierced by an arrow, and a group of men in black appeared around, all of whom had the 9th level of body tempering. They asked me to commit suicide, but I held the ghost sword and was not afraid. A man in black took the initiative to attack, and I cut off his head with a sword, letting them know that even if my dantian was broken, I would not be slaughtered by others. They rushed forward, and although I fought hard and killed 3 people in succession, my injuries worsened and I finally fell. The little fox rushed over, and she blocked the fatal sword for me. Blood sprayed on me, but she smiled and said that she would follow me in the next life. At that moment, I was filled with anger, and laughed up to the sky, as if I was going to become a demon. Suddenly, my heart started beating violently, the 9 transformations of Heaven's Heart was activated, and the first transformation, Shura transformation, started. I stood up like a peerless Shura walking out of the darkness, my black hair fluttering, my eyes bloodshot. I held the ghost sword, like a killing god descending, the ghost sword was integrated with the power of darkness, I moved like lightning, and the sword struck people's heads off. These men in black were like ants in front of me, I killed almost all of them, leaving only one. I interrogated him and learned that the Daliang people deliberately shattered my dantian in the battle in the Valley of the Dead. After I killed him, my hatred became stronger. Daliang treated me like this, I must make them regret it for the rest of their lives. Although Xiaohu is not dead, her soul is silent, I must save her. The Yi family has an alchemist, I held Xiaohu and ran towards Yicheng at a rapid speed. I put on new clothes, practiced the Shura transformation formula, absorbed the vitality of heaven and earth, and returned to the Xiantian realm. My strength was far beyond what it was before. There are 3 major families in Yi City, and the Yi family is the most prosperous because of me. But when I rushed to the gate of the Yi family, the guard stopped me and said that I had been expelled from the family. I was filled with anger. This is where I grew up, and I have always regarded it as my home, but now I am not allowed to enter. I asked them to call out Master Zhang, but they insulted me as a waste. I was completely disheartened and decided to force my way in. The guard leader attacked me, but I kicked him away, knocking open the door of the Yi family, killing him on the spot. The Yi family was so cold and indifferent, and I, Yishio, would never have any ties with them again. Yishiozhan leaned his sword on the ground, blood gushing out. After saying that, Yishio turned around and went back to Zhang Ming's villa. Master Hu. Zhang Ming bowed, and his attitude had returned to its former awe and respect. How? Yi Xiu asked. I have used acupuncture to seal the little fox's wounds, and gave her a soul-protecting pill that I had kept in my closet. It will keep her alive for 3 months and her soul immortal. Zhang Ming said that when he kicked the 3 words, soul protection pill, the corners of his mouth twitched noticeably. Obviously, this soul-protecting pill is extremely precious. Even for Master Yi Cheng, it is a treasure among treasures. Thank you very much. I, Yi Xiu, owe you a favor. I will definitely repay you in the future. Yi Xiu clasped his fists towards Zhang Ming. As a young marquis, he was naturally knowledgeable. Like elixirs, martial arts, and combat skills, there were not only different levels, but also different categories. Soul-related elixirs are the rarest. Every soul-related elixir is priceless, or even out of stock. A junior innate alchemist like Zhang Ming does not have the ability to refine the soul-protecting pill. Therefore, when Zhang Ming said that this was his most precious treasure, Yi Xiu still believed it very much. Master Xiu, you are too polite. Zhang Ming smiled. He was naturally reluctant to take out the soul-protecting pill. To him, it was also a gamble, a small investment for the chance of a big gain. He saw Yi Xiu's potential. For a person like him, his future achievements would surely be limitless. If I make friends with such a genius, once Yi Xiu grows up, the value he can bring to me will definitely not be compared to a soul-protecting pill. If Yi Xiu could not grow up and died prematurely, he would only lose a soul-protecting pill. Zhang Ming made the bet of a soul-protecting pill. Yi Xiu carefully picked up the little fox and said to Zhang Ming, "There is no place for me in the Yi family anymore. See you later." After saying that, Yi Xiu left and strode towards the gate of the Yi family. Many people gathered at the Yi family, whether they were elders or the younger generation of Yi family disciples, all of them watched Yi Xiu leave, and no one dared to stop him. The clan leader is in seclusion, and the highest level of cultivation in the Yi family is at the 4th level of the innate realm. Although there are several masters at the 4th level of the innate realm, even the great elder is dead, so who would dare to offend Yi Xiu? Yi Xiu is a ruthless man. He has severed all ties with the Yi family and has said it resolutely. He no longer has any feelings for the Yi family. At this time, anyone who tries to stop Yi Xiu will suffer the same fate as the great elder. The Yi family could only watch Yi Xiu walk out swaggeringly after committing the crime, and there was nothing they could do but endure it. As long as the clan leader did not come out, no one dared to attack Yi Xiu. Because no one wants to die. Outside the gate of the Yi family, not long after Yi Xiu walked out, a figure rushed out in a hurry and came to Yi Xiu's side. The visitor was none other than Yicheng's famous alchemist, Zhang Ming. "I will not stay in this Yi family anymore. From now on, I, Zhang Ming, will follow young Master Xiu." Zhang Ming said. "Master Zhang, I am being hated by everyone and I can barely protect myself. There is no benefit in following me," Yi Xiu said. Zhang sees the potential of Master Xiu and is willing to advance and retreat with him. If Master Xiu becomes successful someday, he will help Zhang. Zhang Ming said. "You are quite direct." Yi Xiu patted Zhang Ming on the shoulder. He didn't dislike people like Zhang Ming who were straightforward. Zhang Ming is definitely not a man who values friendship or loyalty, so Yi Xiu does not reject his directness and frankness. Master Xiu has left the Yi family. I'm afraid there is nowhere else to go in Yi City. I happen to have a house in the east of the city where we can stay," Zhang Ming said. "Good." Yi Xiu nodded and didn't bother to be polite with Zhang Ming. The two walked side by side towards the east of the city. Master Xiu is truly a genius. He was able to repair even the broken dantian. He is like a phoenix reborn from the ashes. His talent is even greater than before. What an idiot. He kicked out such a talented person. What a fool. He must be crazy. Just wait, the Yi family will definitely regret it, Daliang will definitely regret it. Along the way, Zhang Ming talked incessantly, completely lacking the calmness of an alchemist. He flattered the other person so much that even Zhang Ming himself could not help but be surprised. It turns out I'm so good at flattering. In the past, I always listened to others flattering me, but now I flatter others without any sense of incongruity. There is a house in the east of the city with an elegant environment and mountains behind it, which is very quiet. It is difficult for ordinary people to own such a house. Of course, Zhang Ming is a well-known alchemist in Yeqing, so there is nothing wrong with owning 10 houses like this. There are 7 or 8 rooms in the house, all of which are very tidy, and there are even a few servants who clean here all the time. Master Xiao, you don't know that I don't usually live in the Yi family. I come back to recuperate when I have nothing to do. I treat it as a vacation. Zhang Ming chuckled. You know how to enjoy yourself. Yi Xiao smiled and said, it's just right that there are a few servants here to take care of us, so our daily life is still good. Master Xiao, just stay here. If you need anything, I'll have someone take care of it. Zhang Ming said. I'm going to retreat now, please don't disturb me if you have nothing to do. Yi Xiao gave instructions, randomly selected a room, walked in and closed the door. Wow. The moment he closed the door, a mouthful of blood spurted out of Yi Xiao's mouth. In his previous battle with Yi Huishan, before he awakened the 9 killing seal, he had endured several consecutive heavy blows from the Thunder Fist. Later, when he used the 9 killing seal with great force, it rebounded on him. However, Yi Xiao had a strong physique, especially after the 9 transformations of Heavenly Heart was activated. With Heavenly Heart protecting him and tempering his body at all times, such an injury was nothing to Yi Xiao, and he could recover after 2 days of recuperation. He carefully placed the little fox on the bed and looked at the little fox lying there motionless. In addition to grief, Yi Xiao's eyes also showed a hint of tenderness. Yi Xiao would never forget the scene of him using his essence to prolong his life and then taking a sword blow in a matter of life and death. I swear, I will never let anyone hurt you again in this life. Yi Xiao's voice was soft but firm. This is a promise, a man's promise. After taking the soul-protecting pill, Yi Xiao felt much more relieved and got up to buy the little fox 3 more months of life. After I recover from my injuries, I will leave Yeqing. Even if I have to travel all over the world, I will find a way to heal you. Yi Xiao said, then sat cross-legged. I benefited a lot from fighting Yi Huishan this time. The 9 transformations of Tianqin has greatly enhanced my health. I can clearly feel that Tianqin is protecting its master and helping me recover from my injuries. It would be great if Tianqin had the ability to repair itself. Yi Xiao showed a happy expression. Moreover, this time, without awakening the 9th Chakra King seal, I used my Shura Qi to fight against Yi Huishan's Thunder Fist. Under that huge pressure, my Shura Qi has become more powerful. When my injuries recover, it will not be a problem for me to break through the 2nd level of the Xiantian realm. Once he breaks through the 2nd level of the innate realm, with the help of the 9th Chakra King seal, even the 5th level of the innate realm will not be his match. In the entire Yi city, there will be no one who can match him. Within the heart orifice opened by Tianqin, the Shura Qi surged and surged. The Qi was many times thicker than that in his own Dantian. Moreover, this Shura Qi was much more advanced than ordinary Qi. Yi Xiao was looking forward to the 9 changes of Heavenly Heart more and more. He had every reason to believe that every time he opened a mind ache appointment in the future, he would gain an extraordinary ability, which would increase his strength exponentially. Under Yi Xiao's guidance, the mind began to function on its own initiative, and the restorative power brought by the protection of the Heavenly Heart instantly became more obvious. That's awesome. Yi Xiao was extremely surprised. He had been injured before, some of them were more serious than this. He had taken various healing pills, but none of the healing pills he knew of so far could match Tian Xian's self-healing ability. This is simply a huge treasure. I won't be afraid of anything in a duel in the future. Yi Xiao was completely immersed in his own cultivation, unable to extricate himself, and did not care about Yi Cheng in the outside world. Yi family. Send someone to follow Yi Xiao's trail and see where he lands. Remember, don't alarm him. A highly respected elder had a gloomy look on his face. Today, the entire Yi family is in extreme grief. The clan leader is in seclusion and the great elder has died. The Yi family has completely lost its backbone. But the Yi family can't do anything now. Everything has to wait until the clan leader comes out of seclusion tomorrow, because no one can do anything to Yi Xiao. Even if they were following Yi Xiao secretly, they were just following him secretly. Without the arrangements of the elders, no one dared to take the initiative to cause trouble for Yi Xiao. Because that's not just asking for trouble, that's asking for death. Late at night. The streets of Yicheng are quiet, but beneath this quietness, there seems to be a raging storm that is about to erupt at any time. The Wang family of Yicheng, the clan leader and a group of Wang family high-level officials gathered together, as if they were holding a clan meeting. Obviously, the Wang family already knew what happened in the Yi family during the day. Yicheng is so small that there are almost no secrets, especially for a family like the Yi family, which is the leader of Yicheng. Once something big happens, it cannot be covered up. Outside the Wang family's meeting hall, a descendant of the Yi family ran over and said, Patriarch Murong wants to see you. What is Murong-chan doing here in the middle of the night? Some people have doubts. The three major families in Yicheng are the Yi family, the Wang family, and the Murong family. At the beginning, the Yi family was the weakest. Later, a young marquis appeared in the Yi family, and he turned the tables and became the master, suppressing the Wang family and the Murong family so that they could not raise their heads. It seems that Murong-chan has the same idea as us. Go and invite the people here directly. Wang Renfeng spoke. Not long after, 3 people from the Murong family arrived. There was a man in front of him who was as sturdy as an iron tower. He looked to be about 40 years old and had a full beard. This person is the head of the Murong family, Murong-chan, who has reached the 5th level of the innate realm. The other 2 were elders of the Murong family, both of whom had reached the 4th level of the innate realm. This is the giant in Yicheng, an existence that can cause an earthquake in Yicheng if he stomps his feet. The Wang family and the Murong family used to be incompatible, but later the Yi family came to the fore. Under the suppression of the Yi family, the relationship between the 2 families eased a little. Especially in the past year, because of the existence of the young marquis, the Yi family has become too popular, almost suffocating the Wang family and the Murong family. The relationship between the 2 families has become closer, and they seem to be banding together for warmth. Brother Wang, have you heard that Yishio is back? Murong-chan was impatient. He walked into the meeting room and went straight to the point without any formalities. I heard about it. I didn't expect that Yishio was so amazing. Even though his dantian was shattered, he was able to recover in such a short time. It's simply a miracle. Wang Renfeng said in great surprise. Yishio is indeed extraordinary, but he is no longer a concern. The young marquis's dantian was broken, and there must be something behind it. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that someone in the royal family is targeting him and will take action against him sooner or later. With his own strength, he has no chance of fighting against the royal family. Murong-chan said, what I want to say now is that the young Ho has fallen from grace, and the Yi family has no one to rely on. Our chance has come. Yes, this is a godsend. We have been bullied by the Yi family for the past 2 years. We have endured it a long time ago, but the young marquis is too strong, so we can only endure it. Now the Yi family has lost the young marquis and a great elder. It is not to say that the vitality is seriously damaged, but at least the people are in chaos. Now is the time for our 2 families to take action and remove the Yi family from Yicheng. This Yicheng should also change its name. The great elder of the Murong family said viciously. Murongshu, this matter still needs to be considered carefully. Wang Renfeng said. What the hell are you still doing? Do you want to miss such a great opportunity, brother? If we kill the Yi family, we can share the city equally. Murong-chan said. I'm not afraid of the Yi family, I'm afraid of Yishio. Although this man has offended the royal family, he is not dead after all, and he has the ability to kill Yihuishan. He should not be underestimated. Wang Renfeng said. Ha ha ha, what do you think your brother is worried about? What's there to be afraid of about a mere Yishio? I've already found out clearly that Yishio's cultivation is only at the 1st level of the Xiantian realm. It's amazing that he can kill Yihuishan, but he is no match for a 5th level Xiantian realm master like me. He is not worth worrying about. Moreover, the Yi family excluded Yishio and drove him out of the family. Yishio was furious and even killed the great elder. He even threatened to sever all ties with the Yi family. We don't have to worry at all. Who knows, Yishio might even want us to kill the Yi family. Murong-chan said. Clan leader, I think what clan leader Murong said is right. We don't need to worry about Yishio's existence. If you are worried that Yishio will grow up and seek revenge, there is no need to worry. Yishio has been on the battlefield, killed countless people, and is full of pride. The Yi family treated him like this, and he no longer has any feelings for the Yi family. Now he has even killed the great elder and severed all ties with the Yi family. How could he be so bored as to interfere in our fight? The Wang family's great elder said. Brother Wang, don't think too much. It's our turn to become the masters. Murong Chun looked at Wang Renfeng eagerly. Okay, let's do it. Brother Murong, go back and prepare. We will attack the Yi family together tomorrow. Wang Renfeng said. Beautiful, I've been waiting for you to say this, brother. When are we going to start tomorrow, day or night? Murong Chun's face was full of excitement. During the day, our two families will join forces to deal with the Yi family who are in a state of panic. There is no need to be sneaky. We can just act in the daytime and scare the Yi family into losing their minds. Wang Renfeng had a ferocious look on his face. He was definitely a ruthless man. He was also meticulous and merciless when doing things, leaving no room for maneuver. Goodbye, we will meet at the Yi family at noon tomorrow. Murong Chun clasped his fists, turned around and left. When it came to dealing with the Yi family, the two families could be said to have hit it off immediately. Murong Chun and the other two had reached a consensus before they even had time to sit down. The next day, white silk was hung from the eaves of all the houses in the Yi family's home. The huge Yi mansion was lifeless and plunged into unprecedented grief. The death of the great elder was a really big deal for the Yi family. There were 2 coffins placed in the meeting hall. The coffins were not covered, and the bodies of Yi Huishan and Yi Jun, grandfather and grandson, lay quietly inside. More than 20 innate level elders of the Yi family gathered together, silent and gloomy. They were waiting for the patriarch to come out. According to the time, the patriarch would be coming out soon. The clan leader has come out of seclusion. Someone shouted, and the entire Yi family became restless. All the elders suddenly stood up from their seats, and a middle-aged scholar in his 40s walked in. The man was thin, wearing a white robe, with a fair face, and looked like a teacher. This is the patriarch of the Yi family, Yi Qingyun, a master of the 5th level of the innate realm. What's going on? Yi Qingyun looked at the grandfather and grandson lying in the coffin with an extremely ugly expression. As soon as he came out of seclusion, he felt the depressing atmosphere of the Yi family. Seeing the white silk hanging everywhere, he guessed that something big had happened in the Yi family. Seeing the great elder's body lying in the coffin at this moment, even the clan leader couldn't help but feel disturbed. How courageous it is to kill the eldest elder of the Yi family. This is Yiqing, this is the Yi family. Who dares to come to the Yi family to kill the eldest elder of the Yi family? Are they so bold? Who did it? Yi Qingshan shouted angrily. Yes, it's Yishio. Someone lowered his head and said. Yishio is back. Why would Yishio kill the great elder? What's going on? Yi Qingshan frowned. He had known about Yishio's dantian being shattered before he went into seclusion, but he didn't know about Yishio later tearing up the imperial edict and being expelled from home. After all, after Yishio's dantian was shattered, he rested in the imperial capital for a month. Almost everyone knew about the young Marquis fall from grace. Clan leader, this matter all started because the great elder expelled Yishio from the family. Yijing walked up to Yi Qingyun and told him the whole story in detail. Nonsense, absolutely nonsense, I have been in seclusion for so many days, and such a big thing happened in the Yi family. Yi Zheng's words made Yi Qingyun stagger and almost faint, and his face turned grim instantly. Patriarch, we didn't expect that Yishio's dantian could be self-repaired after being broken. An elder spoke up, and his words showed some regret for expelling Yishio from the Yi family. After all, he witnessed Yishio killing the great elder with his own eyes. The domineering arrogance of killing an enemy who was 3 levels higher than him made people feel uneasy for a long time. Yi Qingyun walked slowly to Yi Huishan's coffin, put his hands on the edge of the coffin, looked at Yi Huishan's body with a sad face. You are so confused, Yishio. After all, you are a member of the Yi family. The Yi family entrusted it to you, but you turned it into this. Yi Qingyun was very disappointed with Yi Huishan. After hearing the whole story, he knew that Yi Huishan was wrong, very wrong. Yi Qingyun was very angry. If the Great Elder didn't die, he would probably punish him severely. Clan leader, although the Great Elder was wrong, Yi Xiu killed Yi Jun first and then the Great Elder. This incident has caused great unrest in our Yi family. Please arrest Yi Xiu and apologize to the Great Elder. An elder spoke up. Moreover, the Great Elder expelled Yi Xiu from the Yi family for the sake of our Yi family. Yi Xiu tore up the imperial edict with his bare hands and offended the imperial power. The Great Elder also did this to show his disrespect to the royal family. After all, the Yi family is just a small family and we must be cautious. But Yi Xiu killed people without any explanation. It seems that he didn't even consider himself a member of the Yi family. This is too much. This person has been possessed by a demon, and is ruthless and cruel. The people from the Great Elder's lineage were all very angry. They all had the same idea, which was to let Yi Qingyun come forward to deal with Yi Xiu. After all, looking at the entire Yi family, there is only Yi Qingyun, a master of the 5th level of the innate realm, and only he has the possibility of defeating Yi Xiu. Yi Xiu, it is indeed a bit inhumane for the Great Elder to expel you from the family, but your method is a bit too cruel. Now the Yi family is unstable, and the Great Elder died in the civil strife, which made the Yi family a laughingstock in Yeqing. As the head of the Yi family, I must punish you, otherwise, it will be difficult to appease the Yi family. Yi Qingyun sighed. To put it bluntly, the Yi family, including Yi Qingyun, do not have such deep feelings for Yi Xiu. Yi Xiu became a marquis at a young age, and the Yi family was more in awe of him and regarded Yi Xiu as a capital for the Yi family's rise. Yi Xiu had fallen from the altar and was no longer of any value to the Yi family. In the absence of much family affection, the Yi family's attitude towards Yi Xiu was naturally a little indifferent. After all, Yi Xiu was just a wild child picked up by the old patriarch, an outsider. Patriarch, let's forget about this matter. Yi Xiu has already left. Yi Jing said. Yi Xiu has not left. He is now living in Master Zhang's home in the east of the city. One person said. Okay, I will personally capture Yi Xiu and apologize to the Great Elder. Yi Qingyun's momentum shook, and the aura of the 5th level of the innate realm spread out, making people tremble. Oh no, oh no. At this moment, there was an extremely intense commotion outside the Yi family's gate, and 2 or 3 Yi family guards ran in panic. What's the panic? Yi Qingyun frowned. He had just come out of seclusion and something big happened in the Yi family. The Great Elder was killed. It was already upsetting enough for him. Could something even worse happen? Wang family. The guard gasped. What happened to the Wang family? An elder shouted. The Wang family and the Murong family are coming. There are so many people that they have blocked the gate of the Yi family. Another person said, his face full of panic. What? Why are the Wang family and the Murong family joining in the fun? Damn it, Wang Renfeng and Murong Chun, these 2 old bastards, are here to take advantage of the situation. They want to take advantage of the chaos in the Yi family to attack us. The Yi family has many smart people. It is not difficult to guess the intentions of the Wang family and the Murong family when they come to attack at this time. In Yi City, the 3 major families have always been quarreling with each other. In this struggle, the Yi family has always been at a disadvantage. Since the rise of Yi Xiu, the Yi family has risen to the top and firmly suppressed the 2 major families. But everyone knows that this kind of suppression will change invisibly as Yi Xiu falls from the altar. At least it will be impossible for the Yi family to suppress the 2 major families as before. They are all tough guys. They were suppressed before, but there was nothing we could do about it. Now that the Yi family has lost their greatest support, how can the Wang family and the Murong family miss such a great opportunity? Once this move is made, it will definitely be aimed at the lives of the Yi family. The saying goes, strike at the first sign of illness. Call all the disciples of the Yi family immediately. Yi Qingyun shouted loudly. As the patriarch, he was still very influential in the Yi family. Let's go and see what the Murong and Wang families want to do. Yi Qingyun strode out. At this time, dealing with Yi Xiu was no longer important. The crisis was already at hand, and the Yi family could not sit idly by. At this moment, Yi Xiu was still immersed in the pleasure of practicing Shura transformation. His injuries had basically recovered completely, and his overall aura was much stronger than before. Tian Xin's miraculousness really exceeded my imagination. The speed of recovery is at least 2 days earlier than I thought. Moreover, the true energy in my Shura heart ache appointment is flowing now, and I will soon break through and advance to the second level of the Xiantian realm. A smile appeared on Yishio's lips. As the saying goes, destruction precedes reconstruction. This time, Yishio's dantian was shattered, which could be said to be a blessing in disguise. If his dantian had not been shattered, his tianqin would probably not have opened. With the blessing of the 9-change tianqin, Yishio's future growth path would be much faster than before. Yishio sat cross-legged, with black Shura chi rippling around his body. He closed his eyes again and attempted to reach the second level of the innate realm. Yishio was concentrating on cultivation and had no idea that earth-shaking events were happening in Yi City at this moment. Outside the gate of the Yi family, the 2 large streets were already packed with people. The guards of the Wang family and the Murong family had even surrounded the Yi family. It seemed that they had no intention of leaving any chance of survival for the Yi family. Wang Renfeng, Murong Chun, what are you going to do? Yi Qingyun walked out of the gate and saw the scene in front of him. His face became extremely gloomy. What are you doing? Can't brother Yi see that we are here to destroy your Yi family? Wang Renfeng said coldly. Yi Qingyun, the days when the Yi family rode on our heads and pissed on us are gone forever. Today is the end of your Yi family. As the patriarch, if you want to consider the Yi family, you can commit suicide in front of us. If you die, we can let the other members of the Yi family go, and even accept them and let them live as slaves in our 2 families. What do you think? Murong Chun chuckled. Bullshit, we are not afraid of you. An elder of the Yi family said angrily. Humph. You don't know how to cherish the chance to live that I gave you. If that's the case, then I'll kill everyone in the Yi family, leaving no one alive. Let them reunite with Yi Huishan in the underworld. Murong Chun was in a bad mood, and a golden sword appeared in his hand. You too, the growth of the Yi family in the past 2 years is beyond your imagination. I'm afraid it won't be that easy for you to destroy the Yi family. Yi Qingyun said coldly, but his expression was extremely ugly, because he knew very well that although the Yi family's overall strength had surpassed that of the Wang family and the Murong family in the past 2 years, they could not withstand the combination of the 2 families. What made Yi Qingyun even more worried was that the Yi family was in a state of panic at the moment. The death of the great elder was a huge blow to the Yi family members. Moreover, the Wang family and the Murong family were well prepared and suddenly appeared, while the Yi family was completely unprepared. In this situation, how could they fight? They would probably only be slaughtered. We'll know after we give it a try. Everyone listen up, kill them all. Enter the Yi family and kill everyone you see. Today, we will wipe out all of the Yi family and completely eliminate them from Yi City. Wang Renfeng shouted loudly. This powerful figure in Yeqing was much more ruthless than Murong Chun. Kill. Every member of the Wang family and the Murong family held weapons and shouted loudly, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Especially the younger generation of disciples of the 2 families, who have suffered a lot from the Yi family in the past 2 years. However, due to the reputation of the young marquis, they dare not fight with the Yi family and can only choose to endure. To put it bluntly, the people from the Wang family and the Murong family are all holding a grudge, and they came here today just to vent their anger. Judging from the momentum alone, the Yi family has already been defeated. There is almost no chance of winning this battle. Ah! The screams instantly resounded over the Yi family. This was a true life and death battle. The other party came with great force and became bloodthirsty from the beginning, leaving no room for the Yi family. Large numbers of people crossed the Yi family's wall and entered the Yi family. The gate of the Yi family was completely broken at the very beginning. Next, the entire Yi family compound will become a battlefield, a bloody battlefield. Yi Qingyun, you will die too. Murong Chun was in a rage, and slashed towards Yi Qingyun with the golden sword in his hand. Snort. Yi Qingyun snorted coldly, and the folding fan in his hand spread out. With a flash of cold light, the original paper fan turned into a black iron fan. The iron fan was waving like rain, and it collided heavily with Murong Chun's sword, creating a large spark of fire. Yiqingyun's iron fan has reached the innate top-grade level. It is made of the rarest black rock and is very strong. Deng deng deng. This collision actually caused Murong Chun to take 3 steps back. Yiqingyun, I didn't expect that your strength has become stronger again. Murong Chun's face changed. Why do you think I am in seclusion this time? It's a pity that I haven't broken through the 6th level of the Xiantian realm. Otherwise, you dare to fight me. Yiqingyun changed his previous appearance of a Confucian scholar and became extremely domineering. Brother Murong, let's attack together and see how he resists. Wang Renfeng said. Good. Murong Chun's momentum was shaken again, and the 2 giants of Yiqing joined forces to attack Yiqingyun. The true energy is everywhere and the murderous intent is overwhelming. Under the joint attack of the 2 masters, Yiqingyun was soon unable to resist. Although Yiqingyun made some progress during this retreat, he did not break through the 6th level of the innate realm after all. If he had to deal with one of them, Yiqingyun would naturally have no problem, but if he had to deal with 2 people working together, he would pale in comparison. In addition, the Yi family's lineup was in a state of defeat at the moment, and Yiqingyun was unable to fully devote himself to the battle. When you are outnumbered, you can't afford to be distracted. Being distracted means destroying yourself. This was a long-planned fight, and both families had made adequate preparations. There were screams everywhere, and the entire Yi family was caught in an unprecedented crisis. There were screams and fighting everywhere. Blood dyed every place in the Yi family red. The huge Yi family mansion was littered with corpses, looking hideous and horrifying. Oh! Screams, horror, and a bloody smell spread over a dozen miles of the Yi family. The sky became gloomy, and many places were filled with blood. This was the most brutal war in Yiqing and it lasted until dusk. The Yi family suffered heavy losses, with more than half of their members killed or injured. Yiqingyun's body was already covered with scars, and his aura was getting weaker and weaker. Facing the joint attack of 2 masters, he could only parry and had no power to fight back. Yiqingyun, you are finished. Your Yi family is finished. Wang Renfeng was full of murderous intent and had no intention of leaving the Yi family any chance. God wants to destroy our Yi family. Yiqingyun sighed to the sky and spat out a mouthful of blood. Patriarch, the only one who can save the Yi family now is Yixiu. Yizhang, with blood all over his face, came behind Yiqingyun. Yixiu, yes, that's right. Yixiu can definitely save the Yi family. Elder Yizhang, please go and invite Yixiu back. Yiqingyun seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw. Ha ha ha, Yiqingyun, you guys are thinking of Yixiu now. It's a pity that you kicked Yixiu out of the family. Yixiu hates the Yi family to the core now, so how could he show up? Wang Renfeng laughed. That's right. Moreover, even if Yixiu comes, we are not afraid. If he comes, we will kill him together. How powerful can a person in the 1st level of the Xiantian realm be? Murong Chun has become bloodthirsty and now doesn't take anyone seriously. Great Elder, you did a good job. Yiqingyun was heartbroken. The Yi family had made a huge mistake and had forced Yixiu into this state. How could Yixiu come back to save them? Chief, please hold on for a while. I will ask Yixiu to come back and help. Yizhang gritted his teeth, flashed into the battle group, and tried to find a way to break out of the siege. Elder Yizhang, I'm counting on you. Yiqingyun gritted his teeth, and continued to fight with the internal energy flowing out. Now, the Yi family is in an unprecedented crisis of extinction. If one wants to save the Yi family, only Yixiu can save them. This depends on the Yi family's reliance on Yixiu over the years. This reliance can be most clearly demonstrated at such a critical moment. Once faced with an unsolvable crisis, the only person the Yi family could think of was Yixiu. At this moment, Yiqingyun no longer had the slightest intention of seeking punishment for Yixiu. He could only curse the Great Elder in his heart. If the Great Elder had not done something wrong, Yixiu would not have hated the Yi family so much and even broke off all ties with the Yi family in public. Given Yixiu's temper, it would undoubtedly be a very difficult thing to get him to come back to help the Yi family. Looking at the entire Yi family, the only one who has a slight chance of asking Yixiu to come back for help is Yizhang. It was Yizhang who opposed expelling Yixiu from the family at the clan meeting. If there is anyone in the Yi family who can make Yishio give him some face, there is no one else except Yizheng. The situation at the Yi family was extremely chaotic right now. With Yi Zhengxian's cultivation level, it would not be a problem for him to take advantage of this chaos to escape. In the east of the city, inside Zhang Ming's villa. At this moment, Yishio had just reached the most critical moment. His Shura chi had reached its peak, and his Shura mind was agitated, about to break through the second level of the Xiantian realm. Bang! A dull sound suddenly came from Yishio's Shura mind. Then there was a crackling sound, like firecrackers. The true energy spread out, and the whole room fell into an unprecedented coldness. At this moment, Yishio's cultivation successfully broke through to the second level of the innate realm, and the injuries on his body were completely healed. Yishio's black hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were as bright as stars. So strong. Yishio had unparalleled aura. When he clenched his fists, he gave people a feeling of stability like Mount Tai. The second level of the innate realm is at least 10 times stronger than the second level of the innate realm he once was. You know, the original Yishio was an extremely talented person. When he was at the second level of the innate realm, killing people at the third level of the innate realm was a piece of cake for him. Now, he can easily kill people at the fifth level of the innate realm. The fifth level of the innate realm is the peak and the limit in Yeqing. Yeqing is not big to begin with, and the emergence of a peerless genius like Yishio can be said to be a miracle among miracles. In fact, Yishio's talent is one of the best in the entire Feng Cun realm, and it is difficult to find a second one. After awakening the 9 transformations of Heavenly Heart, Yishio's talent is even greater than before, more than 10 times greater. His future achievements are limitless. With my current strength, no one in Yeqing can be my opponent. But I have nothing to linger in Yeqing. Now that my injuries have recovered, it's a good time for me to leave this sad place and take the little fox with me to find a way to heal. Jiang Chen looked at the little fox lying quietly beside him and fell asleep. He placed his hand on the little fox's body and stroked it gently with unprecedented tenderness. Ashio, Ashio. Suddenly, an urgent shout was heard outside the door. Uncle Zheng. Yishio frowned. He was very familiar with Yi Zheng's voice. Even though he sounded panicky at the moment, Yishio could still recognize it. Yishio quickly stood up and walked out of the room. At this moment, Yi Zheng was covered in blood and was seriously injured. Uncle Zheng, what's going on? Yishio stepped forward and supported Yi Zheng. At this time, Zhang Ming also came out. Seeing Yi Zheng's situation, he quickly took out a pill and put it to his mouth. Thank you, Master Zhang. Yi Zheng was panting. Don't thank me, thank Master Xiao. Zhang Ming said coldly. In the Yi family, the only one who could be given such face by Yishio was Yi Zheng. Xiao, save the Yi family. Yi Zheng held Yishio's hand, his eyes full of demands. Yishio frowned and said, the Yi family is so powerful, why would they need a loser like me to save them? Xiao, the Yi family is sorry for you. I kneel down to you on behalf of the Yi family. Yi Zheng knelt down in front of Yishio without saying anything. Uncle Zheng. What happened to the Yi family? Yishio quickly helped Yi Zheng up. The Yi family was not kind to their children, but Yi Zheng treated him like an elder. He could not bear Yi Zheng's kneeling. The Wang family and the Murong family jointly attacked the Yi family. The Yi family thought of you at this time. It seems that they can no longer hold on. Zhang Ming spoke up and said that as a famous master in Yeqing, he could know everything that happened in Yeqing even without leaving his house. What's more, such a major event as the life and death battle between the 3 major families started from noon to evening, and the whole Yeqing was shaken. It was hard not to know about it. Yishio had been in seclusion all the time, turning a deaf ear to what was happening in the outside world. That's right. The Yi family was in chaos because of the death of the great elder. The Wang family and the Murong family joined forces and took advantage of the situation. The Yi family is now littered with corpses and blood is flowing like a river. The clan leader can no longer withstand the battle against Wang Renfeng and Murong Chun alone. Xiao, now only you can save the Yi family. Yi Zheng's eyes were filled with tears as he cried deeply. No matter what, he is a member of the Yi family and has a deep affection for the Yi family. After living for most of his life, Yijing felt heartbroken when he watched the Yi family being destroyed. Uncle Zheng, I think you've found the wrong person. I, Yi Xiao, have severed all ties with the Yi family. The Yi family has expelled me from their home. I am no longer a member of the Yi family. What does the life or death of the Yi family have to do with me? Yi Xiao was indifferent, without any emotion in his eyes. He no longer had any concern for the Yi family since yesterday. Xiao, Uncle Zheng begs you, please save the Yi family. I know the Yi family has treated you badly. I kneel down for you on behalf of the Yi family. Yijing knelt down again and kowtowed repeatedly, his forehead hitting the ground and blood gushing out. Master Zhang, please take good care of Uncle Zheng and don't let him go back. Just let him stay here and rest. Yi Xiao said something and turned to walk into the room. Elder Yizheng, Master Xiao is determined and will not save the Yi family. I think you know better than anyone how your Yi family treats Master Xiao. When you need him, you treat him like a treasure, and when you don't need him, you kick him away. Now that the Yi family is facing life and death, you think of Master Xiao again. You Yi family are shameless, I am ashamed for you. Zhang Ming was not polite at all when he spoke. Although he was once an alchemist of the Yi family, he did not owe the Yi family anything. He originally came to the Yi family because of the young Marquis. Zhang Ming has brought many benefits to the Yi family since he was in the family. Xiao, the Yi family is sorry for you. Even if you don't care about the people of the Yi family, please think about the old patriarch. Yijing refused to give up and shouted loudly. Yijing was very clear about the current situation of the Yi family. No one could save the Yi family except Yi Xiao. If Yi Xiao stood idly by, the Yi family would surely perish today. The moment Yi Xiao took action, countless people from the Yi family died tragically on the battlefield. Old patriarch. Yi Xiao stopped. That's right. Although the old patriarch is gone, the Yi family was built by him. Do you really want to see the Yi family destroyed in an instant? Do you really want to see the old patriarch's descendants die out? Do you really want to see the bloodline of the Yi family cut off? Yijing had no choice but to bring up the old patriarch. The Yi family has done you a disservice by expelling you from the family, but there are still some people in the Yi family who are like me and who are defending you. Uncle Zheng begs you to save them. You are not saving the people of the Yi family, but the foundation of my old patriarch. If the old patriarch were to see the Yi family being slaughtered, how could he smile in his grave? Xiao, save the Yi family. Yijing was in tears and knelt on the ground for the third time. Why? Yi Xiao raised his head and sighed, the old patriarch has been very kind to me. I don't owe anything to the Yi family, but I owe the old patriarch. Okay, I will take action to resolve the crisis of the Yi family, and from now on, we will no longer owe each other anything. No matter how cruel and ruthless Yi Xiao is, no matter how decisive he is in killing, he, Yi Xiao, is ultimately a man who values friendship and loyalty. Thank you, thank you. Xiao, I thank you on behalf of the Yi family. Yijing cried, his tears were heart-wrenching. Uncle Zheng, you are too seriously injured, stay here and recuperate. I will go there by myself. Yi Xiao helped Yijing up. No, I have to see the Yi family safe with my own eyes. My injuries are not serious. Master Zhang's healing pills are very effective. I will go back with you. Yijing Dao said, he has deep feelings for the Yi family. Now that the Yi family is in danger, how can he stay out of it alone? Not to mention the injuries on his body, even if it costs his life, as long as it can save the Yi family, he, Yi Zhang, will not hesitate. Master Xiao, I'm going too. Zhang Ming said that he was also a master of the second level of the innate realm and could be of some help. Yi Xiao's decision to save the Yi family today without regard for past grudges has made Zhang Ming even more determined to follow Yi Xiao. No matter how ruthless Yi Xiao's behavior is, it does not affect the fact that he is a man who values friendship and loyalty. He had saved the little fox at all costs before, and now he is standing up for the old patriarch to protect the Yi family. After leaving the gate of the villa, Yi Xiao grabbed Yi Zheng's shoulder, and his steps were as fast as lightning. He rushed towards the Yi family like a gust of wind, and left Zhang Ming behind in the blink of an eye. Worry. Zhang Ming's face twitched, Master Xiao has advanced again. Yi family. An unprecedented crisis, heavy killing, blood rushing to the sky, and horrifying screams. The entire Yi family mansion was littered with broken limbs, and many buildings were engulfed in flames. This is the real Shura hell. Being in it, you will experience endless despair. The Yi family has lost more than half of their members, and the remaining people can only barely hold on, but their hearts are filled with despair and helplessness. The Yi family is facing extinction, and there is no longer the breeze of the past. This is a sadness and pain for every member of the Yi family. God wants to destroy my Yi family. God wants to destroy my Yi family. No one can save the Yi family. The young Marquis is gone, and there is no one to protect the Yi family. I really miss the days when I was a young Marquis. The Yi family needs Ishio. The Yi family members wailed loudly, some of them were heartbroken and crying loudly. Haha, how ironic. Your Yi family is really ridiculous. Thinking of the young Marquis at this time, I remember that you kicked him out of the family before. That's right, the Yi family is so heartless and ungrateful. What's the point of their existence? The Wang family and the Murong family heard the Yi family's wailing and laughed at them without any hesitation. At this critical moment of life and death, everyone in the Yi family, from the top to the bottom, from the clan leader Yi Qingyun to the ordinary disciples, finally realized that the strength of the Yi family was still an illusion, and the Yi family still couldn't do without the young Marquis, a young man named Yishio. Ah! Yi Qingyun let out a shrill scream, and one of his arms was cut off by Murong Chun's sword. Blood spurted out like a fountain, and the arm flew 10 feet high. Even though the sky had darkened, it still couldn't conceal the bright red color. After such a long and protracted battle, Yi Qingyun finally became exhausted. His arm was cut off, which made him lose his last fighting power. Yi Qingyun, you are finished. Wang Renfeng sneered. Yi Qingyun was half-crouching on the ground, leaning against the ground with the iron fan in his hand, blood spurting out of his mouth, and blood was still spurting out from his broken arm. I, Yi Qingyun, know that I will die today. You can kill me and let the Yi family go. Yi Qingyun said, with a demanding look in his eyes. It's too late. I gave you a chance before, but you didn't take it. Now not only are you going to die, but everyone in the Yi family will die, leaving no one alive. From today on, the Yi family will completely disappear from Yi City and become a thing of the past. Murong Chun is cold-blooded and ruthless. He is very happy now. It is impossible to ask him to stop at this time. As the saying goes, to cut the grass at its roots, Murong Chun always does things to the utmost. Stop talking nonsense and kill him. Wang Renfeng said coldly. I'll kill you. Murong Chun's face was ferocious. He raised the sword in his hand high and chopped towards Yi Qingyun's head fiercely. I didn't expect that the Yi family would be destroyed by me. Yi Qingyun's face was full of pain, his eyes were filled with tears, and then he closed his eyes in despair. Yi Qingyun knew that in his current state, he would definitely not be able to withstand Murong Chun's sword. He would almost certainly die under this sword. Yi Qingyun has given up and no longer struggles in vain. Clang! Just when Murong Chun's sword was about to fall on Yi Qingyun's head, a black sword light suddenly appeared in front of him. The whole process was like a ghost, without any sound beforehand. Even Wang Renfeng and Murong Chun, the two fifth-level masters of the innate realm, did not notice it at all. The powerful shock almost caused the fighting weapon in Murong Chun's hand to fly out of his hand. Even so, Murong Chun took 3 steps back. The mouth holding the knife was cracked and blood flowed out. Who? Murong Chun shouted loudly. A young man in white clothes as white as snow appeared at some point and stood in front of Murong Chun. The boy's hair was not tied up, but fell down along his cheeks, blowing in the night wind, reflecting his handsome and extraordinary face. When Yi Qingyun opened his eyes, he realized that he had been through the gates of hell and came back alive. Ashio. When Yi Qingyun saw the young man, tears instantly burst out of his eyes. At this moment, he felt mixed emotions and couldn't describe how he felt. The Yi family was ruthless and ungrateful and drove Yishio out of the family. Now it is Yishio who saves the Yi family from the dire situation. Clan leader, Ashio is back. Our Yi family is saved. Yijing helped Yi Qingyun up, not hiding his excitement. On the way back, he already knew Yishio's strength, which was improved to a higher level than before. With the means he used to kill the Great Elder and advance to the second level of the innate realm, it would be no problem for him to deal with Wang Renfeng and Murong Chun. Moreover, on the way, Yizheng witnessed Yixio's abilities. His speed of walking like the wind completely shocked Yizheng. Yixio's strength has exceeded Yizheng's comprehension. His own cultivation is one level higher than Yixio's, but the difference in strength is more than a huge one. Yixio, it's you. When Wang Renfeng saw Yixio appear, his expression changed slightly. As the saying goes, a man's reputation is like the shadow of a tree. Even though you know that Yixio's cultivation is not as good as before, he is still a famous young marquis. When you face such a person in person, you will inevitably feel pressure deep in your heart. Yixio, you have already severed all ties with the Yi family, and the Yi family has expelled you from the family without regard for friendship. Why do you still want to come back to help? Murong Chun gritted his teeth and said that Yixio's appearance made him a little panicked, because Yixio was so powerful in blocking his sword before. I, Yixio, do not need to explain my actions to you. Yixio looked indifferent. Yixio is back. On the Yi family battlefield, someone shouted. The eyes of the Yi family, who had been in endless despair, suddenly lit up, and some of them screamed as if they were given an injection of chicken blood. Our young Ho is back, our Yi family is saved. God will not destroy our Yi family. Yixio will definitely be able to save the Yi family. He is omnipotent. There is nothing he can't do. The Yi family cheered and completely forgot how they had treated Yixio before. At this time, Yixio had become the Yi family's stabilizer and the spiritual pillar deep in the hearts of all the Yi family members. This disaster finally made the Yi family understand a truth: from the beginning to the end, the Yi family could not do without Yixio, not Yixio needed the Yi family. Yixio's sudden appearance weakened the offensive of the Wang family and the Murong family, or slowed it down a lot. Countless eyes fell on Yixio. Whether on the battlefield or in Yi City, as long as Yixio appears, he is destined to become the only focus. Yixio, are you sure you want to wade into this muddy water? Murong Chun said. I'm already here, what do you think? Yixio is cold and arrogant. He either doesn't come, or if he comes, he will resolve the issue before leaving. Very good, in that case, I will get rid of you all and save you from future troubles. Murong Chun shook his arm and said, Yixio, I don't know how your Dantian recovered, but you are no longer the young marquis you used to be. I am not afraid of your current strength. Tyrant Gold Sword Technique, Die. Murong Chun displayed his terrifying sword skills with all his might. For a moment, the void was filled with sword beams, so powerful that it was suffocating. Yixio, be careful. This is the Murong family's Tyrant Gold Sword Technique. It is very sharp. Yi Qingyun quickly reminded him. Rubbish knife skills. Yixio sneered. He held the sword in one hand and the other hand was filled with Shura chi. The 9 Killings King seal condensed in an instant. After being promoted to the second level of the innate realm, the power of the 9 Kshatra King seal has also increased greatly, and its lethality and deterrent power are much stronger than before. The void was filled with black cold air waves, and the face of a demon king was looming. Yixio cast a substantial seal, which became 10 feet in size. Murong Chun's seemingly powerful golden sword technique hit Yixio's 9 Killings King seal without any deviation. Boom. The air waves rolled, the terrifying energy rolled, the ground sank, and the earth trembled. Ah! A scream was heard, and the sword in Murong Chun's hand flew out of his hand. His body, as strong as an iron tower, flew backwards, and blood spurted out of his mouth in midair. Hiss! This scene made Yi Qingyun and Yizheng gasp in shock. Many members of the Yi family were stunned after seeing it, which reminded them of the scene when Yixio killed Yi Huishan before, which was exactly the same. Yixio's cultivation has improved again. Oh my god, it's only been one day. Is it really that easy to cultivate a genius? The young marquis is still the young marquis. Even if his Dantian is broken and his cultivation level is low, he is still someone we look up to. While the Yi family members sighed, they couldn't help but lower their heads, with shame on their faces. Thinking of the stupid things the Yi family had done before, they felt that they were simply hopeless. Fortunately, Yishio did not bear grudges, otherwise, the Yi family would face destruction today. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible, how can you be so strong? Murong-chun covered his chest with his hands and looked at Yishio as if he had seen a ghost. How could this outdated figure whom he no longer took seriously still be so powerful? The dantian was shattered and all cultivation was lost. Fake. It's all fake. Beside him, Wang Renfeng had a gloomy expression, and the light in his eyes was no longer as sharp as before. Yishio, today we will give you a favor and spare the Yi family. We will take our leave now. Wang Renfeng clasped his fists towards Yishio. Yishio was a very cunning man. After seeing the situation clearly, he retreated immediately. Wang Renfeng was very smart. He immediately determined Yishio's strength and realized that he and Murong-chun were simply not able to contend with him. Even if the two of them joined forces, it would be useless. The young Ho's reputation is no joke. If the two of them cannot defeat Yishio together, then it would be almost impossible to destroy the Yi family today. Brother Wang, are we going to withdraw just like that? I won't accept this. Murong-chun looked at Wang Renfeng with great anger. Success was just around the corner, and they were about to kill Yi Qingyun. Once Yi Qingyun died, the Yi family would be completely finished. At this time, Yishio popped up, causing their plan to fail. How could Murong-chun be willing to accept this? If Murong-shue wants to insist, just keep insisting. My Wang family will definitely give the young marquis some face and stop opposing the Yi family. Wang Renfeng glared at Murong-chun and immediately expressed his serious attitude in front of Yishio. You. Wang Renfeng, what are you talking about? Murong-chun was furious. Young man, goodbye. Wang Renfeng ignored Murong-chun, clasped his fists towards Yishio, and turned to leave. At a critical moment of life and death, there is no such thing as loyalty. Stop. Yishio shouted, did I let you go? You come when you want and leave when you want. Wouldn't that be embarrassing for me? Hearing this, Wang Renfeng's face changed slightly. He had long heard of the young marquis's reputation and his bold and ruthless style of doing things. It seemed that Yishio did not intend to give up. Yishio, what do you want? We have already retreated, are you still going to keep pestering us? Murong-chun was furious. That's right. I won't give in. If you two don't die, then I've come here for nothing. So, you two must die. Yishio pointed his ghost sword at the two of them, and the sword was covered with black light. Kill them. The Yi family became agitated. They had suffered heavy losses today and too many people had died. How could they let the enemy leave peacefully? Yishio, don't go too far. You are naturally powerful, but we are not bad either. If the two of us join forces, we may not be unable to defeat you. Yi Qingyun is already at the end of his strength. If we fight, you won't even have a helper. Wang Renfeng said. I am Yishio, why do I need the Yi family's help? As Yishio spoke, the ghost sword in his hand shook, and he turned into a flash of lightning and rushed out, slashing towards Murong-chun. Yishio stepped forward today, and the Yi family is grateful. But at this moment, Yishio's words, why do we need the Yi family's help, made all the members of the Yi family feel ashamed again. Yes, it has always been the Yi family that needed Yishio. When has Yishio ever needed the Yi family? Ah! A shrill scream rang out. Murong-chun, who had already been seriously injured by the heavy blow of the 9 Killings King seal, could no longer withstand Yishio's sword, which was as fierce as a tiger. Yishio's sword pierced Murong-chun's chest directly. You! Murong-chun's eyes widened, blood bubbles began to appear in his mouth, and for the first time in his life, a look of fear flashed in his eyes. It was the despair of death, the breath of death, enveloping the whole body. Yishio's sword was so cold that it seemed to freeze his internal organs and cut off his life force. Brush! Yishio drew out his sword without even looking at Murong-chun. With this sword, Murong-chun will definitely die. The chieftain is dead, damn it, he killed our chieftain. The Murong family was in chaos in an instant. The patriarch died and the entire family lost its backbone. A master of the innate realm in the Murong family was furious and rushed towards Yishio. Unfortunately, the gap was too big, and anyone who rushed over was easily killed by Yishio. There was no challenge at all. It's your turn. I'll give you a chance to make a move. Hurry up. I'm in a hurry. Yishio looked at Wang Renfeng and said impatiently. Yishio, can you give Wang a chance to live? Wang Renfeng didn't dare to fight back at all. He had already fully seen Yishio's strength. Even though Yishio was not the young marquis in his prime at the moment, it made no difference to him. Killing him, Wang Renfeng, was enough. No. Yishio shook his head. Wang Renfeng was insidious and cunning and must die. He showed up today to resolve all crises for the Yi family, because after tonight, Yishio would really have nothing to do with the Yi family anymore. This was the last thing he did for the Yi family and also the last thing he did for the old patriarch. Since you are doing it, you must do it thoroughly. After the matter in Yecheng is resolved, Yishio will leave. The little fox can only survive for 3 months, so he must leave Yecheng and find a way to cure the little fox. Take action. Yishio Zhan pointed his sword at Wang Renfeng. Wang Renfeng looked ashen. He knew that he was doomed today and there was no point in continuing to beg for mercy, instead he would lose his last bit of dignity. Then let me test the strength of the young marquis. Wang Renfeng shouted loudly, like a sudden thunder. He waved his palms, sending out palm shadows that covered the sky and killed Yishio. What greeted Wang Renfeng was still the Nine King Seal, which was the only combat skill that Yishio could currently use. But the Ninth Kshatriya King Seal alone is enough to destroy the 5th level of the innate realm. The lethality of the Ninth Kshatriya King Seal far exceeds that of ordinary innate combat skills, especially when it is performed with the Shura Chi. It is simply destructive to the enemy. Boom. There was no miracle at all. Wang Renfeng couldn't resist the 9 killing seal at all and was blasted away by Yishio as soon as he went up. Yishio followed closely behind and slapped Wang Renfeng on the top of his head again, killing him cleanly and neatly. The whole place was silent. The originally noisy battlefield was now so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. No one said a word, and there was only the sound of countless heavy breathing. Shock. Horrified. Various emotions filled the Yi family. One person can shock an entire city, only Yishio can do it. Zhang Ming rushed over at this time, and when he saw this scene, he couldn't help but break out in a sweat. Insanely strong. Zhang Ming grinned. Wang Renfeng and Murong Chun did the stupidest thing and they lost their lives. Go away. Yishio swung his sword and waved it in the air. After killing Wang Renfeng and Murong Chun, these 2 big families are basically ruined. In the future, it will be difficult for them to compete with the Yi family in Yi City. Of course, they didn't dare to think about fighting with the Yi family anymore. The people of the Wang family and the Murong family, as if they had been pardoned, dared not delay for even a moment. They carried up the bodies of Wang Renfeng and Murong Chun respectively and disappeared from the Yi family as quickly as possible. Revenge doesn't exist. Who dares to seek revenge on Yishio? It was a blessing in disguise that Yishio did not kill them all. After all, the young marquis's reputation still lingers in people's minds. The reputation of the young marquis who rose from the ashes to become the new ruler has only grown. Yishio, on behalf of the Yi family, thank you. Yi Qingyun came in front of Yishio and bowed deeply. No need. I can't afford it. I'm no longer a member of the Yi family. Yishio didn't give any face at all. I am no longer a member of the Yi family. A big face-slapping scene. All members of the Yi family hung their heads, feeling extremely ashamed. Yishio, the great elder, expelled you from the Yi family, and he has received the due punishment. You stood up for the Yi family today, and you are still the young marquis of our Yi family. Everyone in the Yi family respects you. As long as you are willing to come back, you will be the patriarch of the Yi family in the future. Yi Qingyun said. I'm sorry, but I, Yishio, don't have such a broad mind. I came back not to save you, but to help the old patriarch. I don't want to see the foundation laid by the old patriarch destroyed, and I don't want to see the old patriarch's bloodline cut off. That's all. Yishio turned his back to Yi Qingyun, his face full of coldness. From now on, Yishio and the Yi family will no longer have any connection. The only thing I took away from the Yi family is the surname Yi and the name Yishio. These are what the old patriarch gave me, and I want to keep them. After Yishio finished speaking, he strode away, leaving resolutely and freely without even looking back. Looking at Yishio's thin but upright back, the Yi family could only sigh. At this time, no one was still expressing their desire to seek justice for the great elder, and no one was still expressing their anger to punish Yishio. All they have is shame, a shame that makes them feel ashamed. Patriarchy, your Yi family really made a good move this time. The Yi family should take care of themselves in the future. Zhang Ming clasped his fists towards Yi Qingyun and walked quickly towards Yishio's back. The Yi family made a bad move, and they stink themselves up. Yi Qingyun sighed to the sky. He regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. If he had not gone into seclusion, perhaps this would not have happened. Perhaps, even if he were there, he might have made the decision to expel Yishio. Turning Yishio away was a stupid decision made by the Yi family. Not only did the Yi family lose a young marquis, they also lost an alchemist and all their face. Yi Qingyun knew, and everyone in the Yi family knew, that from then on, the Yi family had completely lost such a peerless genius as Yishio. Just as Yishio said, he took action today for the old patriarch, not for them. They are not qualified to get Yishio's help. They don't deserve it. Yishio returned to where he lived. To him, there was nothing left to be nostalgic about in Yicheng. The matter of Yicheng was finally settled, which made Yishio sad, but also made him truly hard-hearted. The next thing to do is to heal the little fox. No matter what the cost, even if it means going through fire and water, Yishio will save the little fox. From then on, the little fox became Yishio's closest person. From then on, he wandered around the world, alone. In the dead of night, Yicheng was in the tranquility after the storm. All three major families were in grief. But this has nothing to do with Yishio anymore. The moment he walked out of the Yi family, he had nothing to do with Yicheng anymore. Yishio felt relieved as the little fox was alive and well. He looked after the little fox for a while and then walked out of the room on his own. The bright moon was hanging high in the sky, and the soft moonlight sprinkled down and fell on Yishio's body, making Yishio couldn't help but feel a little lazy. Over the past month, Yishio has experienced the lowest point in his life, which has made this high-spirited young man become more stable. As the saying goes, there is always a way out. It can be said that Yishio cannot build without destroying, and can only build after destroying. If his dantian had not been shattered by an ambush in the Valley of the Dead, he would not have awakened his heavenly heart and turned a disaster into a blessing. Someone in the royal family wanted to harm him, and he also blamed himself for being more powerful than his master. In addition, his talent was so outstanding that even the Daliang royal family felt a sense of crisis. Daliang, Daliang, you have misjudged me, Yishio. Yishio smiled bitterly. He had no interest in the country or the people. As for who in the Daliang royal family wanted to get rid of him, and who was the person who ambushed him on the way, Yishio would find out sooner or later. He didn't care about the humiliation he suffered, but he had to avenge the sword from Xiaohu. But now is not the time yet. The most urgent priority is to heal the little fox. 3 months may seem like a long time, but in fact it is very short and passes in a flash. He was no longer the young marquis who was famous throughout the world, and all his previous resources were gone. Yishio is now just a lonely traveler, a lone ranger. Under such circumstances, one can imagine how difficult it would be to find a way to cure the little fox within 3 months. In the room opposite, the fire flickered, sometimes bright and sometimes dim. Master Zhang was refining the elixir. He also smiled and walked slowly towards Zhang Ming's alchemy room. Yishio still had a very good impression of Zhang Ming. After all, he was now living and eating at his father's house, and Zhang Ming was still very respectful to him. His attitude was no less than that of his younger self. Yishio was somewhat relieved. Boom. A loud explosion suddenly sounded in Zhang Ming's room, followed by thick smoke. Cough, cough, cough. The door was pushed open and Zhang Ming walked out cursing. This guy's face was covered in black smoke, he coughed up smoke, and he walked unsteadily. Ha ha ha. Yishio couldn't help but burst out laughing. It was the first time he saw Zhang Ming in such an embarrassed state. The furnace exploded, he he he. Zhang Ming scratched his head and gave an awkward yet polite smile. This was probably the first time that Zhang Ming laughed, just because he saw Yishio laugh. Yixiao has not laughed since he returned to Yeqing. Zhang Ming knew very well how depressed and heavy Yixiao felt inside, and that he had been holding back his anger. Today, he was able to make Yixiao laugh, and it would be worth it even if it caused an explosion. I'm leaving tomorrow, Yixiao said. Where is Master Xiao going? Zhang Ming was not surprised at all. Yi Cheng's problem was solved, and Yixiao must leave. The little fox's injuries were still very serious, and a way to treat it must be found as soon as possible. Yixiao shook his head, indicating that he didn't have a clear purpose either. In fact, there is a place that is suitable for you, Master Xiao, Zhang Ming said. Where? Yixiao asked. Lingwu family, Zhang Ming said. Are you talking about the Lingwu family, the largest force in Fangtuan territory? Yixiao's eyes lit up. The Lingwu family was a behemoth in this small area. As a young marquis of Liang State, Yixiao had naturally heard of them. The Jutian continent is vast and is divided into 5 major sections: East Wasteland, South Sea, North Mausoleum, West Region, and Central Shenzhou. Among the 36 domains of the Eastern Wilderness, this square-inch domain is just one of them. There are many countries in this small area, including dozens of countries, large and small, and there are 6 big countries like Daliang. However, the Lingwu family is a transcendent force that is above all other countries. For a long time, some countries have tried their best to send talented people to the Lingwu family to practice, hoping that they can rise in the Lingwu family and make a name for themselves. And if a small country climbs up the big tree of Lingwu family, it may also rise. That's right. The Lingwu family has a strong foundation. The Lingwu family in Fangtuan realm is just a branch of the central wilderness of the Eastern Wilderness. As far as I know, the Lingwu family is very appreciative of talent. They have branches in all the 36 regions of the Eastern Wilderness, just to discover talents in the Eastern Wilderness and have them work for the Lingwu family. Zhang Ming said, Master Xiao, you are in an awkward situation now. You can't go back to Daliang, and with your pride, it is impossible for you to go back. Someone in Daliang wants to deal with you, which is also a potential danger for you. As for other countries, forgive me for being blunt, your status as a young marquis makes other countries hate you to the core. All major countries want to seek revenge on you. I don't know how many of their geniuses and generals have been killed by you. Now in Fangtuan territory, only Lingwu family dares to accommodate you. Moreover, if you want to save the little fox now, you must find the most abundant resources. I am afraid that there is no one more suitable than Lingwu family in the entire Fangtuan territory. Of course, it's not that easy to join the Lingwu family. They have very strict criteria for selecting disciples. The Xiantian realm is the lowest standard, and they also consider age, talent, and future achievement limits. Only those who are qualified will be given a place to join the Lingwu family. For a long time, geniuses from various countries, sons of kings and generals, and even royal children have been trying their best to join the Lingwu family. Unfortunately, the Lingwu family doesn't care about identity at all. Zhang Ming has a thorough understanding of the Fang Cun realm. After judging from Yixiao's current situation, he believes that entering the Lingwu family is the only way out. There are too many people who want to get rid of Yixiao. As long as Yixiao can enter the Lingwu family, he will have nothing to fear. The assassins from various countries do not have the courage to go to the Lingwu family to kill people. More importantly, Yixiao can use the resources of the Lingwu family to heal the little fox. It seems that I have no choice. Yixiao's eyes flickered. The road he was on in this small area was not easy. It could be said that every step was difficult. Going to the Lingwu family would certainly be full of dangers. But in order to save the little fox, Yixiao had no choice. Even if there were dangerous places ahead, Yixiao would go in without hesitation. That night, Yixiao and Zhang Ming talked a lot, and their relationship became closer again. Early the next morning, Yixiao tidied himself up, held the little fox in his arms, opened the door and prepared to leave. Master Xiao, I really want to go with you, but Zhang knows that with my ability, I am afraid that I will only be a burden if I follow you, and the Lingwu family will not want an ordinary person like me. These pills are made by me for Master Xiao, and Master Xiao should be able to use them. Zhang Ming handed Yixiao a jade bottle, the size of a palm, filled with pills. This was Zhang Ming's gift to him. Thank you very much. Yishio did not refuse, his eyes full of gratitude. He had no way of taking Zhang Ming with him because he had too many enemies. An assassination attempt like the last time might happen again. He had no time to take care of Zhang Ming. As for the Lingwu family, whether he could successfully enter was still uncertain. Zhang Ming had average talent, so it was even more impossible. Although he was an alchemist, the Lingwu family had no shortage of ordinary alchemists. Bang! Before Yishio left, someone kicked open the door of the villa. The door was blocked by a young man in a black robe. The young man was very handsome, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. He was dressed in a black robe and exuded a unique cold aura. His eyes were cold as he casually looked around the villa, and finally his gaze fixed on Yishio. Are you Yishio? The young man spoke, his arrogance soaring. So strong. Zhang Ming shuddered. Just a look from the young man made him speechless. With his cultivation level of the second level of the innate realm, he could not see the young man's true strength at all. Who are you? I don't seem to know you. Yishio frowned. Zhang Ming couldn't see the boy's cultivation level, but Yishio could, because the boy's cultivation level was exactly the same as his own at his peak, the 9th level of the innate realm, the peak. And he is only one step away from condensing his essence. Judging from the boy's age, he should be 1 or 2 years younger than himself. Such a young man who has reached the peak of the innate realm cannot be an unknown person. Looking across the entire Fang-Cun domain, there are only a few such people. What is certain is that the boy is definitely not from Yeqing. Yeqing cannot produce such a person. As a young marquis, I am already a special case in Yeqing. Mu Tianye. The young man spoke, revealing his name. Mu Tianye. Which Mu Tianye? Zhang Ming was stunned at first, then his eyes suddenly widened, and he looked at Mu Tianye as if he had seen a ghost. You are Mu Tianye from the Lingwu family, and you are known as the two best together with the young Ho. You are nicknamed the Little Devil, and you are born with the body of a demon. It must be him. Yishio said, the countries in this small area are constantly fighting, and Yishio knows almost all the top figures of the younger generation. It is extremely difficult to find someone who can match himself. The young man in front of him, with such age, such cultivation, and such extraordinary talent, there is no other one like him except the Lingwu family who are too lazy to interfere in the struggles among the countries in the Fang-Cun area. The Lingwu family's #1 genius, the Little Devil King who possesses the body of an almighty demon, is even more famous in this small area. Even though he rarely appears in front of people, no one can resist his fame. The Little Devil Mu Tianye, the young Ho Yishio. There are 2 young legends in Fang-Cun territory, and they are known as the 2 best in Fang-Cun. However, they belong to different forces and have never had the chance to meet. I didn't expect to meet you under such circumstances today. Ironically, the strength of the 2 Fang-Cun masters, who were once equally famous, has been far apart. Yishio, I finally found you. Mu Tianye walked in slowly and stood in front of Yishio. What do you want from me? Yishio said that when Mu Tianye was looking at him, he was also looking at Mu Tianye. After all, Mu Tianye was the only one in Fang-Cun domain who could be comparable to himself. During his peak period, Yishio always had a wish, which was to fight with Mu Tianye to see who was the better of them. I want to compete with you. After I came out of seclusion, my only wish was to compete with you and defeat you personally. I went to the Dalian capital to find you, but I didn't expect that your dantian was broken and you became a waste. I was so disappointed. Mu Tianye said bluntly, with a look of disappointment on his face. It had always been his dream to fight with the young Ho. If that's the case, why did you come to Yicheng? Yishio said. Yishio, you and I are both considered the best in the world. Even if you have become a waste, I still want to see what the young marquis you once were, a person who can be as famous as me, Mu Tianye, looks like. Pastoral Wild Road. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Yishio smiled bitterly. He really didn't have the qualifications to fight with Mu Tianye now. But Yishio was not discouraged, because he had unparalleled fighting spirit. He knew that what he had lost, he would be able to get back one day, and he would be able to reach the peak he had once reached, and surpass it again. I was very disappointed at first, but now I am very interested. Mu Tianye smiled. This handsome boy looked very nice when he smiled. Oh. Yishio was stunned. I thought that your dantian was shattered, and you became a complete waste, curled up in this small place of Yicheng to spend the rest of your life. I didn't expect that you could restore your dantian and overthrow the major forces in Yicheng. I was very surprised, so I am more interested in you. Pastoral Wild Road. Obviously, after Mu Tianye came to Yicheng, he had already found out everything that happened in Yicheng yesterday. Upon learning that Yishio's dantian was repaired and that he had extraordinary combat power, Mu Tianye was extremely disappointed. He had only intended to take a look at this person who was once as famous as himself, and perhaps feel sorry for Yishio, so he left after leaving some healing supplies. However, his original disappointment was instantly replaced by Nong Nong's interest. The repair of the broken dantian is simply a miracle among miracles. For warriors, dantian is irreversible. Once destroyed, there is absolutely no way to recast it. Not to mention a small Yicheng, even the Lingwu family headquarters in Donghuang, even the king-level masters, do not have such means. But this kind of miracle happened to Yishio. Perhaps Mu Tianye did not believe it at the beginning, but after seeing Yishio with his own eyes, Mu Tianye clearly felt the flow of true energy from Yishio, and his cultivation of the second level of the innate realm was very obvious. It's hard not to believe. I'm not as strong as I used to be. I can't beat you, so there's no need to compete. Yishio said. He has been competitive all his life and had longed to fight with Mu Tianye countless times, but Yishio was not an arrogant and ignorant person. Now, he was indeed no match for Mu Tianye. Even with the help of Zhibi and Tianqin, there was no chance at all. The gap in cultivation between them is too big. What's more, Mu Tianye is not an easy person to deal with. His powerful demon body is far beyond the ordinary 9th level of the innate realm. With Mu Tianye's strength, he is almost invincible in the Xiantian realm. Even masters of the first level of the Ningyuan realm are no match for the little devil. We have to compete. If not, then I have come here for nothing. Mu Tianye shook his arms, making a crackling sound. This warmongering guy. Isn't this bullying? Zhang Ming couldn't bear it anymore. Don't worry, I won't bully you. You are at the second level of the Xiantian realm, so I will suppress my cultivation to the second level of the Xiantian realm and fight you. I must see whether you, a young marquis, are qualified to be on par with me, Mu Tianye. If you are just getting the reputation in vain, I will kill you without mercy. Mu Tianye was extremely proud and raised his finger to point at Yishio. The second level of Xiantian realm is not enough. I suggest you suppress it to the 4th level of Xiantian realm before fighting me. I'm afraid that I will hit you too hard and kill you. Yishio's tone was calm, as if he was talking about something extremely ordinary. But Mu Tianye refused to do it. This is a humiliation. He is such a great man, how can he bear such humiliation? How come you are crazier than me? Mu Tianye rolled his eyes, but, I like it. Kaka kaka. There was a crackling sound inside Mu Tianye's body. His true energy gradually shrank, and he soon stabilized his cultivation at the peak of the second level of the innate realm. Mu Tianye is an extremely proud man. With his pride, he will never take advantage of someone who is as famous as himself. Therefore, his cultivation level is completely based on Yishio's, exactly the same, neither higher nor lower. Seeing this, Yishio couldn't help but shook his head. It wasn't that he looked down on Mu Tianye. On the contrary, Mu Tianye's demonic body made Yishio extremely interested. Speaking of which, the body of the devil and his own Shura body both belong to the dark class. If they must be classified, it would not be an exaggeration to classify them into the same category. But Yishio's 9 transformations heavenly heart is so powerful that it can be said to be unparalleled throughout the ages. If the heavenly demon body is a kind of divine body, then Yishio is equivalent to having 9 divine bodies. Even though he has only awakened one now, because Tianqin serves as the foundation, it does not affect Yishio's strength at all. It is almost a luxury for Mu Tianye to rely on his demonic body to defeat himself when they are of the same level. Yishio, I have the body of a demon. My flesh is unrivaled and my demonic energy is extremely pure. If you can withstand the power of my punch, I will admire you. Mu Tianye was extremely arrogant. The black evil energy on his fists coiled like little snakes, which was extremely creepy. Yishio was not panicked. He gently handed the little fox to Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming took it carefully, then stepped back to make room for these two most difficult to deal with young masters of the Fang Cun territory. Zhang Ming was not worried about Yishio's safety, because he also realized that Mu Tianye came here today without any hostility and would not cause any life-threatening danger to Yishio. Zhang Ming, who was well aware of Yishio's terrifying power, was extremely clear in his heart that if Mu Tianye only used his cultivation level of the second level of the innate realm to fight against Yishio, he would not be his opponent at all. Yishio, take action. I have been waiting for this moment for a long time. Mu Tianye has an unparalleled fighting spirit. His powerful demonic body is destined to be a warlike physique. Fighting always makes his blood boil. Good. Yishio was not polite either. His Shura chi rippled out and he punched Mu Tianye fiercely. This is devilish energy. Mu Tianye's face changed, because he was shocked to find that Yishio's true energy was similar to his own, but different from the demonic energy. It was a real dark energy. More importantly, Yishio's true chi had a sense of superiority, the aura of a king, a feeling of being superior. Even his own demonic true chi felt pressure for the first time in his life. Mu Tianye couldn't help but be shocked, but he didn't have time to think too much. Yishio's fist was already close to him. Good to come. Mu Tianye's eyes were blazing. He raised his arm and rushed towards Yishio's fist. Bang. There was a dull collision, like the sound of hammering iron, and sparks flew where the two fists met. Deng deng deng. Mu Tianye leaned back, half of his body felt numb and sore. He retreated more than 10 steps and was almost leaving the villa. What? Mu Tianye was shocked and his expression changed for the first time. Yishio's strength was beyond his imagination. I only used 10% of my strength. Yishio still maintained his punching posture. Mu Tianye cursed and his old face couldn't help but turn red. It's so embarrassing. He had previously threatened that if Yishio could block his punch, he would admire him. Mu Tianye suddenly realized that he had been bragging a little too much. Others only used 10% of their strength, which is even more embarrassing. More importantly, Yishio said he only used 10% of his strength, and Mu Tianye believed it. After the collision just now, Mu Tianye had almost a completely new understanding of Yishio's strength. The more he understood, the more shocked Mu Tianye was. This Yishio was completely beyond his imagination. Mu Tianye, you don't have to be discouraged. Although your heavenly demon body is powerful, my physical body is no worse than yours. Your body has been tempered by the 9th level of the innate realm, and so have I. Although my dantian has been broken, my physical body has not changed. We have also gone through the 9th level of the innate realm. Naturally, you have no advantage in a physical contest with me. Yishio said indifferently. You are right. However, I, Mu Tianye, have never known what it means to be discouraged. Yishio, you have made me more and more interested. My fighting spirit has been completely aroused by you. Next, I will suppress my cultivation to the 3rd level of the Xiantian realm. You don't have to hold back. I want to see how strong you are. Mu Tianye shook his arms and his fighting spirit surged again. He was right. For a warlike person, he never knew what discouragement was. The stronger Yishio was, the more excited Mu Tianye would be, making him feel that his trip was not in vain. Mu Tianye was filled with demonic energy, and he raised his cultivation to the 3rd level of the innate realm. Devil's Sorrow Fist. This time, Mu Tianye displayed his powerful demonic fighting skills. As soon as the magic fist came out, the war flowed. This is a war fist, with amazing lethality. The fact that Mu Tianye was able to perform the demonic fist showed how much he valued Yishio, and it was also a sign of his respect for Yishio. After all, it is impossible for ordinary people to make him use the demonic fist. Because I am not qualified. Yishio's eyes lit up. Mu Tianye's demonic fist also aroused his fighting spirit. The Ninth King's seal was used instantly, and it was a peak contest between two dark fighting skills. Boom. There was another fierce collision, and the 9 Killings King's seal was unparalleled in power. Although Yishio's strength now only allowed him to perform the first seal, it did not affect the power of the 9 Killings King's seal at all. The powerful punching force brought by the demonic fist was ultimately no match for the power of the 9 Killings King seal, and Mutienye was repelled again. Come again. Mutienye roared, and his cultivation level increased again, reaching the 4th level of the innate realm. The demonic fist came out again, and he held his breath in his heart. Yishio also let out a light roar, and the true energy in Shura's heart surged. This time, he exerted all his strength. The 9th King seal seemed to come alive and was once again pushed out by Yishio. Boom. The entire courtyard shook and cracks appeared in the ground. This time, Yishio and Mutienye both retreated 3 steps. There is no winner. Ha ha ha, it's really enjoyable. It's really enjoyable. Mutienye put away his aura and suddenly laughed out loud. Yishio, you are awesome, I surrender. I suppressed my cultivation to the 4th level of the Xiantian realm just to be able to fight you to a draw. There will never be another Yishio in Fang Cun territory. I am not worthy of being on par with you. The heavenly demon body is also unique in the world. Today's battle can be regarded as the fulfillment of my Yishio's wish. Yishio was also full of enthusiasm. He liked Mutienye's true character very much. Moreover, the heavenly demon body is really strong. With Yishio's strength at the peak of the 2nd level of the innate realm, it was easy for him to use the 9 King seal to kill the 5th level of the innate realm. However, when he met Mutienye, he could only draw with him at the 4th level of the innate realm. As expected of the world-famous young Marquis, I lost. Mutienye waved his hand, very casually. Your future achievements are limitless. Yishio said. These words were by no means flattery or sycophancy. Yishio did not need to flatter anyone. Yishio said that Mutienye's potential was limitless because of Mutienye's character. A big force like the Lingwu family, not to mention a top genius like Mutienye, who has achieved so much at such a young age, must be arrogant. Such people often have a weakness, which is that they cannot afford to lose. But Mutienye was very free and easy in the face of failure. Even though he was defeated by a close friend whom he wanted to defeat, it did not affect his character at all. My future is naturally limitless. You don't need to tell me. Mutienye sneered. Young people should not be too arrogant. Yishio chuckled. If you're not arrogant, can you be called a young person? Mutienye was a young man with a good temper, and this kind of personality really impressed Yishio. But Yishio, your future achievements will definitely be higher than mine. I, Mutienye, will never admit defeat. You are the first person I admire. A person who can repair his own broken dantian and can even fight me, Mutienye, across 2 levels, is so awesome. I really want to call you Big Brother. Pastoral Wild Road. I am indeed older than you. Yishio shrugged. Yishio, don't be so arrogant. If you want to be my big brother, you have to really defeat me. Don't forget, I am suppressing my cultivation to fight you. Mutienye snorted. I'm afraid it won't take too long. Yishio said. Defeat me. Mutienye was stunned. Young man, don't be so arrogant. If you are not arrogant, then you are young, right? Yishio replied. Ha ha ha. The two looked at each other and laughed. Next, Yishio did not rush to set off, and Mutienye did not leave as expected after meeting Yishio. Zhang Ming asked his servants to prepare a table full of wine and food. Yishio and Mutienye drank and talked happily in the courtyard, laughing and bragging, as if they had met each other too late. Zhang Ming on the side also enjoyed the party. He never dreamed that one day he would be able to drink at the same table with Fang Cun Shuangjue. These two people, young and frivolous, with straightforward personalities, hit it off right away. Zhang Ming seemed to have foreseen the scene that in the near future, the Fang Cun area and even the entire eastern wilderness would tremble under the feet of these two people. 3 rounds of drinks. Brother. Don't call me big brother, I don't have the strength to defeat you yet. You can yell at me if you want. You defeated me by leaps and bounds over 2 levels. I admire you. You are my big brother. What's the matter? Do you dislike me? Mutienye held the wine jug in one hand and held Yishio's neck with the other. Can we talk properly? Yishio did not frown. This guy calls him both big brother and mine. Are you recognizing me as your big brother or taking advantage of me? Brother, do you think it's awesome to be a young marquis? I heard you're a god of war on the battlefield. That must be the case. No one in this small area would be able to resist hearing about my young marquis. Just blow it. You can tell by looking at my appearance. I don't need to brag. Then you are really awesome. Zhang Ming shook his head. The legendary two geniuses were drinking and talking nonsense in front of him. They drank from morning to night until they were drunk and fell asleep lying on the ground head to head. My wine, my fine wine. Zhang Ming felt a sharp pain in his flesh. These two guys drank up all his hidden liquor without leaving even a drop. Cool. Mu Tianye closed his eyes and waved his arms. One was made a marquis at a young age, the other was extremely gifted. For Yishio, it was the first time he found someone with whom he could drink and chat happily. The same is true for Mu Tianye. He grew up under countless halos. He is a representative figure of the Lingwu family and the pride of the Lingwu family. Arrogant, and presumptuous. Everyone is in awe of him. Mu Tianye has no friends. Yishio has no friends either. Now, they all have it. Found someone who could let them let go of everything and get drunk. Yishio had been too depressed during this period of time, from his dantian being shattered to his title of young marquis being taken away, from being abandoned by the country to being driven out by his family, and Xiaohu being injured and unconscious. Too depressing and too frustrating. Today, release it once. Enjoy life to the fullest while you are happy, live life to the fullest. It's just that I haven't found the person with whom I can get drunk today. The next day, the soft morning light fell on Mu Tianye and Yishio. They slowly opened their eyes and stretched at the same time. Did I acknowledge you as my elder brother yesterday? Mu Tianye looked at Yishio with a confused expression. So, don't be so mean in front of your brother from now on. Yishio patted Mu Tianye on the shoulder. Forget it, I'll let you get a bargain. Mu Tianye shrugged and chuckled. Brother, what are you going to do next? With your talent, it's such a waste to stay in a tiny place like Yecheng. Mu Tianye got back to the topic and looked at Yishio seriously. Heal her. Yishio waved his hand, Zhang Ming handed the little fox over, and Yishio took it gently, at any cost. Brother, it's just a little fox, why do you care so much about it? Mu Tianye was puzzled. She saved my life, Yishio said. Hearing this, Mu Tianye instantly understood the position of the little fox in Yishio's heart. Although he and Yishio had only known each other for one day, he had already understood Yishio's true character. Such a person of true character must be loyal and righteous. Master Xiao is going to the Lingwu family. For Master Xiao, the Lingwu family is the only good place to go in Fengzuan territory. If Master Mu can introduce him, it will be easy for Master Xiao to enter the Lingwu family. Zhang Ming said on the side that Yishio had originally planned to join the Lingwu family, and now he is on good terms with the Lingwu family's #1 genius. With this relationship with Mu Tianye, it is very easy for him to join the Lingwu family. That's great. I was just about to invite you, brother. With your talent, it's really a waste to stay in that shitty country. The Lingwu family is a big family in the eastern wilderness. Although Fengzuan domain is just a branch, it is the best in the Fengzuan domain. If you enter the Lingwu family, you will have the opportunity to enter the Lingwu headquarters in the wilderness in the future. The most important thing is that you and I can be together as brothers. Pastoral Wild Road. I do have plans to go to the Lingwu family. I am not interested in the Wild Territory headquarters. I just want to save the little fox. Yishio said. I happen to have a Lingwu Jade token here, which is the identity token of the Lingwu family. With this Jade token, you are a disciple of the Lingwu family and can roam freely in this area. Mu Tianye flipped his palm, and a blue jade plate appeared in his palm, with the words Lingwu engraved on it. When the Lingwu Jade token was shown, Zhang Ming almost drooled. Mu Tianye was not exaggerating. With this Jade token, he could walk sideways in Fengzuan territory. The worst disciple of Lingwu family could become a high-ranking official in a country like Daliang. Great! With this Soul Jade token, Master Xiao can directly enter the Lingwu family, saving a lot of trouble. You know, even if Master Xiao is very talented, the Lingwu family has not recruited disciples for 3 years. It is undoubtedly very difficult to enter the Lingwu family without recruiting disciples. Zhang Ming said excitedly. What a coincidence. The Lingwu family will recruit disciples in a month. So, I won't give you this Lingwu jade plate. Brother, with your talent, it will be no problem for you to pass the Lingwu family's disciple assessment. In the eyes of the Lingwu family's high-ranking officials, there is a difference between entering with real ability and entering with connections. Mu Qianye said, flipping his hand and putting away the identity jade card. Yi Xiu remained extremely calm throughout the whole process, and was not the slightest bit frustrated because Mu Qianye took back his identity jade token. Just as Mu Qianye said, if the Lingwu family really recruited disciples from outside, he would not accept the jade token even if Mu Qianye gave him it. If you want to enter, enter with dignity. Brother, in a month, many young people from Fangsuan territory will go there and gather in Lingwu City. I haven't had enough fun this time, so I won't go with you. See you in Lingwu City. Mu Qianye patted Yi Xiu on the shoulder, then turned around and was about to leave. Master Mu. Zhang Ming became anxious and shouted quickly. Mu Qianye turned and looked at Zhang Ming. What's the matter? Well. Zhang Ming stuttered and was at a loss. He wants your jade identity card. Yi Xiu said what Zhang Ming wanted to say. You want to join the Lingwu family? Brother, at your age and with this level of cultivation, the Lingwu family doesn't want you. Mu Qianye couldn't help but say. Master Zhang is an alchemist, he is my man. Qianye, if you have the power, you might as well help me. Yi Xiu said. He owed Zhang Ming a debt of gratitude, and after these few days of contact, he truly regarded Zhang Ming as a friend. You can't blame Zhang Ming for being greedy if he wants the jade identity card. The Lingwu family's reputation is so huge that who wouldn't be tempted by it? If Zhang Ming could enter a big place like the Lingwu family to practice, it would be extremely beneficial to both alchemy and his own cultivation. If he encountered an opportunity, he could even develop his potential a second time. What do you mean if I have the right? How could I not have this little right? It's just a jade identity card, just take it. Mu Qianye waved his hand casually, and the jade identity token turned into a ray of light and rushed towards Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming took the jade identity card with trembling hands, and was so excited that he didn't know what to do. Thank you. Thank you, Master Mu, thank you, Master Xiao. Zhang Ming bowed repeatedly to the two of them. Excited. Zhang Ming never dreamed that such a good thing would happen to him. In other words, Zhang Ming didn't know where his ancestral grave was, otherwise he would have gone back to see if there was any smoke. Zhang Ming turned the Lingwu family's identity jade token over and over in his hands, still feeling like he was living in a dream. It's not true. So dreamy. I actually became a member of the Lingwu family. It's really exciting. Congratulations, Master Zhang, for receiving a Lingwu jade tablet. Yi Xiu chuckled and was also happy for Zhang Ming. Being able to enter the Lingwu family to practice is probably the dream of everyone in this small world. As for Zhang Ming, he didn't even dare to have such a dream, but now, this dreamlike thing has really appeared. To be honest, Master Xiao, my head is still buzzing. I feel like I'm dreaming. I don't know if it's true or not. Zhang Ming turned the jade token over and over in his hand, his eyes already in a state of obsession. How about I give you a punch to help you wake up and see if you are dreaming or not? Yi Xiu smiled. Never mind. Zhang Ming waved his hands repeatedly. Are you kidding? You'd have to be mentally ill to let me punch you. Is that a human fist? You'd be lucky if you weren't killed by that punch. I was able to enter the Lingwu family entirely because of Master Xiao. If it weren't for Master Xiao, Master Mu would never even look at an ordinary person like me. Not to mention joining the Lingwu family, I probably wouldn't even have the chance to set foot in Lingwu City in this lifetime. Zhang Ming still couldn't hide his excitement, and was so grateful to Yi Xiu that he was almost calling him dad. But this is normal. Anyone would be excited for a long time if they encounter such a good thing that falls from the sky. No need to thank me. You chose your own path. You chose to help me, so I will help you. Yi Xiu said. Yishio's words made Zhang Ming break out in a cold sweat. He secretly felt lucky that he had made the right bet. This move brought him to the peak of his life. If he had bullied Yishio like the other members of the Yi family when he was still at the Yi family, he would not have had such good fortune today. He might have died in the battle of the Yi family. Zhang Ming still feels the pain from having to pay with a soul-protecting pill to save the little fox. However, compared with the Lingwu family's identity jade token, a soul-protecting pill is completely insignificant. Now that I have the Lingwu jade plate, I can set off with Master Xiao. The journey to Lingwu City is not short. I will prepare some things, and then we will set off. Zhang Ming said. Good. Yishio nodded. He had not planned to bring Zhang Ming with him before because he knew nothing about the Lingwu family. Moreover, he did not know how many dangers he would encounter along the way. If Zhang Ming followed him, it would only increase the crisis. But now it's different. Zhang Ming has the Lingwu family's identity jade token, so it's impossible not to let him follow. Today, Zhang Ming is a genuine member of the Lingwu family. Wherever he travels in this area, no one dares to cause trouble to him as long as he shows his identity jade card. Looking at the entire Fengsuan area, who would dare to touch the people of Lingwu family? Now that Zhang Ming is no longer in danger, there are only benefits to having him by my side. Carrying an alchemist with me will definitely show its benefits at critical moments. After a while, Zhang Ming had packed everything. In his arms, there were 3 or 4 storage bags, which showed that he had put quite a lot of things. Master Xiao, let's go. Zhang Ming was more excited than ever before. His whole mental outlook was refreshed, his face was radiant, and he seemed to have a second spring. What surprised Xiao even more was that Zhang Ming's cultivation had suddenly reached the peak of the 2nd level of the innate realm, and he might be able to enter the 3rd level of the innate realm at any time. It seems that people are really in high spirits when good things happen to them. Master Zhang got the Lingwu jade plate, and even his cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds. Yishio teased. If you hadn't told me, Master Xiao, I wouldn't have taken it seriously. Suddenly, I felt like I could make a breakthrough. Zhang Ming's aura was immediately shaken, and his whole body was full of true energy. He unexpectedly broke through to the 3rd level of the Xiantian realm in front of Yishio. Starting from the east of the city, he soon walked out of the gate of Yecheng. The entire process of leaving the city can be said to be smooth. Now the entire Yecheng is in a state of silence. The Wang and Murong families were badly hurt, their clan leader died, and they were grief-stricken. The Yi family was not much better off. They suffered heavy casualties in the battle. The clan leader Yi Qingyun had one arm cut off, and their strength was greatly reduced. The entire Yi city was very dull, more dull than ever before. To put it bluntly, if another force emerged and settled in Yi city at this time, it would soon be able to dominate and trample the 3 major families under its feet. Of course, everything in Yecheng has nothing to do with Yishio anymore, and he will no longer care about life or death. I'm afraid this trip will be forever. Master Zhang, do you know the way to Lingwu City? Yishio asked. Although he was a famous young Marquis of Daliang, he had been fighting against enemy countries on the battlefield for many years and was dedicated to serving his country. He knew very little about Liang's state and things other than war. He had never even set foot in the famous Lingwu City in this small area. But Zhang Ming is different. He is a free-spirited man and an alchemist. He has lived for 30 or 40 years. I'm afraid there is no place in this small world that he has not been to. Master Xiao, don't worry. I am familiar with the route. It is quite far. It will take us less than a month to reach Lingwu City. It will not delay Master Xiao from participating in the Lingwu family's assessment. But Master Xiao, can you please change the way you address me in the future? Zhang Ming scratched his head. It's fine if others call me Master Zhang, but it's inappropriate for you to call me that. I'm just a follower of Master Xiao. From now on, Master Xiao can just call me by my name. Don't embarrass me. Zhang Ming positioned himself very accurately. Since he had come out with everyone else, he completely regarded himself as a follower, which was also the role he should play. Although he had already obtained the Lingwu Jade token, Zhang Ming did not dare to be arrogant in front of Yishio. After all, he knew very well who had given him the Jade token. Without Yishio, there would be no Zhang Ming. Everything he has was given by Yishio. Moreover, the Lingwu jade plate was nothing to Yishio. With Yishio's talent, it was too easy for him to get the Lingwu jade plate. Zhang Ming, do you think I can become an alchemist? Yishio suddenly asked curiously, looking at the little fox in his arms. If he could become an alchemist, he could make the elixir himself to save the little fox. What? Becoming an alchemist? Are you kidding, Master Xiao? Zhang Ming curled his lips. Only Yishio would ask such a question. If it was someone else, Zhang Ming would have started to laugh and ridicule. I'm serious. Yishio looked at Zhang Ming. Master Xiao, do you know why alchemists are so valuable? Because there are few of them. Do you know why there are few of them? Because the conditions for becoming an alchemist are too harsh. Zhang Ming paused. He didn't want to say more. After all, explaining this to someone who was not an alchemist was like talking to a cow. But since traveling is boring anyway, I might as well explain it to Yishio and show off my superiority as an alchemist. To become an alchemist, you must meet two conditions, one is physical fitness, and the other is soul power. Let's talk about physique first. Alchemists must have a constitution with fire attributes. To put it bluntly, they must be able to control flames. However, it is not enough to have a constitution with fire attributes. They must also be able to stimulate the power of the soul. The power of the soul is different from the divine consciousness. The divine consciousness comes from the human divine consciousness. As long as a warrior reaches the condensation realm, he can open up the divine consciousness. The power of the soul, on the other hand, comes from the human soul and is more advanced than the divine consciousness. To put it bluntly, you have to stimulate the power of your soul and use the power of the soul to more sensitively control the flames and refine the pill. Both are indispensable. After saying that, Zhang Ming looked at Yishio with confidence. Master Xiao, although you are gifted, you probably don't have much chance of becoming an alchemist. After all, your physique is not a fire-attributed physique. You don't even have the first condition. Fire attribute constitution. Yishio lowered his eyes and thought for a moment, thinking that maybe he could really do it. The 9 transformations of Heavenly Heart has just begun its first transformation, and the other 8 heart orifices have not yet been opened. According to his understanding of the 9 transformations of Heavenly Heart, this is the innate heart. Since it is the innate heart, it will inevitably integrate various attributes between heaven and earth. The Shura heart orifice represents darkness, and among the remaining 8 heart orifices, there may really be one that represents the fire attribute. If he opens the fire heart orifice, it is equivalent to having a fire attribute physique, and he has the first condition to become an alchemist. However, it is not easy to open the fire attribute mind. According to Yishio's estimation, unless his strength reaches the condensation realm, he will have the opportunity to open the second mind and awaken the second change of the 9 changes of the heavenly heart. However, if there is outside intervention, it may be possible to open it earlier. Fire, intervene with fire. Zhang Ming, I heard that alchemists will look for fire everywhere. The more powerful the fire, the more it can improve the alchemist's skills. Is this true? Yishio asked. That's right. There are tens of thousands of fires in the world, but it's extremely difficult to get them. Most alchemists are born with their own fire, but this innate fire can be strong or weak, depending on the physique. In addition to the innate fire, the most common is beast fire. Kill some monsters with fire attributes and take out the fire from their spirits. Zhang Ming said. Do you have any extra fire? Yishio said. No, fire is not that easy to get. Alchemists are weaker than ordinary warriors because they study alchemy. I, Zhang Ming, have no sect or school, so I have to rely on myself for everything. I don't like the beast fire of ordinary innate beasts. I don't have the ability to get the higher level beast fire. With my strength, if I encounter a stronger monster, I'm afraid that I won't be able to fill its teeth, let alone the beast fire. Zhang Ming is very honest. An ordinary alchemist like him also has many limitations and can only become a superior person in a small place like Yeqing. If he were to go to a big place like the Lingwu family, an alchemist like him would have almost no sense of presence. Of course, compared to his cultivation strength, his identity as an alchemist can still bring him a lot of respect. Otherwise, a person in his 30s or 40s who is at the third level of the Xiantian realm would only be able to do odd jobs when he arrives at the Lingwu family. Master Xiao, what do you want the fire for? You don't want to refine the fire by force, do you? I think your physique should be of the dark class, which is exactly contrary to the fire attribute, which is extremely strong and yang. Don't worry, I know you are eager to save the little fox. Don't worry, there will be plenty of opportunities to save him when you get to the Lingwu family. Zhang Ming tried to persuade Yi Xiao earnestly, fearing that he would go down a path of no return. Do you think I look depressed? Let's go, hurry up. Yi Xiao rolled his eyes at Zhang Ming and used the fire to stimulate his fire-attributed mind. However, it was just an idea now and there was no chance of realizing it. After all, there wasn't even any fire in sight. Zhang Ming prepared the route to Lingwu City in the shortest time possible. The two of them gathered their true energy and ran at an extremely fast speed, 3 times faster than a horse. At first, Zhang Ming suggested getting 2 horses, which would save a lot of effort, but Yi Xiao refused. According to what Yi Xiao said, if one consumes true qi intensively to travel, when the true qi is restored, it will be stronger than before, which is itself a method of cultivation. The journey to Lingwu City takes a month, which is a waste of time, to say the least. Especially for Yi Xiao, his current cultivation is at the peak of the 2nd level of the innate realm, and he is looking for an opportunity to advance to the 3rd level of the innate realm. In the evening, the two came to a mountain range. Master Xiao, do you think we should go around or directly through this mountain range? If we go around, it will probably take a day. If we go directly, it will save time, but there are monsters in the mountains, which will increase the danger. Zhang Ming said. Go through it. This time on the way to Lingwu City, we must go through the mountains we encounter. Yi Xiao said. Okay, I'll listen to you. Zhang Mingdao said that he was unwilling to cross the mountains. As an alchemist, he was not good at fighting. Even if he continued to fight with monsters, he could temper his strength, help improve his cultivation, and enrich his combat experience. But Yi Xiao was different. Like Mu Tianye, he was a typical battle maniac who liked the excitement of fierce battles, especially the mountainous areas where monsters roamed, which made them yearn for it even more. That night, the monsters and beasts in the mountains screamed and cried out in terror, and the entire mountain range seemed to be caught in a major earthquake. The cries continued until dawn. The next day, early morning, 2 figures walked down from the other end of the mountain range. They were Yi Xiao and Zhang Ming. This mountain range is too small, and the monsters in it are too weak. It's not worth mentioning at all. It's not fun. Yi Xiao shook his head. This small mountain range was not challenging at all for him. The levels of the monsters were too low, and the number of innate monsters was pitifully small. What disappointed Yi Xiao even more was that there were very few monsters with fire attributes. He finally encountered a fire lion, but after killing it, there was no fire. According to Zhang Ming, the level of the flame lion is too low. Its bloodline is just that of an ordinary monster, and its cultivation has not reached the innate realm. For such a monster, even its demon spirit is not mature, let alone the fire. Only a fire-attributed monster with a strong bloodline or a relatively high level of cultivation can condense fire. Not all fire-attributed monsters have fire in their bodies. This made Yi Xiao feel even more the preciousness of fire. However, this night was not without gain. The killing brought greater stimulation and restlessness to his Shura mind, making his cultivation infinitely close to the 3rd level of the innate realm, which he could potentially step into at any time. According to Yi Xiao's estimation, as long as he finds a master of the 6th level of the innate realm to fight with the help of the opponent's pressure, he will be able to break through to the 3rd level of the innate realm immediately. Yi Xiao was tireless and continued to rush along, pulling Zhang Ming. He didn't want to delay the Lingwu family's assessment. It was better to hurry early than late. If he was late, the Lingwu family would not wait for him alone. At noon, a city appeared vaguely in front of us. Judging from its scale, it was about the same size as Yicheng. Where is ahead? Yi Xiao asked. Ahead is Hongsu City, which is slightly larger than Yi City. The city lord, Hong Shanyue, is a master of the 6th level of the Xiantian realm. Zhang Ming said. How do you know everything? Yi Xiao looked at Zhang Ming curiously. This guy was not only an alchemist, but also a know-it-all. For the first time, Yishio felt that bringing Zhang Ming out was the right choice. This is a living map. Because Hongsu City, like Yi City, has a genius, the eldest son of Hong Shan-yue, who is successful at a young age. He seems to be loyal to the East Palace of Daliang Imperial Capital and works for the Crown Prince. At the beginning, I also made a choice between the Yi family and the Hong family. Later, I thought that Master Xiu's young marquis was more famous, so I came to the Yi family in Yi City. Zhang Ming said. You have good vision. Of course. How can the eldest son of the Hong family be compared with young Master Xiu? One is in heaven and the other is in hell. One is a flying dragon and the other is a country turtle. One is a phoenix and the other is a country chicken. One. Hey, that's enough. Although your flattery sounds like the truth, I still want to keep a low profile. Zhang Ming. I was just flattering you, but you are acting narcissistic. Master Xiu, we have been on the road for 2 days. Why don't we go to Hongsu City to rest and have some food and wine? What do you think? Zhang Ming said. Yishio frowned. Master, you can bear this kind of high-intensity travel, but I can't. I can't compare with a pervert like you. Don't worry, I have calculated the time and will definitely not delay your arrival in Lingwu City. It's enough for us to eat, drink and have fun along the way. Seeing Yishio's hesitation, Zhang Ming spoke quickly. Okay. Yishio nodded and decided to go to Hongsu City to take a rest. After all, Zhang Ming cannot compare with himself. Not everyone can withstand continuous and high-intensity travel. Just as Zhang Ming said, not everyone is Yishio, and there are only a few who are as perverted as him. With the speed of the two of them, they entered the city in no time. Hongsu City is bustling with people coming and going, just like the previous Yi City. I know there is a Zuixinlu in Hongsu City. It is the best restaurant here. Let's go to Zuixinlu today and eat and drink as much as we want. It's all mine. Zhang Ming patted his chest. Good. Yishio didn't bother to be polite with Zhang Ming. Alchemists are all wealthy men, and with a big man like Zhang Ming following him, it would be a waste not to eat. Thinking that he, a famous young marquis, was now so clean, Yishio couldn't help but mock himself. But this is normal. Yishio is devoted to studying martial arts and focusing on cultivation. He has no interest in gold, silver, and treasures. As for Yuanshi, he has stored some of them. He originally planned to use them when he breaks through to the Ningyuan realm. However, his dantian was shattered and his cultivation disappeared. He can't use these Yuanshi for the time being. Yuanshi is the truly precious thing in the Jiutian continent and is indispensable to warriors above the Ningyuan realm. However, below the condensation Yuan realm, since the Yuan force has not yet been condensed in the body, Yuan stones are not needed at all. Only the 9th-level masters of the innate realm will need a large amount of Yuan stones when they are trying to break through to the condensation Yuan realm. When you reach the condensation realm, you will understand the value of Yuanshi, which cannot be compared with gold, silver, or other treasures. The place where gold, silver, and treasures are needed is only a secular place after all. Zuixinlu is located in the central area of Hongsu City. This is the most prosperous place in Hongsu City. It is close to the city lord's mansion and the streets are 2 or 3 times wider than other streets. Zuixinlu has 2 floors, with various luxurious decorations hanging on the facade, giving it a noble atmosphere. This is the most noble place in Hongsu City. Poor people can't afford it. A meal here is equivalent to the expenses of an ordinary family for half a year. Standing in front of Zuixian Tower, Zhang Ming said with great pride. What are you talking about? Come in quickly. Yishio stepped forward and went straight into Zuixian Tower. My 2 guests, please come in. A waiter walked out of Zuixinlu, glanced at Yishio and Zhang Ming casually, and nodded and bowed quickly. The waiters here all have very high standards. After all, if they want to survive in Zuixinlu, they must have a good eye. At least they should be able to tell at a glance whether the guests are dignitaries or not. Although Yishio is young and looks only 18 or 19 years old, his temperament is different from that of ordinary people. He is noble and elegant, and if you look closely at his eyes, you can see that he is a little arrogant. Such a young man must be a descendant of the nobility, and he has some temperament that cannot be faked. The famous young marquis naturally has his own unique temperament. Zhang Ming is more like a rich man. There is no alchemist who lacks temperament and aura of a nouveau riche. There was a lot of noise in Zuixian building. The lobby on the first floor was almost full of people. Each of them was dressed wealthily, which showed that there were quite a few wealthy people in Hongsu City. "Waiter, please wait in the superior private room," Zhang Ming said. Since it was the first time he invited Yishio to dinner, he couldn't be stingy. "I'm sorry, sir, all the private rooms are reserved. The only table left is this one in the lobby." The waiter laughed. "We must have a private room." Zhang Ming's eyes widened. There was only one table left in the lobby, and it was next to the door, making it inconvenient for people to come and go. "This is a dinner for Yishio, so we have to do it in a decent manner." "Well, please don't embarrass me, there really is no more private rooms." The waiter nodded and bowed, feeling extremely embarrassed. "Okay, here it is." Yishio stopped Zhang Ming, who was about to speak, and said, "Let's get going after eating. This place is pretty good too." "Oh well." Zhang Ming's face was long and he still felt that he had lost face. "Waiter, bring up all your best food and wine. This gentleman is not short of money." Yishio sat down and spoke casually. "Okay." The waiter turned around and made arrangements. There were too many customers who came here to consume and they were not short of money. Such generous customers were not uncommon on weekdays. The waiter knew how to make arrangements. Yishio and Zhang Ming had just sat down when 7 or 8 people walked in from the door. The leader looked to be about the same age as Yishio. He was dressed in brocade clothes, with a jade hanging around his waist and a folding fan in his hand. The whole person is filled with an arrogant air. As soon as he came in, the noisy Zuixianlu immediately became quiet, and everyone lowered their heads and ate their food obediently. "The second young master is here. Please come in. The best private room is ready for you." An old man came out. His cultivation had reached the 4th level of the Xiantian realm, but when he saw the young man, whose cultivation was only at the 8th level of the body-tempering realm, he felt as if he had seen his own father. Just because of the young man's identity, even he, the owner of Zuixianlu, couldn't afford to offend him. Hong Xiang, the second son of the city lord's mansion, can walk sideways in Hongsu City without anyone daring to block his way. Behind Hong Xiang, there were 2 young men of similar age, who should be descendants of the nobles in Hongsu City. The others were guards. The most powerful one was a sturdy man, whose cultivation level was at the peak of the 3rd level of the innate realm. Hong Xiang walked forward, and when he was about to reach the stairs, he suddenly turned around and looked at Yishio. In other words, he was looking at the little fox in Yishio's arms. "Boss, do you have fox meat?" Hong Xiang asked. "Second young master, you are joking. You have eaten all the dishes here, and there is no fox meat." The shopkeeper laughed. "But, I want to eat fox meat today," Hong Xiang said, his eyes falling on the little fox without any concealment. "It's bad. Something big is going to happen." Zhang Ming secretly thought that something bad was going to happen, and cursed Hong Xiang in his heart. "Why don't you just eat your meal properly? Why are you provoking this evil star in front of you? This is Yishio. Is that something you can afford to offend?" Yishio regards the little fox as his life. Anyone who dares to take advantage of the little fox will die. Zhang Ming came to Hongsu City just to have a good meal and then travel on, but he didn't want to get into any trouble. Now I can only pray that this second young master is just talking and never takes any action. Unfortunately, Hong Xiang couldn't hear Zhang Ming's inner prayers at all. "Sir." A guard beside Hong Xiang strode up to Yishio and pointed his hand domineeringly at the little fox in Yishio's arms. "Boy, how much do you want to sell this fox?" The guard said this in an extremely arrogant manner. Roll. Yishio didn't even raise his head, the light in his eyes was enough to kill people. Unfortunately, the guard did not see Yishio's murderous look. "You dare to tell me to get out? Do you know who I am?" "Boy, my second son wants to eat fox meat, don't be ungrateful, today." The guard hadn't finished his threatening words before he could say the rest. He only saw a flash of cold light. And then, nothing happened. Click. The guard's head fell off his neck and onto the ground, blood spurting out several feet high. Why? Zhang Ming sighed and decided that he couldn't have the meal today. Hongxiang, why did you pick on Yishio when you could pick on anyone else? Isn't it good to live a good life? Crash. For a moment, the entire Zuixinlu became restless, with bursts of exclamations. Murder. Who is this guy? He is so brave that he dares to kill the guards of the city lord's mansion. He is doomed now. Impulsive, it's just a fox, if the second young master wants it, just give it to him. The restaurant was in chaos and many people who were eating stood up and hid aside to watch the show. After killing the guards of the city lord's mansion, this matter is destined not to be let go. Who is Hongxiang? The second son of the city lord's mansion, the city lord's sweetheart. When has he ever suffered any injustice? Damn you. Hongxiang was angry. If you don't want to die, get out of here. Yishio still lowered his head and spoke indifferently. Hongxiang became even angrier. Who in Hongsu City spoke to him like this? Boy, I don't care who you are. Kneel down and kowtow to the second young master to apologize immediately, otherwise, I will make you die without a burial place. The sturdy men in the third level of the Xiantian realm walked over. It seems like you didn't hear me clearly at all. I said if you don't want to die, get out of here. If you don't get out, then you'll die. Yishio slowly stood up. These guys are looking for death. Zhang Ming was so angry that he stomped his feet. From the moment Yishio stood up, he knew that he would not be able to eat today. What? Boy, you dare to resist. The third-level Xiantian realm expert's eyes widened. You are the one who should resist, but unfortunately you don't have the strength. As Yishio spoke, he acted decisively and thrust out the ghost sword like lightning. Shura's true energy was cold and bloodthirsty. The sword was simple, but as fast as the wind. Phew. Under the horrified gazes in Zuexian Tower, Yishio's sword pierced the guard's chest fiercely, piercing his body. No. No. This is impossible. The sturdy man looked down at the sword that pierced him, feeling the coldness from the sword entering his body, feeling his own boiling blood, and the vitality that was rapidly slipping away. Endless despair and fear instantly swept over the strong man's body, and he smelled the scent of death. The sturdy man couldn't believe that this was true. He had the strength of the third level of the innate realm and was considered one of the best in Hongsu City. However, facing the sword of the young man in front of him, he didn't even have a chance to dodge. It was too fast and didn't give me a chance to react. What? Zuixinlu exploded again. This time, Hongxiang's expression changed drastically, and everyone looked at Yishio as if they saw a demon king. Hit a wall. The strength of this young man in white is too strong. Those at the third level of the innate realm are no match for him in a single move and do not pose any threat at all. Who is this person? How can he be so powerful at such a young age? We don't seem to have such a person in Hongsu City. Yes, there is no such a powerful person in the younger generation of Hongsu City. He should not be from Hongsu City. Otherwise, he must have heard that Hongsu City has produced a genius in recent years, the eldest son of the city lord's mansion, Hong Yun, who follows His Royal Highness the Crown Prince in the imperial capital. That's amazing. There must be no such genius in Hongsu City. Yishio immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. Swish. Yishio slowly pulled out his sword, and the sturdy man's body fell to the ground, without any sign of life. Who are you? You dare to kill someone from the city lord's mansion. Aren't you afraid of revenge from the city lord's mansion? Hongxiang shouted loudly, but his confidence was obviously not as strong as at the beginning. You made me angry. Yishio raised his sword and pointed it at Hongxiang. This guy actually wanted to eat the little fox in his arms. This alone was enough to make Yishio angry. Boy, you dare to be so arrogant in front of the second young master. You have never died before. You even dare to kill the second young master's guards. If you kneel down and kowtow to the second young master now, and then obediently offer the little fox to him, maybe the second young master will be in a good mood and give you a way out, and let you follow him as a guard. Beside Hong Xiang, a young man from a wealthy family spoke in a boastful manner, pointing his finger at Yishio here and there, looking arrogant. It's all over. Why are there so many idiots in Hongsu City? Zhang Ming stroked his forehead. What was going to happen next would probably cause a major earthquake in the entire Hongsu City. Misunderstanding, I think it's all misunderstanding. Second young master, calm down. The shopkeeper of Zuixinlu quickly stepped out to smooth things over and glared at the young men who had just spoken. These shameless guys are so arrogant on a daily basis. They always think that even a superstar like me has to give them some respect. They have no vision at all. But the shopkeeper had a sharp vision. This young man in white, who came from nowhere, was decisive and brutal in killing. He never took Hong Xiang's identity as the second son seriously. 2 people have already been killed. If the situation continues, I'm afraid they'll even kill the second young master. The shopkeeper doesn't care whether the second young master dies or not, but he must not die in Zuixinlu. If Hong Xiang died in Zuixinlu, he would have no business left. Misunderstanding. Killing my guard is still called a misunderstanding. If I don't kill this guy today, I will never be able to get rid of the hatred in my heart. You, go to the city lord's mansion and call someone. Hong Xiang was obviously unwilling to let the matter rest, and said to a guard beside him. The guard turned around and ran out of Zuixinlu. Zuixian Tower is very close to the city lord's mansion, so experts can be called over in the shortest time possible. Why? The shopkeeper of Zuixinlu slapped his thigh hard, then walked to Yishio's side and said, Sir, please give me some face and stop here. You can leave now, and leave the rest to me. Just now when Yishio killed the 3rd-level Xiantian realm guard, the owner of Zuixinlu saw it clearly. He was so fast and sharp that he could kill a 3rd-level Xiantian realm guard in seconds. Even he couldn't do that. What face do you have? I don't seem to know you. Yishio raised his hand and pushed the shopkeeper away, then walked towards Hong Xiang step by step. Now it's not Hong Xiang who is causing trouble, but it is Yishio who is going to have trouble. Second young master, right? And you have offended little fox. Now kneel down and kowtow to little fox to admit your mistakes. I will spare your lives. Yishio pointed at Hong Xianghe and the rich young men who had previously shouted at him to kneel down and offer the little fox. From the moment Yishio walked out of the Daoyang imperial capital, Xiaohu became the most important person in his life and Yishio's bottom line. Anyone who touched Yishio's bottom line would suffer serious consequences. Hong Xiang undoubtedly touched Yishio's bottom line. It's okay to blaspheme yourself. You can't blaspheme the little fox. What did you say? Let me kneel down. Hong Xiang was furious and suspected that he had heard it wrongly, because this was Hongsu City. Someone dared to threaten to make the second son of his family kneel down in Hongsu City. Isn't that ridiculous? Why is this bastard so arrogant? He is more arrogant than us. I really don't know where this place is. The rich young man sneered. I'll give you one more chance, kneel down. Yishio's tone was calm, but everyone in Zuixinlu felt a chill. Boy, you should be the one kneeling. The rich young man felt very humiliated and angry. Then you can die. Yishio swung the sword in his hand, and the rich kid didn't even have the chance to react. He was killed on the spot and fell in a pool of blood. Hiss. This time, the entire Zuixinlu fell silent. Hong Xiang, who had been so arrogant, looked surprisingly ugly. He felt his mouth dry and his tongue parched. An unprecedented fear came over him. Hong Xiang admitted that he began to get scared. Everyone could see that the second young master had hit a wall today. This young man in white was as cruel as a devil and killed people without blinking an eye. Moreover, they never took Hong Suqing seriously from the beginning to the end and killed people over a disagreement. It seemed that if Hong Xiang didn't kneel down, the young man in white would kill him as well. Yishio looked at Hong Xiang with devilish eyes. Under such gaze, Hong Xiang couldn't help but shudder and stepped back uncontrollably. What are you going to do? Hong Xiang was trembling with fear, and there was no trace of his previous arrogance. He grabbed 2 followers on both sides and stood in front of him. If you don't kneel, I will kill you. Yishio was filled with murderous intent. Besides, I have already killed so many people, so I don't mind killing one more. Boy, do you know who my brother is? My brother's name is Hong Yun. He is from the imperial capital and follows His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. If you dare to kill me, there will be no place for you in Daoyang. Hong Xiangdao couldn't help but feel a sense of superiority when he mentioned his brother. In my eyes, Hong Yun is not good enough. Yi Xiu sneered. He had seen this Hong Yun before. At a young age, he had reached the 7th level of the innate realm and was highly regarded by the prince. But in front of him, he was nothing. When Hong Yun saw him, he could only retreat. Sir, please give me some face and spare the life of the second young master. The shopkeeper of Zuixinla stood in front of Hong Xiang and saluted Yi Xiu with his fists clasped. Get up, or I'll kill you too. Yi Xiu said indifferently. Alas, if you insist on doing this, I will have no choice but to offend you. The shopkeeper sighed helplessly. If he were to take action himself, he would not have any confidence in facing the young man in white. But he absolutely could not let Hong Xiang die in Zuixinlu, otherwise, the business of his restaurant would be over. Okay, if you can take my blow, I won't kill him. Yi Xiu said that he had no hostility towards the shopkeeper. Good. The shopkeeper of Zuixinlu was overjoyed. After all, he was also an expert at the 4th level of the Xiantian realm. He thought that even if he was no match for the young man in front of him, he could easily take one of his palms. Call. A black palm wind filled the air, and Yi Xiu's palm instantly reached the front. What? The shopkeeper exclaimed, his face changed drastically. The moment Yi Xiu made his move, he regretted it. In desperation, the shopkeeper could only greet the attack with his hands raised, using all his strength. Bang! With a dull sound, the shopkeeper's entire arm became twisted and was slapped away by Yi Xiu, smashing several tables in the restaurant. Wow! The shopkeeper spurted blood wildly, then fell to the ground, completely unconscious. Oh my God! Countless people were wiping cold sweat. Too powerful. Is this still a human being? The shopkeeper is at the 4th level of the Xiantian realm, and he couldn't even take a casual blow from the opponent. However, Yi Xiu's attack was measured. This palm only injured the shopkeeper and made him unconscious, not dead. He would be able to fully recover after recuperating for about half a year. Plop. All the people who came with Hong Xiang were silent, terrified, and knelt down on the spot. Young man, spare my life, young man, spare my life. Everyone was kowtowing. What kind of dignity is there at this time? Compared with death, dignity is worthless. Although Hong Xiang was still standing there, his lips were purple, his legs were trembling, and his crotch was wet. The entire restaurant was filled with a foul odor that made people want to vomit. The second son of the city lord's mansion was scared to death. From today on, even if Hong Xiang didn't die, he would be disgraced and become a laughing stock in Hongsu City. Second young master, kneel down quickly, kneel down quickly. Someone pulled Hong Xiang's pants, leaving his hands smelling of feces and urine, with a look of disgust on his face. Plop. Hong Xiang no longer dared to be arrogant, and immediately knelt down. Brother, I was wrong, I will never eat fox meat again. Yi Xiu's attack was too brutal, especially the one that blasted the shopkeeper of the 4th level of the innate realm away with one blow, leaving an unprecedented shadow in his heart. Each of you cut off one arm as punishment. Yi Xiu said calmly, these guys are the ones who bully men and women on a daily basis, they are arrogant and domineering, giving them a profound lesson today can be regarded as getting rid of harm to the people. What? Hong Xiang exclaimed, how can he live if his arm is cut off? What's going on? At this moment, someone shouted outside Zuixian Tower, and then the extremely powerful figure of San Wudao rushed in. These people were all masters, the lowest of whom was at the 4th level of the Xiantian realm, and there were 2 who were at the 5th level of the Xiantian realm. When they saw the person coming, Hong Xiang and his companions immediately felt like they had grabbed a life-saving straw, and their already desperate hearts began to burn again. Uncle San, save me, Uncle San. Hong Xiang crawled to the front of several people, grabbed an old man's trouser leg, and cried loudly. Look at what you have accomplished. The third elder of the Hong family saw that Hong Xiang had already peed his pants out of fear, and couldn't help but look disgusted. Uncle San, this guy wants to kill me. He has killed several people. Hong Xiang cried. The people of the Hong family had already seen the scene, and were especially furious when they saw that all the guards of the city lord's mansion had been killed. Boy, you are so brave that you even dare to provoke the city lord's mansion. The third elder of the Hong family said coldly and looked at Yishio. I just provoked you, what can you do? Yishio said calmly, his arrogance was so high that even the three elders were stunned. This outsider came from nowhere and I really don't know what the city lord's mansion is like. Kill him, third uncle, kill him. Hong Xiang gritted his teeth. Boy, I don't care who you are, but this is Hongsu City. Anyone who acts wildly here will not have a good end. You have offended the city lord's mansion, so end it yourself. The third elder spoke in a condescending tone. What a coincidence. I have no intention of letting you go, but this young master has always been kind. Today, everyone in the city lord's mansion cuts off one arm, and I will let you go. How about it? Yishio smiled. What did you say? The third elder was furious, as if he had heard a joke. Zhang Ming on the side was so anxious that he almost urged them to cut off the arm quickly. Cutting off the arm still provided a chance of survival. If they refused to give in, they might not even have a chance of survival. What good will come of bargaining with a young marquis? How could the young marquis take a mere Hongsu city seriously? Zhang Ming knew Yishio's strength very well. He was not strong enough to kill Yishio at the 5th level of the innate realm. In the entire Hongsu city, only the city lord Hong Shanyue, a master of the 6th level of the innate realm, could pose some threat to Yishio. And Yishio was probably waiting in his heart for Hong Shanyue to take action. With the help of the oppressive power of the 6th level of the innate realm, Yishio could break through the 3rd level of the innate realm. For Hong Suqing, it would still be doomsday. You bastard, I'll kill him first. A guard at the 4th level of the innate realm cursed loudly, then turned into a sharp sword and rushed out, killing Yishio. Don't want. Seeing this, Hong Xiang shouted hurriedly. He saw with his own eyes that Yishio defeated the owner of Zuixinlu who had the same cultivation level with a single palm strike. If a person at the 4th level of the Xiantian realm rushed forward, he would be courting death. Unfortunately, Hong Xiang spoke too late. With a scream, the city lord mansion expert who rushed out fell in a pool of blood. Uncle San, this kid is very powerful. Even the 4th level Xiantian realm is no match for him. Don't be careless. The owner of Zuixinlu was killed by him. Hong Xiang quickly reminded him. The two people beside him who were at the 4th level of the Xiantian realm and were about to take action immediately looked at Hong Xiang with resentment. This bastard, why didn't you say it earlier? If the dead man heard what Hong Xiang said, he would be so angry that he would come back to life and then die again. Isn't this cheating? If they had known that the shopkeeper of Zuixinlu had been killed, they would not have taken action even if they were beaten to death. It is rare for a 2nd-level Xiantian realm cultivator to kill a 4th-level Xiantian realm cultivator. Such a genius would be a good choice if he could work for my city lord's mansion. Unfortunately, you must die if you kill someone from the city lord's mansion. This elder will kill you personally. Golden energy emanated from the fist of the 3rd elder of the Hong family. Raging Qi. The 3rd elder shouted loudly and used powerful fighting skills to attack Yishio. 9 King Seal. Yishio was not polite at all when he attacked, he used the 9 Killings King Seal right away. The terrifying royal seal created a hurricane that was about to blow off the roof of Zuaxian Tower and smashed heavily on the 3rd elder. Ah! The 3rd elder of the 5th level of the Xiantian realm could not resist the 9 Kshatra King Seal at all, and was knocked flying. He flew onto the street outside the Zuaxian Tower and smashed a hole in the ground. The 3rd elder was covered in blood. He fell to the ground and squirmed a few times before he was completely dead. Dead. Everyone was dumbfounded. Is this still a human being? I'm going to die. Hong Xiang rolled his eyes, collapsed to the ground, and almost died on the spot. This guy who came out of nowhere kept refreshing his fear. I thought it was a life-saving straw, but in the end I was killed instantly. Where did this pervert come from? How can he be so powerful at such a young age? Yes, such a person must not be easy to deal with. I'm afraid even Hong Suqing can't afford to offend him. That's right. This young man never took the city lord's mansion seriously from the beginning to the end. He killed people without hesitation, and his methods were cruel and ruthless. At this point, everyone knew that Hong Xiang had hit a wall today, and even the entire city lord's mansion had hit a wall. If the city lord's mansion continued to pester, the outcome would be unknown. But the city lord's mansion will definitely not give up, because if it does, it will seriously affect the reputation of the city lord's mansion. Once the reputation is affected, how can it command Hongsu City in the future? The masters from the city lord's mansion who had been rushing forward now all had dark faces, their eyes wide open, expressions of fear on their faces, unable to speak. Another master of the 5th level of the innate realm stood there, not knowing how to advance or retreat. After seeing the 3rd elder being killed in one blow, he would not dare to attack again even if he had 100 times more courage. Broken arm. Yishio refused to give in. Why do you want to go against the city lord's mansion? The elder of the 5th level of the Xiantian realm asked. He provoked me first. Yishio pointed at Hong Xiang who was slumped on the ground. The masters of the city lord's mansion were gritting their teeth at this moment, wishing they could tear Hong Xiang to pieces. This guy who is always showing off his power all day long has hit a wall and implicated them all. You will regret doing this. I have already spread the news, and the city lord will be here soon. The elder said. He's here, too. Yishio's tone was flat and extremely arrogant, making it difficult to tell his depth. Before the people in the city lord's mansion could say anything, Yishio had already taken action. Oh! Waves of blood-curdling screams rang out from Zuaxian Tower. Wherever Yishio's sword passed, everyone in the city lord's mansion had their arms chopped off. The blood dyed the ground of Zuaxian red, and the pungent smell of blood completely covered up the aroma of wine and food that the restaurant should have. Wow! Some people couldn't bear to see such a brutal scene and vomited. All the guests in the restaurant were silent. They wanted to leave but did not dare to move, for fear of angering this evil star. No, don't kill me. Hong Xiang knelt in front of Yishio and peed his pants again. You are so disgusting. I want to vomit. Yishio's face was full of disgust, and he swung his sword and cut off one of his arms. Ah, my arm, you bastard, if you dare to cut off my arm, my father will not let you go. My father will kill you. No, I will let my father spare your life. I will torture you and cut off your flesh piece by piece. Hong Xiang screamed miserably, he seemed to have lost his mind and threatened Yishio like a mad dog. Shut up. An elder nearby couldn't help but kick Hong Xiang. This idiot, it's already this late and he doesn't know how to judge the situation at all. He could have just cut off an arm and been done with it, but is he really going to give up his own life? Does this guy in front of me look like someone who is threatened? Then you can die. Yishio raised his sword and chopped at Hong Xiang's head. Stop, who dares to touch my son? A loud shout was heard, and outside Zuaxian Tower, there was an extremely intense commotion. A large number of people arrived and blocked the entire street. The city lord is here, things have gotten out of hand. The city lord will definitely not let this go. This concerns the interior of the city lord's mansion. See how this young man responds. Hong Shanyue is here, the top figure in the city lord's mansion, the absolute overlord. However, just when everyone was worried about Yishio, Yishio seemed to have not heard the shouting outside at all, and stabbed down with the sword in his hand mercilessly. Father. Hong Xiang was so scared that he shit his pants and let out a final howl, before being killed on the spot by Yishio. My son. This scene was seen clearly by Hong Shanyue who had just rushed in. The majestic city lord rolled his eyes on the spot, staggered, and almost fell to the ground. Everyone gasped and looked at Yishio as if they had seen a ghost. So cruel. Who is this guy? He is so cruel and bold that he killed the second son of the city lord's mansion regardless of the consequences even when Hong Shanyue showed up. This is too fierce. You dare to kill my son. Hong Shanyue was so angry that he was shaking all over. Yishio handed the little fox to Zhang Ming and looked at Hong Shanyue. Come on, avenge your son. So direct. This place is too small, let's go out and fight. Yishio said as he strode out. He had finally met a master at the 6th level of the innate realm, and Yishio couldn't miss the opportunity. A battle with Hong Shan-yue would allow Yishio to advance to the 3rd level of the innate realm. Crash. As Yishio walked out of Zuixinlu, all the spectators in Zuixinlu came out. This was a rare good show, a real big event in Hongsu City. Hong Shan-yue looked at his son lying in a pool of blood, and tears streamed down his face. What followed was endless murderous intent and rage. Son, I will definitely avenge you and cut him into pieces. Hong Shan-yue gritted his teeth, turned around and walked to the street in front of Zuixinlu. Little bastard, I don't care who you are. If you kill my son, Hong Shan-yue, you will be buried with him. Hong Shan-yue burst into anger and smoke was coming out of his head. Stop talking nonsense, I'm in a hurry. Yishio took a step forward and attacked decisively. The Shura chi spread out, and an icy chill could be felt within a radius of 10 feet. The violent Shura chi condensed on Yishio's fist and reached Hong Shan-yue in the blink of an eye. Court death. Hong Shan-yue was furious and waved his hand to create a wave of air. The air wave swept like an invisible dragon, or like a raging wave, sweeping towards Yishio. Boom. With his true chi surging, Yishio attacked with all his strength, but he was still no match for Hong Shan-yue's chi wave. He was knocked back, and his arms were numb. The 6th level of the Xiantian realm is indeed amazing. Yishio's eyes lit up. The defeat did not discourage him, but instead aroused his fighting spirit and made him even more excited. Come again. Yishio refused to give in and attacked with another punch. His moves were not fancy, but they were extremely lethal and came at an extremely fast speed. Hong Shan-yue's expression changed slightly, because he was shocked to find that Yishio's cultivation was only at the 2nd level of the innate realm. Normally, a person with such cultivation level would be like an ant in front of him. With his cultivation level, killing a person of the 2nd level of the innate realm would be as easy as crushing an ant. But the attack he made with hatred just now had pushed the opponent back but did not hurt him at all. When did such a monstrous person appear in Hongsu City? He fought against an opponent 4 levels apart and killed masters of 3 levels. This kind of monstrous talent is one of the best in the entire Daliang, or even in the entire Fangchuan area, and in the entire eastern wilderness. As the mayor of Hongsu City, he had a son who served the prince in the imperial capital, so he knew all the talented people in Daliang. However, he had never heard of this person before. However, none of this matters. What matters is that the guy in front of me is dead. No matter how evil or talented he is destined to be strangled in the cradle by himself, because he killed his own son. It is a life and death feud, and no matter who the other party is, this revenge must be avenged. Big finger. Hong Shan-yue did not neglect either, and displayed the fighting skills he was proud of. After all, as a powerful city lord, it would be too embarrassing if he could not defeat a kid of the 2nd level of the innate realm as soon as possible. Yishio's eyes lit up. Hong Shan-yue's method was extremely powerful and not something that could be easily dealt with. However, the stronger the enemy is, the more excited Yishio becomes. If Hong Shan-yue is not strong, Yishio will have no interest in him. Hong Shan-yue pointed his finger at Yishio's fist, which made a cracking sound. His bones were almost broken, and he was directly flung out, landing 10 feet away. Yishio's face looked a little ugly, his chest felt stuffy and he felt extremely uncomfortable. This is only Yishio. If it were an ordinary person, after bearing Hong Shan-yue's finger, even if he didn't die, his entire arm would be crippled. This injury was nothing. It seemed that under the oppression of Hong Shan-yue's method, Yishio's potential was once again stimulated. In his Shura mind, there was a surge of Shura chi, and streams of Shura chi were running around like spirit snakes. Click. Yishio clearly heard a crisp sound. It was the sound of a breakthrough in realm, the sound of promotion. The next moment, the vital energy of heaven and earth that filled the surrounding void was swept up quickly with Yishio as the center. Yishio turned into a whirlpool, madly absorbing the vital energy of heaven and earth. These vital energies of heaven and earth were sucked into the Shura heart, and then quickly transformed into Shura true chi. What's going on? Oh no, this kid is advancing. My God, is this still a human? He actually advanced in battle. Good fellow, if he were to advance to the 3rd level of the Xiantian realm, I'm afraid even the city lord wouldn't be his match. The crowd was agitated, and many people saw what Yishio was doing, but no one expected that Yishio could advance at this critical moment. Advancing through battle is not something that ordinary people can do. Advancement is the most important thing for a warrior. Most people are most afraid of being disturbed when they are advancing, but Yishio can still concentrate on advancing even in such an intense battle. That's awesome. Boom. A violent wave of air surged out from Yishio's body. Advancement to the third level of the innate realm. How is this possible? Hong Shunyue was stunned. A freak at the second level of the innate realm, after enduring his great power finger, not only did he not die, but he was advanced instead. Who would believe this if it gets out? My lord, it's my turn now. Yishio suddenly jumped up like a devil, with flying black hair and dark eyes. Nine King Seal. Yishio unleashed a god-destroying war seal, and the entire street fell into darkness. This seal was like a violent storm. So strong. Hong Shunyue's face changed drastically. Facing this battle seal that was like the god of death, Hong Shunyue panicked. Brush. Hong Shunyue had a sword in his hand. He gathered all his strength and chopped down at the battle seal that was approaching with the force of splitting the sky. Boom. The Nine King seal is too powerful. Yishio, who has advanced to the third level of the innate realm, is no match for Hong Shunyue. The moment the sword touched the war seal, the sword in Hong Shunyue's hand flew out of his hand, and the aftermath of the war seal blasted Hong Shunyue away. Wow. Hong Shunyue was supported by several people from the city lord's mansion behind him, and blood spurted out continuously. Lord City Lord, are you okay? The city lord's mansion was in a panic. A large group of people stood in front of Hong Shunyue, holding weapons and trembling as they looked at Yishio. You, who are you? Hong Shunyue pushed away the person blocking him and asked weakly. He firmly believed that the guy in front of him was definitely not an unknown person. Such a person could not be an unknown person not only in Daliang but also in the entire Fengtuan area. Yishio. Yishio said calmly that he, Yishioxing, would not change his name or surname, so there was nothing he was afraid of seeing people. Yishio. Hong Shunyue's expression suddenly changed. Young Marquis Yishio, you are young Marquis. It's me. Yishio said. No, this is impossible. The young Ho's Dantian has been shattered and turned into a waste. How could he appear here? Could it be that your Dantian has been restored? Hong Shunyue was breathing rapidly. As the saying goes, a person's life is like the shadow of a tree. The reputation of the young Marquis was too loud. Even though he had become a waste, he still could not be underestimated standing here. Moreover, this person is obviously not a waste. This person has an incredible talent, which is obviously stronger than the former young Marquis. Everyone was shocked. The name of the young Marquis was too famous. As a person from Daliang, who didn't know the young Marquis Yishio. The young Ho's Dantian was shattered in a battle in the Valley of the Dead, and he fell from the altar. Countless people felt sorry for him. The outdated genius who had become a waste actually appeared in Hongsu City today, and his Dantian was repaired, and his talent was even better than before. If this were to get out, I don't know what kind of uproar it would cause. I'm afraid even the imperial capital would be alarmed. I was just passing by Hongsu City and had a meal, but you insisted on provoking me. Lord City Lord, you should know my methods. I always kill everyone without leaving any trouble behind. Yishio said calmly that after being promoted to the third level of the innate realm, no one in Hongsu City could be his opponent anymore. Upon hearing this, Hong Shunyue's face instantly turned extremely ugly, and so did the other people in the city lord's mansion. An unprecedented fear arose from the bottom of their hearts. No one doubted Yishio's words. He was a young marquis who had fought in the battlefield and killed countless people. Who knows how many souls were killed by his ghost sword? How did a young man become a marquis at such a young age? In addition to extraordinary talent and strength, he also has ruthless methods to kill everyone without leaving any trace. Looking at the past and present, there is no one in power who did not step on countless bones. Yishio undoubtedly possesses all the potential to become a superior person. Yishio, I'll tell you a secret, can you give me your life in exchange? Hong Shangyue came close to Yishio and spoke. He was a smart man. Although he wanted to kill Yishio to avenge his son, he was also very clear that he was no match for Yishio at the moment. Revenge was of the essence, and it was good enough that he could keep his life. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. I will take revenge later. Oh. I'm afraid I may not be interested in your secret. Yishio smiled. You must be interested in the battle in the Valley of the Dead. Hong Shangyue gritted his teeth and decided to tell the secret. He knew Yishio's methods too well. If he couldn't come up with something that would interest Yishio enough, it would be difficult for him to survive. He is very close to Yishio now, and Yishio wants to kill him, so he doesn't even have a chance to dodge. But Hong Shangyue had no choice. He was taking a gamble because he knew that if Yishio wanted to kill him, it would be useless even if he hid in the city lord's mansion now. Explain. Yishio's eyes suddenly turned cold. The battle in the Valley of the Dead became an indelible nightmare. On that day, he was having a decisive battle with an enemy master, when suddenly a masked man in black appeared in the nascent soul realm and attacked him, causing him to be seriously injured and his dantian to be shattered. This matter is definitely not that simple. Considering the royal family's attitude towards him later and the ambush he made along the way, Yishio became more suspicious of the conspiracy. Yishio looked towards Hong Shangyue with a threatening look in his eyes. Hong Shangyue didn't dare to look at Yishio's devilish eyes, and whispered, "It was His Royal Highness the Crown Prince who secretly attacked you. He wanted to destroy you because you are too good, too young, and growing too fast. If you continue to grow like this, you will threaten the status of the Daliang royal family sooner or later." Prince. Very good, very good. Yishio clenched his fists violently, his eyes became even colder, and he even wanted to laugh out loud towards the sky. Irony, what a irony. I fought for my country, but in the end the people who wanted to get rid of me were the ones I served wholeheartedly. Isn't that ridiculous? In fact, Yishio had already guessed in his heart that someone in the royal family was targeting him. But hearing it with my own ears at this moment, I still couldn't help but feel endless sadness in my heart. Hong Shangyue was not qualified to know such a secret, but Hong Shangyue's son served the prince and was his confidant. In this case, it is not surprising that Hong Shangyue knew the secret. Young man, this secret is my greatest bargaining chip. I have told you now. If you still insist on killing me, then go ahead. But if you kill me, my son will definitely avenge me. Hong Shanyu rode. Okay, I won't kill you, because you revealed my secret. Yishio said, then turned around, took the little fox from Zhang Ming's arms, and left side by side with Zhang Ming. By the way, if your eldest son wants revenge, you can always come to me. If your Hong family wants revenge, you can also come to me at any time. But I have a piece of advice for you. If you don't want your eldest son to die, leave the prince as soon as possible. Yishio finished speaking and strode forward. The crowd automatically made way for them. There were so many experts in the city lord's mansion, no one dared to stop them. Looking at Yishio's gradually disappearing back, Hong Shangyue couldn't help but sigh. Daliang is about to be in chaos. Daliang was afraid of Yishio's growth rate, but now, Yishio's growth rate was even faster than before. Now that Yishio knew this secret, he would take revenge sooner or later. My lord city lord, is that the end of it? An elder stepped forward and asked in a low voice. Otherwise, this revenge will be hard to avenge. Send a message to the eldest son immediately and ask him to return immediately. Hong Shangyue said, he looked much older all of a sudden. His son was killed, but he had to swallow his hatred. Outside Hongsu City. Master Xiao, if you let Hong Shangyue go like this, his eldest son might come after you for revenge. Zhang Ming said. It doesn't matter. Killing one less Hong Shangyue won't pose any threat to me. He helped me resolve my emotional problems, so he's worth saving. If Hong Yun seeks revenge on me, I'll kill him. Yishio said. Damn it, I was planning to have a big meal, but because of this commotion, I didn't even get to eat. Zhang Ming was furious. He had been so happy, but who could have expected something like this to happen? It's not that I didn't gain anything. I have advanced to the 3rd level of the Xiantian realm, and I also learned the secret I have always wanted to know. Isn't this a huge gain? Yishio smiled, but when he thought of the prince, his eyes couldn't help but turn cold again. His own hatred and Xiaohu's hatred should be blamed on the prince and Daliang. That's right. Hong Suqing is blind. He has provoked young Master Xiao. He is simply inviting evil. Who is the evil star? Slip of the tongue, hee. The two continued on their journey. As evening approached, there were many mountains ahead and a cold wind was howling. Master Xiao, we are ahead of us. This mountain range is much larger than the one we passed by before, at least twice as large. There are powerful Xiantian realm monsters in it. In my opinion, we should take a detour. Zhang Ming said. No, I want to cross this mountain range. Yishio said, he had always wanted to kill a fire-attributed monster, get a fire seed, and stimulate his own fire-attributed mind. There were many monsters in this mountain range, so he could go in and try his luck. All right. Zhang Ming smiled helplessly. He had expected Yishio to answer like this. For a battle maniac, he would not miss any opportunity to train himself. Zhang Ming was not afraid either. Not to mention that he had the strength of the third level of the Xiantian realm, he also felt safe following Yishio. In the Honggu Mountains. Zhang Ming, are there any demon beasts above the fifth level of innateness in the Honggu Mountains? Yishio asked. They had been in the Honggu Mountains for more than half a day now. They had killed dozens of innate monsters along the way, including more than 10 with fire attributes. It's a pity that he didn't even get the demon spirit, let alone the fire. So he planned to try his luck directly with the monsters above the fifth level of innateness. I'm not sure. I've never been here. Zhang Mingdao said that the Honggu Mountains were quite famous in Daliang, but he spent most of his time studying elixirs and had never been here, so he didn't know much about the situation there. Forget it, let's take it one step at a time. Yishio felt that he was a little anxious, as the fire was already scarce. According to Zhang Ming, it took him several years to get one, and it was unrealistic for him to get one in a short time. Wait a moment. At this moment, Zhang Ming called Yishio and said, Master Xiao, I sense the breath of a fire-attributed monster, and my fire was affected. The other party's bloodline should be very high. Where? Yishio's eyes lit up. It was like a ray of hope after a dark period. Just ahead. Zhang Ming pointed in a direction. Let's go and take a look. Yishio suddenly became excited. If he could get the fire, it would be perfect. But the further you go, the lower the temperature becomes. Zhang Ming, are you sure there are fire-attributed monsters here? Yishio asked. No wonder he was suspicious. Fire-attributed monsters should hate cold places, but Zhang Ming had no intention of stopping at all. Sure, it's just ahead. Zhang Ming said firmly that he had beast fire in his body. Although the quality was not high, it made him extremely sensitive to fire-attributed monsters, so he would definitely not be wrong. Moreover, it is extremely unusual for a monster with fire attributes to survive in such an environment. It's too cold here. I'm worried that the little fox can't stand it. So, you two stay here and I'll go over and take a look. Yishio handed the little fox to Zhang Ming. The air here is filled with cold air. It's okay for them as they have the true qi to protect their bodies, but Xiaohu is seriously injured at the moment. Once the cold air enters her body, it will definitely affect her life. Moreover, it seems strange no matter how you look at it that a monster with fire attributes lives in such a cold place. He couldn't let the little fox follow him on an adventure. Good. Zhang Ming also knew his own limitations. He knew that even if he went with Yishio, he wouldn't be able to help much, so it would be better for him to stay and take care of the little fox. I'll be right back. Yishio did not delay and continued walking forward after he finished speaking. The situation here was just as he thought. The deeper they went, the colder it became. Fortunately, he left the little fox outside, otherwise she would definitely have been frostbitten. As for the fact that he was protected by Shura Qi, he was not affected at all. 10 minutes later, Yishio came to the side of a cold pond. The entire cold pond was shrouded in icy cold air, but there was also a very obvious smell of fire mixed in it. Boom. As soon as Yishio arrived here, the calm water surface began to boil, as if something was emerging from below. Wow. Not long after, a huge figure over 2 meters tall and 4 meters long emerged from under the water. When the heat wave hit, the water on its body immediately evaporated into mist. This is a tall, mighty, strong and sturdy lion, exuding the aura of a king, and its body is dark red in color, as if it were made of magma. A ball of crimson flame burned around its neck, replacing the iconic mane. But those eyes were emerald green, as if they came from the netherworld of hell, revealing a chilling coldness. It's actually a blue-eyed fire lion, no wonder. After Yishio confirmed the identity of the blue-eyed fire lion, he understood why the situation in this place was so contradictory. He had heard about this blue-eyed fire lion before. It was a strange beast with extremely powerful blood in its body, so powerful that its body could not bear it. So it needs to stay in a cold place from birth to cool its body. You can't leave until your cultivation breaks through the nascent soul realm and you can control this power. As expected, there must be fire in its spirit, and it is of extremely high quality. You came just in time. I haven't eaten a human for a long time. Just be good and let me eat you. The blue-eyed fire lion spoke in human language and opened its bloody mouth to pounce towards Yishio. If you want to eat me, you'll only end up eating shit. Yishio waved his right hand, and a ghost sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed out with the sword. The sword was as fast as lightning, cutting off its sharp teeth at the roots, and then kicked it in the chest, kicking it away. Asshole, I will cut you into pieces. The blue-eyed fire lion was completely enraged. He was a powerful man of the 6th level of the innate realm, but he was actually injured by an ant of the 3rd level of the innate realm. How could it accept such humiliation? Red flame seal. The blue-eyed fire lion roared angrily and spat out a mouthful of red flames, which condensed into a human head-sized seal on top of his head, with flames billowing on it. As soon as this seal appeared, the temperature of the surroundings began to rise sharply. The cold pond below even showed signs of boiling, and the trees quickly withered. Its power is evident. Sure enough, there is a fire seed, and he has also comprehended his innate fighting skills. Good, very good. These are all mine, the 9 evil king seal, the first seal. Yishio's eyes gleamed brightly. This was pure beast fire, which meant that this blue-eyed fire lion possessed fire. With a thought in his mind, Shura's true energy surged out, roaring and growling like an angry beast. A black seal appeared in his hand, and the shadow of the devil in it was constantly struggling, roaring, and howling, as if it wanted to break the seal and devour its prey. The temperature, which had been rising, dropped rapidly at this moment and became even colder than before. The entire sky above the cold pond was also covered by the black Shura chi and became pitch black. Kill. Yishio took a step and rushed out like an arrow. He pushed out the 9 killings king seal in his hand and hit the flaming seal. Boom. The Nakshatra king seal is too powerful. Although the cultivation level of this blue-eyed fire lion is high and it has awakened its innate combat skills, it is simply no match for the Nakshatra king seal. After just one encounter, the red flame seal was shattered into pieces. The Nakshatra king seal did not weaken at all, and it continued to strike the blue-eyed fire lion's forehead with unabated force, actually making a hole in his head. Puff. Yishio pulled out his arm, and in his scarlet palm he held a scarlet crystal. It was the spirit of the blue-eyed fire lion, with a ball of flame flickering inside it. It's really worth the trip. Yishio was in a very good mood. He finally found the fire he had been waiting for a long time, and it was not an ordinary fire. I'm afraid even Zhang Ming's fire cannot be compared with it. Kindness. Yishio took the demon spirit that contained rich power in his hand. His 9 transformations heart suddenly began to beat violently, and he actually felt a strong desire for it in his heart. A desire to swallow it. When this thought came out, Yishio was shocked himself. The demon spirit is formed by the power gathered in the body of a demon beast after it reaches the innate state. The higher the level of cultivation, the more complete the demon spirit is. It contains all the essence of the demon beast and is a power that originates from a different source from humans. Of course, it is not impossible for humans to refine this demon spirit, but special methods are needed to remove the impurities that belong to the demon beast's origin. And only people with the same attributes as the demon can refine and absorb it bit by bit. Otherwise, it will be affected by the origin of the monster. In the mildest case, all cultivation will be lost, and in the worst case, the person will go insane and die on the spot. However, this demon spirit has many uses, the biggest of which is to be used in refining pills, which can increase the efficacy of the pills. Therefore, the value of demon spirits is extremely high. A demon spirit at the level of an innate demon beast is equivalent to a low-grade spirit stone. Spirit stone is the hard currency in this area. Anything can be purchased with it. At the same time, it is also a must-have item for speeding up cultivation and breaking through cultivation. It is far from comparable to gold and silver. Now Jubian Tianqin actually wants to swallow this demon spirit. If outsiders knew about this idea, I wonder how many people would call him an idiot. But once this thought came to him, Yishio could no longer suppress it. His 9 changes heavenly heart was beating wildly, expressing his desire for the demon spirit. Okay, as you wish. After Yishio finished speaking, he swallowed the demon spirit in one gulp. Boom. When the demon entered his body, a violent energy immediately spread out, wreaking havoc in Yishio's body like a violent storm. His meridians could not bear it and began to crack inch by inch. An indescribable pain rushed straight to the top of his head, causing Yishio to gasp. Boom boom boom. At this moment, Jubian Tianqin began to beat violently like a cat that smelled fish, as if it had turned into a huge water pump, absorbing this energy. As the 9 changes heavenly heart continued to beat, a large amount of impurities were expelled, and the remaining power was transformed into pure power and absorbed by Yishio. Yishio felt that his tendons and veins were instantly repaired with the help of this power, and his cultivation began to grow wildly, the speed of which even shocked him. Click. A slight sound came from Yishio's body, and his cultivation level unexpectedly broke through to the 4th level of the innate realm in an instant. There was still a lot of strength left, which was more than enough to break through to the 5th level of the innate realm. At this moment, Yishio was extremely excited. He did not expect that swallowing the demon spirit would have such benefits. Once his cultivation level breaks through to the 5th level of the innate realm, even if he encounters a master of the 8th level of the innate realm, he will pose no threat to him. Hiss. At this moment, Yishio felt a pain in his heart, and he immediately understood the reason. It turned out that the fire in the demon spirit was causing trouble, mixed with a trace of the will of the blue-eyed fire lion, which seemed to have sensed its fate and began to rush left and right in Jubianshan's heart. Want to escape? The 9 changes heavenly heart was so powerful that it could not be affected by a tiny spark of fire and was quickly suppressed. However, under the stimulation of the fire, the 9 transformations of heaven's heart also underwent miraculous changes. This change reminded Yi of the situation when the Shura transformation was activated. He had a premonition that the second appointment of the 9 transformations heavenly heart was about to open. Boom boom boom. The 9 transformations heavenly heart began to tremble and beat violently, each beat was like thunder, and the whole body began to tremble along with it, welcoming the arrival of the second change like the stars surrounding the moon. At the same time, a piece of information appeared in his mind. 9 transformations of the heart of heaven, the second transformation, the mysterious fire transformation. The golden flame of the sun, the ancestor of all fires. The golden flames spread out from Yishio as the center, instantly turning the surroundings into a golden sea of fire. Wherever the golden flame passed, everything turned to ashes. Even the water in the cold pond was evaporated in an instant, turning into a charred land. Click. With another light sound, Yishio's cultivation level broke through again and directly broke through the 5th level of the innate realm. The powerful force continued to circulate in his body, strengthening his body again. At the same time, a wonderful transformation took place in his mind, and his perception was greatly enhanced. Then this power seemed to have found an outlet and gathered madly towards his mind. Boom. A thunder-like sound exploded in Yishio's mind, almost making him faint, but the cool feeling that followed spread and calmed the restlessness in his body. This was a kind of power he had never seen before, and it was like something he was born with, greatly enhancing his perception. The emergence of this power made it easier for him to control his true energy, and his control over his body became more and more arbitrary. Is this the power of the soul? Yishio guessed. He had learned about soul power from Zhang Ming before. Although it was not explained in great detail, it was generally very similar. So he had reason to believe that this should be the spiritual power necessary to become an alchemist. Ha ha. Yishio burst into laughter. He had never felt so good before. After swallowing a demon spirit, he not only activated the mysterious fire transformation and obtained the great sun golden flame, but his cultivation also broke through to the 5th level of the innate realm, breaking through 2 realms in succession. More importantly, he also stimulated the power of the soul, which is one of the powers he most wanted. To become an alchemist, powerful flames and soul power are both indispensable. Now that he has obtained these 2 powers at the same time, it is definitely a great joy. In this way, he could also make the elixir himself to cure the little fox. Puff. Yishio raised his hand and a ball of golden flame appeared in his palm. It seemed that the space could not bear the power of the flame and it began to distort. The golden flame of the sun, the ancestor of all fires, is indeed powerful. From the information obtained from the opening of the Xuanhuobian, Yishio knew the origin of the great sun golden flame. The great sun golden flame is the flame created by heaven and earth. Even the true fire of the sun in the sky bursts out from the great sun golden flame. It is the first kind of fire between heaven and earth. This fire can burn everything in the world and is the ancestor of all fires. Such a powerful flame is like an extension of one's body. Controlling it is as easy as controlling one's left and right hands. Especially after the birth of soul power, it is even more powerful. It's a pity that he doesn't know how to make elixirs, otherwise he really wants to make one immediately. Under his control, the golden flame of the sun kept changing its form, sometimes turning into water, sometimes into trees, sometimes into snakes, insects, rats and ants. Yishio was having a lot of fun. If other alchemists saw this scene, they would definitely be shocked. You know, the more powerful the flame, the harder it is to control. When it reaches a certain level, it even requires corresponding fire control techniques to control it. There is no doubt that the great sun golden flame is extremely powerful, yet Yishio can manipulate it at will and change it at will. This is not top-level flame at all, it's more like that of a kitten or puppy. Now that you're here, get out of here. Yishio had enough fun, so he put away the great sun golden flame, and then looked up at a distance. At such a young age, he has just activated his soul power, but he can actually sense my existence. This is really extraordinary. It seems that not all people in Feng Cun realm are incompetent. As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man appeared in front of Yishio. This man was dressed simply, with gray hair on his temples. He was carrying a girl in white on his shoulders and looking at Yishio with admiration. Who are you? Yishio frowned. This person's strength was unfathomable. He stimulated the power of his soul and his perception increased greatly. That was why he was able to sense this person's existence. However, Yishio could only feel this person's existence but could not sense any power at all. He looked like an ordinary person. But it is impossible for ordinary people to survive in the Honggu Mountains, let alone see through the fact that they have activated their soul power. The only explanation is that this person's cultivation is much higher than his own, and it is possible that he has even reached the nascent soul realm above the innate realm. Could it be that Daoyang sent a priest of the condensation realm to kill me? Yishio thought. As far as he knew, there were several masters in the condensation realm enshrined in Daoyang, and the old king was even a powerful man in the 3rd level of condensation realm. They are the real top fighting force of the entire Daoyang. It is precisely because of the existence of these masters in the condensation realm that various countries can coexist to this day. It's just that there is an agreement between countries that masters in the condensation realm are not allowed to interfere in state affairs, so these priests usually do not care about worldly affairs. Only when something happens that endangers Daoyang's safety will they step in to solve the problem. If it was true as he thought, that this man came to kill him, then Daoyang thought too highly of himself. Wrong. Yishio quickly rejected this idea. If this person came to kill him, then why did he bring a burden with him? Isn't this just asking for trouble? Little brother, save me. At this moment, the girl who was carried on the man's shoulders cried out pitifully. But because his body was restrained, he couldn't move at all. Goodbye. Yishio bowed, turned around and was about to leave. Only then did he realize that this man was not here to kill him, but came for the girl. In that case, there was no need for him to stay. Save someone. He had no idea at all. This person is so powerful that even if there were 10 of us, we might not be his match. What's more, similar things happen every day in this small area, and he can't control it all. He will not offend someone he is obviously no match for just a casual acquaintance. Little brother, you are so cruel. You have taken my body. If you don't save me, I will die in front of you. When the girl saw that Ishio did not help her, she immediately screamed. What? The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically, and a murderous intent spread out like a substance. Ishio cursed, when did I get your body? It's too shameful to cheat me like this. Go to hell. The middle-aged man shouted loudly and slapped out directly. The vital energy of the surrounding heaven and earth heard the news and quickly swarmed in, gathering into a 10-foot giant palm in front of him, pressing towards Ishio like an overwhelming force. This time, I'm dead. Ishio felt that this palm had locked his energy and there was no way to avoid it. From the power of this palm, Ishio could be sure that this person had not just broken through to the condensation stage, and might even be a master above the 4th level of condensation stage. With his current strength, he couldn't bear it at all, and couldn't even escape. This time I was really killed by this woman. Bang. But at this moment, this terrible palm suddenly collapsed by itself, and the middle-aged man was frozen in place, still maintaining the posture of striking out. Good opportunity. Ishio's eyes lit up, he took a big step and instantly appeared in front of the man. He raised his hand, and a ball of golden flame appeared in his hand, which hit the man's forehead. The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. He could feel the horror of the fire, and a look of disbelief and fear appeared in his eyes. But at this moment he couldn't move at all. Helplessly, he could only close his eyes and wait for death to come. I sighed in my heart, thinking that it was really ironic that I, Murong-hai, had been dominating the world for decades, but I would die at the hands of a kid at the 5th level of the innate realm. Stop it now. The woman shouted again at this time. How could Ishio listen to her? Not only did his hands not slow down, but they became faster. This person wants to kill you, so he is your enemy. Ishio never shows mercy when dealing with his enemies. Asshole. The girl knew that she had overplayed her hand and had underestimated Ishio's ruthlessness. But no matter what, she couldn't just watch the middle-aged man get killed, so she forced herself to move, trying to use her body to block the attack for the middle-aged man. What's going on? Ishio was a little confused. Wasn't this woman captured? He had threatened to save her himself before, but in the blink of an eye he was fighting to the death to protect the person who was captivating her. Thinking of this, Ishio paused for a moment. It's not that he was soft-hearted, but he felt that this matter might be much more complicated than he imagined, and acting rashly might make his situation even more passive. Tell me, who are you? Otherwise, not only will he die, but you will die too. Ishio waved his hand, and the golden flame of the sun turned into shackles that imprisoned the middle-aged man and the girl's necks. If they make the slightest movement, Ishio will kill them immediately. He doesn't want to cause trouble, but he's not afraid of it either. If he is pushed into a corner, he will kill me even if I, the King of Heaven, come. I said, we are from Lingwu City. Because I ran away secretly, my father sent Uncle Hai to find me. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have used you. The girl said pitifully that she was a little scared by Ishio. How can there be such a person who wants to kill someone just because of a disagreement? People from Lingwu City. Ishio frowned. Lingwu City is a city under the jurisdiction of the Lingwu family. It is a place of cultivation that everyone yearns to go. Everyone else is trying their best to get to Lingwu City, but this woman is trying her best to go somewhere else. I really don't know what she is thinking. It's true. If you don't believe me, I can show you my identity jade token. As the girl spoke, she handed her identity jade token to Ishio. Ishio took the jade token and looked at it carefully. The jade token felt warm to the touch, and the words Spirit and Martial were written on both sides. It was very similar to the jade token that Mu Qianye gave to Zhang Ming. What's the matter with him? Ishio looked at the middle-aged man and asked. He was almost killed before. Suddenly this guy stopped, obviously being restrained by some secret method. This method could easily subdue even a master of the condensation realm, so he had to be on guard. This is the talisman my father gave me to save my life. There is only one, so you don't have to worry that I will use it against you. The girl's eyes rolled, and she immediately understood what Yishio meant, and hurriedly explained. Talisman. Yishio was stunned. It was obvious that he didn't know what a talisman was, and it was also the first time he heard of this word. Little brother, a talisman is a small piece of paper that seals power. It can be used to deal with enemies at critical moments. It is very useful, but I came out in a hurry this time and only brought one. If you want, I can give you a few later. Seeing that Yishio didn't know about the talisman, the girl explained it to him. Little piece of paper. Murong Hai on the side twitched his mouth. That's a dragon's skin, okay. How could ordinary paper bear such a powerful force that even I could control it? What an international joke. Unnecessary. Yishio looked at the middle-aged man and said, Senior, you have seen this. This is just a misunderstanding. I have no intention of being your enemy. Let's just pretend nothing happened. How about that? He didn't want to get too involved with these two people. First of all, the identities of these two people are unknown, and the strength of this middle-aged man is so high, he is at least a master of the 5th level of condensation. Such a person must be from some major force, and I can't afford to offend him now. So the wisest way is to keep a distance from them to prevent any unexpected events. Are you doing this on purpose? Can't you see I can't speak now? Murong Hai was speechless. He was suppressed by the talisman and could hardly move. How could he speak? Senior, if you agree with me, you can move your eyes up and down, and I will understand what you mean. Yishio said. Murong Hai could only move his eyes up and down, otherwise, with this kid's ruthlessness, not only would he die here, but the young lady might not survive as well. Very good. After Yishio finished speaking, he retracted the great sun golden flame, turned around and left without any delay. Little brother, you can't leave. What will happen to others if you leave? The girl grabbed Yishio's hand. Let go. Yishio's face darkened. It was this woman who almost got him into trouble. Yishio had no good impression of her at all. Little brother, you can't just abandon me. My cultivation has been sealed by Uncle Hai, and I can't protect myself here. If you don't take care of me, I'll be dead. The woman said pitifully. I'll say it again, let go. Yishio said without denying it. Okay, I'll let go. The girl looked aggrieved and thought to herself, I am so beautiful, innocent and cute, and I begged you desperately, but you are indifferent. Are you a man? I just don't believe it. Nona's delicate body was moved slowly, and there was a hint of sadness on her flawless and beautiful face, which made me feel pity for her. It makes people want to hold it in their arms and take good care of it. This is her trump card, and it is absolutely invincible. But in the end, Yishio didn't even look at him, turned around and left, and soon disappeared into the dense forest. I left now. Has my charm diminished? The woman couldn't believe it and quickly took out a mirror to look at herself. She didn't become uglier. It's not that she's not beautiful, quite the opposite. She could be described as a beauty that brought disaster to the country and the people. Even Yishio, who was used to seeing beautiful women, could not find any fault with her. Both her appearance and figure were first-rate. Even compared with the beautiful and charming little fox, it is not far behind. But he doesn't have time to care about these now. Humph, you want to get rid of me, but I won't let you do that. After Yishio left, the girl stomped her feet in anger. I am such a tender flower, and you didn't even look at me. How despicable. No, I'm going to fight you. As he said that, he stood up and walked to Murong Hai. Uncle Hai, I'm sorry, I just got out and I haven't had enough fun yet, but you don't have to worry, this talisman can only last for 3 days, and you will be free after 3 days. The girl laughed and started to chase Yishio. But after taking a few steps, he turned back. I almost forgot, Uncle Hai, I left this talisman for you. With it, you don't have to worry about those monsters. The girl took out another talisman and stuck it directly on Murong Hai's forehead. The talisman flashed, and Murong Hai's figure disappeared. Now we can have fun. The girl clapped her hands, turned around and chased in the direction Yishio left. Muronghai stood there, tears streaming down his face. What a sin! Why did I agree to the master's request to find this little witch? If I had known this would happen, I should have collected all the talismans on her body. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in this world. On the other side, Yixiu returned to where Zhang Ming was. Master Xiu, you are finally back. Have you found the fire? Zhang Ming asked hurriedly. Before, he felt a huge energy fluctuation coming from deep inside here, and then the cold air disappeared, replaced by a hot breath. He was worried that something might happen to Yixiu, and if he hadn't been worried about Xiaohu getting hurt, he would have gone in. Look. As Yixiu raised his hand, a ball of golden flame appeared in his palm. The temperature around it suddenly increased because of its appearance, and everyone felt like they had entered a big steamer. What kind of flame is this? It's so powerful that my beast fire was directly suppressed and surrendered. Zhang Ming was shocked. The flame was too strong, stronger than any flame he had ever seen. The moment it appeared, his beast fire surrendered. It was so terrifying. Golden flame of the sun. Yixiu did not hide anything, but he did not explain too much either. After all, there were not many people in the world who possessed a fire attribute physique, and even fewer who possessed both attributes. There is no other person in the entire Daliang. In addition, this matter is related to Zhibian Tianqin, which is his biggest secret, so naturally he cannot tell others. Golden flame of the sun. Zhang Ming thought about it, and found that he had never heard of this kind of fire. By the way, now that I have stimulated the power of my soul, what else do I need to do to become an alchemist? Yixiu asked. Now that he had met the two necessary conditions to become an alchemist, he should be able to make pills, so he asked Zhang Ming for advice. What, Master Xiu, you are kidding? Zhang Ming was shocked. He knew too well how difficult it was to stimulate soul power after birth. Generally, alchemists' soul power is innate. Their souls are naturally stronger than ordinary people, so their soul power is stimulated from the moment they are born. Although some people have succeeded in stimulating it later in life, the number is very small and it requires tremendous luck. The reason why he didn't say it before was mainly because he was afraid of discouraging Yixiu. As a result, after a quick farewell, he not only obtained the fire, but also successfully stimulated the power of his soul. It's incredible. Just tell me what else is needed to make the elixir. Yixiu said that he was able to stimulate the power of his soul only with the help of Zhibian Tianqin, and he felt that Zhibian Tianqin would be able to continuously enhance his soul power in the future. This is much faster than letting it improve on its own. Coupled with the help of the great sun golden flame, he believed that it would not be long before he could catch up with or even surpass Zhang Ming in alchemy. Master Xiu, although you have inspired the power of the soul and obtained the flame, you still need a long period of study to master the elixir. Zhang Ming continued, first of all, you need to know more about your own flames and learn many fire control techniques to increase your control of the flames. Secondly, you also need to understand the conditions under which various medicinal materials can achieve the best results. Only by learning these, can you adjust the intensity of the flame according to the various medicinal materials mentioned in the elixir, so that the medicinal materials can be fully integrated, remove impurities, and finally make the elixir. It took me 5 years to complete all of this. Master Xiu can't be judged by ordinary people's standards. He can start refining pills in 3 years at most. Why, don't you need an alchemy furnace? I've seen your furnace explode many times when you were refining the elixir. Yixiu asked. Ahem. Zhang Ming was a little embarrassed. What do you mean by many times? I just occasionally. Well, I suck. What's wrong? Yixiu asked. He became famous since he was young, but for the sake of the Yi family and Daliang, he spent most of his time leading troops in battles. If I have some experience in cultivation, I know nothing about alchemy. Of course, you need a furnace when refining pills, and a good furnace can increase the power of the flame and improve the chances of successful pill making. Zhang Ming thought for a moment, then took out a book and an alchemy furnace and said, Master Xiu, this is my experience in alchemy and a spare alchemy furnace. If you don't mind my low level, you can read more. If you have any questions, you can always ask me. How could I dislike it? I can't thank you enough. Yishio hurriedly took the booklet and the alchemy furnace. He was well aware of the value of this alchemy experience. This is just like the significance of martial arts and fighting skills to those who practice cultivation. No one would give them to others easily. He remembered this favor. Little brother, don't listen to him. It's just making an elixir. It's not that complicated. If you learn from him, I guarantee that you can only make a mortal-grade elixir at best. As for the spiritual elixir, forget it. Just then, a voice was heard, and the girl was seen walking out from behind the big tree next to her. Who are you? Zhang Ming looked at her with an unpleasant expression. Although this girl is pretty and lovable, people want to hold her in their arms and take good care of her. But no matter how beautiful you are, you can't dare to question your own professionalism. This is what I am most proud of. What are you doing here? Yishio's face darkened. He had made his words very clear before, but this woman was so ungrateful. Do you really think I dare not kill you? Little brother, don't be angry. I didn't want to come out in the first place, but when I heard someone was misleading young people, I couldn't help it. I'm doing this for your own good. The girl said with a feeling of grievance. Misleading young people, please explain yourself clearly to me. When have I ever misled young people? Zhang Ming was angry, and he looked like an angry rooster, with feathers standing up as if ready to fight. He would never give up if the woman didn't give him a reasonable explanation. He could accept others saying that he didn't have the talent for cultivation. You can even accept others saying he is ugly. But no one is allowed to question his professionalism. That's the bottom line. That's right. Alchemy doesn't require an alchemy furnace, especially for someone like my brother who possesses top-level flames. The existence of an alchemy furnace will only restrict him. The girl shrugged. You're talking nonsense. I've been refining pills for such a long time and I've never heard of refining pills without a furnace. I think you have bad intentions. Zhang Ming turned to look at Yishio and said, Master Xiao, you must not believe what she said. She doesn't know how to make pills at all. How can she raise the temperature without using a pill furnace? It's simply absurd. Zhang Ming suddenly felt that he had nothing to talk about with this woman, a typical layman. The existence of the alchemy furnace is the basis of alchemy. It can better stimulate the power of flame. Its usefulness in refining some low-level elixirs may not be very obvious. But later on, refining a medicinal ingredient required extremely high temperatures, and ordinary flames could not reach that level. If you can't even reach the required temperature, you can't even refine the medicinal materials, so how can you make pills? It seems you don't believe it. If that's the case, then I'll let you know what alchemy is. The girl was too lazy to waste time talking to him. Some things were too advanced and could not be understood by a low-level person like him. As she raised her hand, a ball of purple flame appeared in front of her. Then she took out dozens of medicinal herbs and threw them into the flames under the gaze of Zhang Ming and Yishio. He actually planned to refine these medicinal materials at the same time. Zhang Ming opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end, nothing came out. Because of his attention, none of the medicinal herbs were burned, and everything was processed in an orderly manner. Not only is the speed fast, but the effect is also better than the one he refined. About 10 minutes later, she had successfully refined all the herbs into a liquid medicine, and then flames rose up, and the impurities in it were instantly burned to ashes. Buzz. Suddenly, the medicinal liquids shook and gathered together. Then the girl stretched out her hand into the flame and took out the formed pill. But, can you show it to me? Zhang Ming's eyes widened. He never knew that it was possible to make pills in this way. This speed, this efficiency, and this effect are far beyond what he can achieve. Does the whole process take half an hour? Absolutely not. Random. The girl threw the pill directly over as if she was throwing away a worthless item. This is actually a low-grade elixir, and the degree of fusion has reached 60%. It's too incredible. Zhang Ming observed the pill carefully and found that it had reached the lower level of the spiritual grade, which was much higher than the highest pill he had ever refined. The most important thing is that the fusion degree of this lower-grade spiritual elixir has reached 60%. This is an extremely high number. Because the higher the degree of fusion between the medicinal materials, the fewer impurities there will be in the pill and the stronger the corresponding medicinal effect will be. The efficacy of this pill can even be compared with that of a mid-grade spiritual pill. Even if he tried his best to refine it, at most he could only refine a top-grade mortal-level elixir with a 50% degree of fusion. However, it would take him 3 full months to refine it, and there could not be any mistakes in the process. This woman actually took only half an hour to refine a lower-grade spiritual pill. This is too incredible. Now you believe it. The girl folded her hands and said smugly, "May I have your name?" Zhang Mingwen, a person who can refine such high-quality pills cannot be an unknown person. If you know her name, you might be able to guess her identity. I will never change my name, my surname is Lin Qingqing, you can call me the Invincible Beauty. Lin Qingqing said narcissistically. Lin Qingqing. Zhang Ming thought hard about the alchemy masters he knew, but he had never heard of such a name. Suddenly he felt a little out of touch. "Ms. Lin, can you please do me a favor?" A gleam of light flashed in Yishio's eyes. This person's alchemy level is much higher than Zhang Ming's. Maybe she has a way to save the little fox. Why should I help you? Lin Qingqing rolled her eyes at Yishio and said, "I asked you to take me with you before, but you disagreed. Now that you know how powerful I am, you want to ask me for help. If I agree, it would be too embarrassing. So what will you do to help me?" Yishio said that he learned alchemy just to save the little fox. As long as Lin Qingqing could help him, he would be willing to pay any price, even his life. "It's okay for me to help you, but you have to promise me one thing." Lin Qingqing rolled her eyes and said, "You say." Yishio immediately said that as long as she could save Xiaohu, he would never refuse even if it was 100 or 1,000 things, let alone one. "Anything is fine?" Lin Qingqing asked. "As long as this matter does not go against my original intention, if you dare to ask, I dare to agree." Yishio could see that this girl was not a simple person, and he couldn't let her threaten him without any restrictions, so he added a prerequisite. "Otherwise, if she asked me to kill the little fox, would I agree or not?" "Not going against your true intention." "I know what your true intention is." Lin Qingqing refused to do it. She was not a fool. The condition proposed by Yishio was vague in the first place, and any random thing could be used to block the sword. If she agreed, she would be the one who suffered the loss. "My heart won't let me do anything to hurt my friends and relatives," Yishio said. "I didn't realize that you, a ruthless killer, actually have a tender side. Okay, I agree to this condition. Tell me, what do you want me to do for you?" Lin Qingqing seemed to have thought of something, and continued, "But I warn you, don't have any ideas about me. Although I am invincible in youth, loved by everyone, and so outstanding, not everyone can be attracted by me. You think too much. What I want you to do is to save her." Yishio hugged the little fox, rubbed her head gently, and looked at Lin Qingqing and said, "Although Lin Qingqing is very beautiful, she is not much different from the little fox in human form." But he really didn't have any other ideas. "It's just a little fox. Is it worth it?" Lin Qingqing had previously thought that Yishio wanted her to teach her the method of alchemy, but she didn't expect that it was just to save a little fox. The price was too high. "You just need to rescue her." Yishio didn't say much. "Okay, let me take a look." Lin Qingqing didn't waste any words. She walked directly to Yishio and carefully examined the little fox. She said, "You are too cruel. You treat such a cute little fox like this." This was not done by Master Xiao, it was. Before Zhang Ming could finish his words, Yishio raised his hand to interrupt him. "How is it, can you save him? Its soul is injured and it almost collapsed. It is alive now because you gave it a soul-protecting pill. It seems that it was not you who did it, otherwise who would be willing to give such a precious pill to a little fox? However, if I am not mistaken, it can only live for 3 months at most." Lin Qingqing expressed her speculation. "Can you cure it?" Yishio asked anxiously. "It hurts too bad, I can't heal her," Lin Qingqing said. "Still not working." Yishio sighed. He originally thought that he had found someone who could save the little fox, but he didn't expect that it still wouldn't work. I can't save her, but I can make her wake up. Lin Qingqing felt a little reluctant. When she checked the little fox's injuries just now, she felt its strong attachment to Yishio and its reluctance to leave. This also moved her. She couldn't bear to let such a loyal and affectionate little fox die in his sleep, separated from his master by life and death. Although I couldn't save her, at least I could fulfill one of her wishes. This is true. Yishio's eyes lit up. Although the little fox's fate of only living for 3 months could not be changed after waking up, at least he could still talk to her. She wouldn't have to face all this alone. This is a resurrection pill. If you take it, the little fox will wake up. But I don't recommend you give it to her now, because she will be very weak after waking up and can't withstand any harm. Lin Qingqing took out a pill and handed it to Yishio. Thanks. Yishio took the resurrection pill and thanked him. I couldn't save her, so let's forget about what happened before. I don't want to take advantage of you. Lin Qingqing still has her own pride. As the saying goes, you take money from people to help them get rid of disasters. Since the task was not completed, she had no reason to ask Yishio to do anything. No need. You have helped me a lot by reviving the little fox. The previous agreement is still valid. Yishio didn't want to owe her a favor. You, forget it, just do whatever you want. Lin Qingqing thought for a moment and said, in fact, the injury of this little fox is not untreatable. As long as we can find a top-grade spirit-level pill, we can save it. It's a pity that I was forced to learn alchemy. I only learned from my master for a few days and didn't study it in depth. Otherwise, forget it. A good woman doesn't brag about her past achievements. Puff. Zhang Ming vomited blood on the spot. What did he mean by just learning from the master for a few days? I've been learning for almost 10 years, but I still can't make a spiritual-grade elixir. You must be trying to piss me off on purpose. Is it difficult to make a high-grade spiritual elixir? Yishio asked. Master Xiao, you don't know that elixirs are divided into 4 categories: ordinary, spiritual, mysterious, and Taoist. Each category is further divided into 4 grades: low, medium, high, and extreme. Ordinary grade elixirs are easy to make, and any ordinary innate alchemist can make them. However, it is different when it comes to spiritual grade elixirs. The difficulty of refining them increases tenfold or even dozens of times. Even an alchemist at the condensation stage cannot make a high-grade spiritual grade elixir. Zhang Ming said. He's right about that. If I study hard for a few more months, I should be able to master it, but it's obviously too late. As for you, I think you have the potential. Lin Qingqing looked at Yishio and said. My dear beauty, please stop joking. That is a top-grade spiritual medicine. No matter how powerful Master Xiao is, it is impossible for him to refine such a medicine in such a short time. Zhang Mingdao said that alchemy is different from cultivation. It not only requires superior talent, but also requires a long period of accumulation. Even if Yishio continued to study for 3 months, he probably couldn't even recognize all the medicinal herbs. How could he possibly refine a top-grade spiritual elixir? If it were that easy, alchemists wouldn't be so popular. With your knowledge, it is indeed difficult to understand the abilities of our geniuses. I can guarantee that as long as he learns my alchemy skills, he will be able to refine a high-quality spiritual-grade elixir in 3 months at most. Lin Qingqing said that her confidence came from Yishio's great sun golden flame and his control over it. Because when refining high-level elixirs, flame is the most important, especially her alchemy skills, which have higher requirements for flame. Although she didn't know what kind of fire Yishio controlled, the fact that even her Tianxian purple fire surrendered directly showed that this fire was not simple. With this kind of flame as a foundation, practicing her alchemy skills will definitely be a great help. It only took her 2 months to reach her current level, and she even skipped classes for most of a month. As long as Yishio studies hard, he will definitely be able to surpass her and refine a high-grade spiritual elixir in 3 months, no, 2.5 months. You don't need to beat around the bush. Since I have already promised to help you do something, I will not break my promise. So, just tell me what you want me to do. Yishio said directly that Lin Qingqing had said so much just to ask him to help do something using alchemy. And this matter must not be simple, otherwise she would not have paid such a high price. He knew very well what an alchemist meant to a family or a force. Obtaining the art of alchemy is equivalent to obtaining the method of training alchemists, and its value can be imagined. Therefore, this alchemy technique is more than enough to be used as a method of inheritance for a family or even a force, and to suppress the family's foundation. I don't want to take advantage of you. As long as you promise to help me kill someone, I will teach you the art of alchemy. Lin Qingqing said. Although Yishio said that the previous promise was still valid, she did not intend to use it because she had her own pride. Moreover, she was also very clear about what killing that man meant, so she planned to use her alchemy skills to give Yishio the ability to protect himself. After all, a person who can refine high-quality spiritual elixirs, in this small area, any force that wants to touch him will have to think twice. If Yishio was killed because of this, she would feel very guilty. Kill who? Yishio immediately said that killing was not difficult for him. As long as the little fox can be saved, let alone killing one person, even if it means killing 100 or 1,000, even if it means turning into a demon and slaughtering the whole world, what does it matter? Don't talk to him about good and evil or anything like that, Yishio doesn't care. Don't agree too soon. It's not too late to listen to me first and then decide whether to agree or not. Lin Qingqing said, the man I want you to kill is called Shao Kan. He is one of the 4 major forces in Lingwu City, the patriarch of the Shao family, and now he is a disciple of the Lingwu family. His cultivation has reached the 2nd level of condensation. Of course, I don't ask you to kill him now, as long as you kill him within a year. Why me? Yishio is not stupid. From Lin Qingqing's introduction, he can tell that Shao Kan is a master and has a powerful family to back him up. He was just a person from a small place, and this was only their 2nd meeting. How could she be sure that she could kill a master of the 2nd level of condensation within a year? Although this condition was not too harsh for him, he would be able to advance to the condensation realm and kill this person in less than a year. But others don't know this. In comparison, wouldn't it be easier for her to find a master in the condensation realm? I'm just sure. Of course, Lin Qingqing would not just find someone to do this. First of all, this matter was too dangerous and not everyone dared to take it. Secondly, she didn't want this incident to harm other innocent people. The appearance of Yishio, or more accurately, the great sun golden flame that Yishio wielded, gave her confidence, otherwise, she would not have been so eager to follow him. Anyone who can subdue this kind of flame is definitely not a simple person. Okay, I promise. Yishio had no reason to refuse, and it was even more impossible for him to refuse. With Lin Qingqing's alchemy skills, he could save the little fox. This is the recipe for alchemy and the concentrated mind pill. As for the required medicinal materials, you have to find them yourself. There is a chamber of commerce in Lingwu City, so it shouldn't be difficult. Lin Qingqing directly handed over the alchemy skills and recipes to Yishio, which was so straightforward that it impressed everyone. Aren't you afraid that I might run away with them? Yishio was also surprised by Lin Qingqing's straightforwardness. This was a priceless alchemy technique and recipe, and she gave it to him so easily. If it were anyone else, I'm afraid it would be impossible to remain calm. I'm always very good at judging people. Besides, I'll be watching you from the sidelines until you complete what you promised me. Lin Qingqing said confidently. You want to follow me? Yishio frowned. His journey was filled with dangers, and the origin of this Lin Qingqing was very extraordinary. It's okay for her to follow me, but if something happens along the way, it's very likely that I'll offend the forces behind her. Therefore, he did not want to take Lin Qingqing with him, and it would be best for them to part ways now. Don't worry, I still have the ability to protect myself. Lin Qingqing smiled and took off the necklace from her neck. Immediately, a powerful aura emanated from her body. With your cultivation level at the 8th level of the Xiantian heaven, I underestimated you. Yishio was stunned. He didn't expect that this delicate woman had such a high level of cultivation. No wonder she dared to venture into the Honggu Mountains alone. At the same time, he also noticed the necklace in Lin Qingqing's hand, which was definitely a priceless treasure. Okay, let's go. Lin Qingqing put on the necklace again, and the aura on her body disappeared instantly, and she became the delicate little girl again. Good. Yishio did not refuse again. He was given such a big gift. If he refused again, it would seem unkind. Afterwards, the group walked out of the Honggu Mountains. However, Yishio did not waste time along the way, but multitasked. While rushing on the road, he also referred to the alchemy skills that Lin Qingqing gave him. This technique is called Qianquan, and the method recorded in it is to use the sky as a cover and the earth as a furnace to refine pills, which looks very advanced. In addition, there is also a method of controlling fire called Qianquan fire controlling technique. However, this alchemy technique is not complete. The method of alchemy is extremely detailed, but it only mentions the method of refining the best spiritual grade elixir. There is nothing above. Moreover, this Qianquan fire control technique only has the first 3 levels, and there is still no level after that. Lin Qingqing said that it was not that she did not want to give Yishio the complete one, but that she herself did not have it either. This Qianquan alchemy technique was incomplete when they obtained it, but it did not affect its value. Back then, an alchemist offered to buy this book for a high price of 30 million low-grade spirit stones, but was directly rejected by her father. You can imagine how valuable it is. Afterwards, Yishio began to practice the Qianquan fire control technique. Originally, the golden flame of the sun was like his arm, which he could control freely. With the help of the fire control technique, the effect was even more obvious. Ms. Lin, can I pass on the alchemy technique to others? Yishio asked. He felt the power of fire control technique and thought of Zhang Ming. After all, Zhang Ming has been loyal to me all the way. Now that I have gained benefits, how can I forget him? Upon hearing this, Zhang Ming also became excited. He had witnessed with his own eyes how powerful Lin Qingqing's alchemy skills were. If he could learn from her, he would be able to make considerable progress. What, Miss Lin? You have to call me the invincible beauty. The beautiful Lady Lin rolled her eyes at Yishio and continued, since I gave you this alchemy technique, it is yours. You can pass it on to whoever you want. Even if you want to sell it, you don't need to ask me. However, this alchemy technique has extremely high requirements for flames. At most, he has obtained a low-level fire seed. So for now, this alchemy technique is not suitable for him. He can practice the Qianquan fire control technique, but it is a bit of a waste of talent. Zhang Ming was hit hard. Thank you, Master Xiao, thank you, beautiful lady, thank you so much, I am so excited. Zhang Ming was so excited when he obtained the Qianquan fire controlling technique. After a quick look, he found that this fire controlling technique was much more advanced than what he had mastered before. With it, he even had the confidence to refine a lower grade elixir. This is a great thing. In this way, after I join the Lingwu family, I will see who dares to look down on me. You deserve it. Yishio waved his hand. In comparison, he owed Zhang Ming more. Putting aside other things, the fact that he saved the little fox's life for 3 months was a huge favor, and all these were nothing. If I were you, I would shut up immediately. The Valley of Despair is just ahead. If you keep making noise, be careful of being targeted by the bandits inside. Lin Qingqing smoothed her hair at the temples, and a beautiful and graceful aura came over her. Zhang Ming was stunned. What a nice view. What are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll dig your eyes out. Lin Qingqing glared at Zhang Ming and said, but although she said this, she was very happy in her heart, which showed that her charm had not diminished in the slightest. So she secretly glanced at Yishio again, but he didn't even look at her, which made her very angry. Zhang Ming shrank his neck and quickly hid behind Yishio. He couldn't afford to offend this woman. Does this guy like men? As soon as this thought came to her mind, Lin Qingqing couldn't help but tremble. In her opinion, there is no man in the world who can ignore her beauty, unless the man has a special fetish. Thinking of this, the way she looked at Zhang Ming and Yishio changed, and she subconsciously took a few steps away. This is the Valley of Despair. It's not that Yishio didn't look at her, but he just shifted his gaze elsewhere. Lin Qingqing is as beautiful as her name suggests. She is absolutely stunningly beautiful. Her every frown and smile is full of endless temptation, making it difficult for people to control themselves. If Yishio said he wasn't tempted, he would be lying, it was just that he had more important things to do right now. So I just chose to ignore it. As for the Valley of Despair, he had also heard of it. From the name, one could tell that it was a dangerous place. Among them are ruthless people who have defected from various countries and become bandits, often killing and robbing. The most famous one is a group of bandits called Wild Wolf Village. When I passed by here before, I found a despair flower that was about to mature. Calculating the time, it should be almost mature now. How about taking this beautiful lady with you? Lin Qingqing looked at Yishio proudly and said. Really? Yishio's eyes lit up. The despair flower was one of the 3 main ingredients in refining the mind concentrating pill and was extremely rare. He didn't know whether the Chamber of Commerce in Lingwu City had it, but if he could get it in advance, it would make him feel more at ease. Master Xiao, this is true. The Valley of Despair is named after the despair flower. It can release a special miasma that can trap people in an illusion, making them unable to extricate themselves and eventually die of despair. The despair flower feeds on this despair. Zhang Ming said. What are you waiting for? Just go in. Yishio still has time to wait. If the despair flower is taken away by someone first, that would be bad. Master Xiao, this is the detoxification pill I made. It can resist the miasma in there. Zhang Ming directly took out a few detoxification pills and handed them to Yishio. Is this an antidote? I think it's a poison pill. You should use this, beautiful ladies. Lin Qingqing took a look at Zhang Ming's detoxification pill and almost vomited. Not only did it contain a lot of impurities, it also looked like a pile of shit. If you take too much of this kind of medicine, it can be fatal. So she took out a few detoxification pills. Each one was crystal clear and had a faint medicinal fragrance, just like a work of art. A comparison between the two reveals the difference. No, I'll eat my own. Zhang Ming was also a man with a bad temper, so he swallowed his pill directly. He discovered that this woman was sent by God specifically to stimulate him. Ever since this woman arrived, he had suffered a series of setbacks, and he even had the idea of giving up alchemy. It's so infuriating. Which one do you want to eat? Lin Qingqing handed the pill to Yishio and let him choose. I don't need it. The miasma can't affect me. Yishio didn't take it. He could see what Zhang Ming was thinking. Accepting Lin Qingqing's medicine at this time would undoubtedly be a bigger blow to him. Moreover, he is protected by the Shura Qi, which is the power of darkness and the aura of the king. How could a mere miasma affect him? As he spoke, the Shura Qi surged out, protecting the little fox, and then he led the way into the Valley of Despair. They walked for a long time but found no trace of the bandits. But this also satisfied them. It smells of blood. After walking for a few more minutes, Yishio suddenly became alert. He had been on the battlefield for a long time and was particularly sensitive to the smell of blood, so it was very likely that a massacre had taken place ahead, otherwise there would not have been such a strong smell of blood. It seems someone got there first. Lin Qingqing also noticed it and frowned slightly. It was despicable that someone dared to snatch something she liked. Past. Yishio said in a deep voice that the flower of despair was related to whether the little fox could be saved, so he was determined to get it. As they got closer, they found hundreds of people kneeling not far away, nailed to the ground like wooden stakes, with deep despair in their eyes. These people either had broken arms or legs, and blood was flowing, dyeing the ground red. The strong smell of blood filled the air, making people sick. It was like hell on earth. It was obvious that someone had done this on purpose to increase their despair. Vomit. Zhang Ming and Lin Qingqing were so shocked by this scene that they vomited. It was too bloody and cruel. Both of them were used to a life of luxury, especially Lin Qingqing. Although she had a perverse personality, she had never seen such a bloody scene. Only Yishio's expression remained unchanged, his eyes fixed on a gorgeous red flower but not far away, as if it were soaked in blood. The red is shocking. Oh, 3 more people are here, and one of them is a very pretty lady. Haha, God is really kind to me. An arrogant voice was heard, and then a figure appeared in front of the 3 people. This man was dressed in a white robe, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. He was handsome and extraordinary. He was wearing a black brocade robe and holding a steel knife. A pair of eyes stared at Lin Qingqing closely, revealing endless greed. Wang Ziyue, long time no see. Yishio recognized this man. He was the son of Wang Lang, the great general who protected the country of Great Yan. He was an old acquaintance of his. This guy had been defeated 7 times in a row by me on the battlefield before, and his confidence was completely shattered by me. I heard that this guy never recovered from that and drank every day to drown his sorrows. I didn't expect to meet you here again. Do you know me? Wang Ziyue frowned, took a closer look at Yixiu, and became excited. I was wondering who it was. It turned out to be the famous young man Yixiu. Haha, we really are enemies that meet on a narrow road. The psychological trauma that Yixiu had caused him was still too great. There was even a period of time when he became his own inner demon and had nightmares every night. The only way to get a good night's sleep is to get drunk every day. His situation did not improve until he heard that Yixiu's dantian was destroyed, his title was deposed, and he was deposed from the altar. Now Yixiu appeared in front of him again. This was simply a good opportunity given by God to get rid of his inner demons. Boom. A loud roar was heard, and the red flame seal was imprinted on the fist of the guard of the 8th level of the innate realm. It suddenly transformed into a spark that instantly set the whole prairie on fire. In a moment, the men turned into a burning fireman. Ah! The guard screamed and rushed into the crowd like a headless fly to seek help. But the moment the others touched the flame, flames also ignited on their bodies, and in an instant 3 guards of the 7th level of the innate realm were engulfed by the flames. Don't go near them. The 3rd Prince Yanxing hurriedly gave orders. The fire was too terrifying. If he didn't stop it, his men would probably follow the same fate as these guards. The guards were filled with anger. These were brothers who had been through life and death with them, but now they could only stand aside and watch them being burned to death. This feeling is even more painful than killing them. Yixiu, I have heard about your story. It is really chilling that Daliang treated you so badly. Are you willing to join Dian? As long as you agree, I can not only promise you wealth and glory, but also help you get revenge. Yanxing's eyes flickered as he weighed the pros and cons of the situation. He is different from his elder and second brothers. He was born to a palace maid. Although he has outstanding abilities, his foundation is weak. If he wants to ascend to the throne, he can only rely on himself. This is also the reason for going to Lingwu family this time. If he could join the Lingwu family and rely on the power of the Lingwu family, then the position of the crown prince of Dian would be his. But now, Prince Yu is dead, and the general will definitely distance himself from him when he finds out, and may even stand against him. If he fails to join the Lingwu family, he will die without a burial place. So he decided to put aside his past grudges and recruit Yixiu. Yixiu's reputation is also well known in Dian. Although this matter will cause opposition from many people, the benefits are greater. Not interested. Yixiu refused, saying that he had been deeply hurt by the Daliang royal family. In his opinion, they are a group of beasts with human faces but beastly hearts. When they need you, they will try their best to please you, but when you are no longer useful, they will kick you away without mercy. The imperial family is the most ruthless, and this statement is absolutely true. What's more, he has killed so many geniuses of Dian. If he enters Dian, he may not be able to come out safely. However, this Yanxing is a real character. He was able to hold back his anger and recruit me. He is much better than that stupid prince of Daliang. It would be interesting if he were to succeed the throne of Dian. Do you know what the consequences of rejecting me are? The 3rd prince said in a deep voice. Roll. Yixiu said calmly that the 3rd prince was only at the 8th level of the innate realm, and the highest of his guards was also at the same level, but there were only 2 left. If the 3 of them join forces, they might be able to fight against me, but as for the others, they are completely insignificant. If he didn't want to provoke the Dian royal family at this time, none of them would be able to leave. 3rd Prince, Yixiu is too powerful, and his flames are extremely strange. I'm afraid we are no match for him. Yes, 3rd Prince. As the saying goes, if you keep the Green Mountains, you will never run out of firewood. It won't be too late for us to cause trouble for him later. 3rd Prince, I also think that leaving now is the best option. The guards nearby spoke up one after another. They were also afraid of death. After Yixiu's dantian was repaired, his combat power became even stronger. Coupled with his previous reputation, they did not dare to fight him. But what frightened them the most was the fire in his hand, which was so overbearing that it could burn anything. They are mortal beings and cannot resist at all. If we stay, there is a high possibility that our entire army will be wiped out. You all don't need to say anything. I have long heard that the young candidate of Daliang has extraordinary talent, but I have never had the opportunity to experience it. Today, let me experience the young candidate's methods. The third prince had a stern expression on his face and waved his hand to interrupt their persuasion. No matter how humble his status in the royal family of Dian was, he was still a genuine prince with a high position. If I leave like this, it would be tantamount to surrendering without a fight. If this news gets out, how can he face people and what qualifications will he have to compete for the throne of Dian? As you wish. Yi Xiu's eyes lit up, his aura surged, and a strong fighting spirit rose into the sky, like an invincible god of war descending into the world. Unparalleled power. Great flame palm. The third prince roared angrily, and a powerful internal energy burst out, causing his clothes to rustle. Then he slapped out with his palm, and blue flames immediately ignited on his body. This flame was not only not hot, but instead exuded a deep chill. As soon as it appeared, the temperature around it dropped rapidly. Under his control, the flames quickly gathered on his palms. He suddenly stepped on a step and turned into a beam of fire and rushed towards Yi Xiu. Master Xiu, be careful. This is the innate fire that penetrates the bones and is an icy flame. It is a powerful flame born from the innate nature. It is very poisonous. Do not touch it. Zhang Ming reminded loudly that this bone-penetrating ice flame was a very powerful innate fire, which was many times stronger than the fire he was born with. The most incredible thing is that although it is a flame, it does not have the violence and heat that flames should have. Instead, it is chilling and extremely cold. Once hit by this flame, the true qi in the body will be condensed, and it can have a powerful amplifying effect when used to refine pills. Fortunately, Yan Xing did not stimulate the power of his soul and could not truly control the bone-penetrating ice flame. He could only use combat skills to stimulate it. Otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. Bone-penetrating ice flame. Yi Xiu was stunned. It was the first time he saw someone else's innate fire. But why did he feel that the flame was not as exaggerated as Zhang Ming said? Even his own great sun golden flame did not react at all. At this moment, the golden flame of the sun trembled, and Yi Xiu clearly felt a strong sense of disdain. Die. Seeing that Yi Xiu dared to be distracted at such a time, Yan Xing sneered in his heart and suddenly felt that this young man was just a name in vain. This bone-penetrating icy flame is his biggest trump card. Even his father did not know that he had awakened such an advanced flame. Just as Zhang Ming said, this fire is extremely cold. Once it hits the enemy, it will directly freeze the opponent's true qi. It's a pity that he didn't activate the power of the soul, otherwise, if he used all his strength, he could even freeze the human soul. If Yi Xiu dared to be distracted at this time, it would be a way to death. Naturally, he would not miss such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As he spoke, the men had already arrived in front of Yi Xiu, and his palm, which was glowing with green flames, smashed down and landed directly on Yi Xiu's chest. With a thought, the bone-penetrating icy flames rushed into Yi Xiu's body madly and rushed towards his dantian. His goal was to use the bone-penetrating icy flame to once again destroy Yi Xiu's dantian and the meridians connected to it, making him completely lose the capital for his pride. If you dare to refuse my invitation, you will have to pay the corresponding price. Yi Xiu. Are you the young master of Daliang, Yi Xiu? Lin Qingqing widened her eyes, full of disbelief. She had only heard Zhang Ming call him Master Xiu before, so she didn't know his true identity. Now after hearing what Wang Ziyue said, she understood everything. Although she had only been here for a short time, she had already heard of the young man's name. Now it seems that the young man who can be on par with the genius little devil of the Lingwu family is indeed extraordinary. This beauty has a very good eye. I can tell at a glance that this boy is extraordinary. Lin Qingqing was very proud. Yi Xiu's identity really gave her a big surprise. Wang Ziyue, I want this despair flower. You can go now. Yi Xiu ignored Lin Qingqing, looked at Wang Ziyue with cold eyes, and said in an extremely domineering manner. Yishio, do you still think you are the young man you were back then? Now I have already broken through to the 7th level of the innate realm. How can I compare to you, a useless person with a damaged dantian? Although you are a useless person, you are very lucky with women. I heard that you have a little maid by your side, who is known as the most beautiful girl in Daliang. It hasn't been long since then, and you have hooked up with another one. Wang Ziyue looked at Lin Qingqing with a joking expression and said, "Little beauty, you should just follow me. Yishio is a jinx. He had a beautiful woman by his side before, but he killed her. It's safer for you to stay with me. Don't worry, I will love you well." If it was before, Wang Ziyue would have been a little afraid of Yishio, but now, he didn't take Yishio seriously at all. He even had the idea of playing a trick on Yishio. He wanted to return the humiliation he had suffered before, 10-fold or 100-fold, and trample under his feet the young men whom he had looked up to in the past. The thought of it made him feel happy. "Little brother, I don't like the look in his eyes. Can you help me dig out his eyes?" Lin Qingqing's beautiful face was as gloomy as water, and she pulled Yishio's sleeve and said, "Little beauty, what my brother said is true. If you don't believe me, ask him yourself." The more the prince saw that Yishio didn't say anything, the more arrogant he became. He asked Yishio directly, "Yishio, tell her yourself whether your little maid has been killed by you." "What a good maid. If she were given to me, I would definitely let my brothers love her well. What a pity. There are idiots every year, but this year there are especially many." Zhang Ming was speechless. This guy just kept bringing up things that were not relevant. If the little fox wasn't involved, he would still have a chance to survive. Now, he can only laugh. "Kneel down and kowtow to apologize, and I can give you a quick death," Yishio said calmly, but anyone could hear the terrible murderous intent in his words. "He offends himself, okay. But if you offend the little fox, you will die. Kneel down and apologize, and give me a quick death." Prince Yu laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. "Yishio, you got it wrong. You should kowtow to me and apologize, and then give this woman to me, and I might be able to spare your life. Anyway, your life was bought with a woman, so one more time won't be too much." The angrier Yishio got, the more excited the prince became, wishing he could vent all the resentment in his heart. Very good. The murderous intent in Yishio's eyes could no longer be suppressed. He took a big step forward and instantly came in front of Wang Ziyue. With a wave of his right hand, the ghost sword appeared in his hand. Because Yishio's speed was too fast and Wang Ziyue underestimated him, the sword easily came in front of him. By the time he reacted, his right arm had been cut off at the root. Ah! A scream like a pig being slaughtered was heard. Your dantian has recovered, how is it possible?" The prince retreated quickly, enduring the severe pain in his right arm, his eyes filled with deep fear. After feeling Yishio's murderous gaze, he felt as if he was being stared at by a wild beast. His whole body felt cold and his scalp was numb. A feeling of regret arose in my heart. If he knew that Yishio's dantian had recovered, he would not dare to say this even if he had the courage. "Kowtow and apologize." Yishio held the ghost sword in his hand and pressed forward step by step. With every step forward, his aura became stronger. The 9 orifices in his body, the center of his heart, were beating violently, and the Shura chi was surging, spreading around Yishio. It looks like the god of death from hell, exuding an endless breath of death. I. Puff. Another light sound greeted Prince Yu, and then his left arm was also cut off at the root. Intense pain flooded his mind like a tide, as if it was going to swallow him completely. "Yishio, you can't kill me. This time I came here with the 3rd prince, and he will be here soon. If you kill me, the 3rd prince will not let you go." The prince became more and more frightened. How could he have thought that Yishio could even repair his dantian? In order to survive, he had no choice but to move the 3rd prince out. Only in this way could he have a chance of survival. Puff. He was responded with another ruthless sword strike, and Wang Ziyue's left leg was broken. "Oh, devil, you are the devil." Looking at Yishio walking towards him step by step like the god of death, he immediately became one with the horrific scene in his dream. The fear of Yishio that had been suppressed by Prince Yu suddenly broke out like a flood, instantly breaking down his psychological defenses. He was so frightened that he collapsed on the ground, his eyes dull and his urine and feces flowing everywhere. Die. Yixiao frowned, a hint of disgust flashing in his eyes. I'm too lazy to waste my time with such a cowardly guy. Stop. At this moment, an angry shout came from not far away. I saw a group of people approaching this side rapidly, led by a young man in his 20s. This man was 7 feet tall, with a handsome face and dressed in an apricot yellow robe with dragon patterns woven in gold thread on it, making him look extremely noble. Yixiao recognized this man. He was Yan Xing, the third prince of the Yan state. Yan Xing came just for Wang Ziyue. He didn't expect that such a big thing would happen just after he left for a while. But no matter what, he couldn't let Prince Yu die here. Third prince, save me. Puff. Yixiao turned a deaf ear to him, raised his sword and chopped off Wang Ziyue's head. Yixiao, how dare you? The men glared at Yixiao and looked at Wang Ziyue, whose head and body were separated. His heart was bleeding and his voice was trembling. It's not that he cared about Wang Ziyue's life or death. In fact, he wanted this guy to die more than anyone else. If he died, he could get rid of this mediocrity. But he couldn't die now. The whole Dian knew that he followed him to the Lingwu family. If he died at this time, it would only strain the relationship between him and the general, which would be tantamount to cutting off his left and right arms. Third prince, Yixiao is too arrogant. He actually dares not to take you seriously. I will kill him. Thunder Fist. A guard at the 8th level of the innate realm stood up and attacked Yixiao directly. As soon as this person made a move, he punched Yixiao with lightning speed. Red Flame Seal. Yixiao's heart moved, and the golden flame of the sun jumped out and turned into a fire seal to meet the attack. When he swallowed the spirit of the blue-eyed fire lion, he not only stimulated the power of his soul, but also gained its innate combat skills. This fighting skill seemed like something that he was born with. He could use it right away without any awkwardness. What's going on? Soon, the smile on Yan Xing's face froze. He found that his bone-penetrating ice flame could not freeze Yixiao's true energy, and could not even destroy his tendons and veins. The most terrifying thing was that he actually felt a chill from Yixiao's true energy. His bone-penetrating icy flame is an innate fire, of extremely high level, and extremely cold. He has used this fire to kill many people before, and even masters of the 9th level of the innate world could not ignore it. It would be fine if Yixiao's true chi was not afraid of the bone-penetrating icy flames, but it could make him feel cold instead. This was too scary. Yixiao took this for granted. His Shura chi was of the dark kind, the aura of the king, which was extremely in itself. Even Mutianye's demonic aura was inferior to it. Although this bone-penetrating icy flame is extremely cold, it is far superior to his own Shura chi. There is absolutely no comparison. Boom. At this moment, the golden flame of the sun moved, like a volcanic eruption, quickly spreading across Yixiao's body, transforming into tentacles that tightly grasped the bone-penetrating icy flame. It's like I don't want to pay attention to you, but that doesn't mean you can do whatever you want on my territory. Soon, the bone-penetrating ice flame that entered Yixiao's body broke away from Yan Xing's control and was swallowed by the great sun golden flame. Yixiao immediately felt a pure power being refined by the great sun golden flame and fed back to him, which improved his cultivation. It's still possible. Yixiao was overjoyed, and the way he looked at Yan Xing changed. That look was no longer looking at a person, but at the delicacies of the world, full of greed and desire. Not good. Yan Xing was shocked. He found that there was a force in Yixiao's body that was devouring his bone-penetrating icy flame. At first, this force only devoured the bone-penetrating icy flames that he shot out, but later it actually began to target his body. I couldn't stop it and was sucked in. Big sun golden flame, swallow it for me. Yixiao shouted loudly, and the golden flame of the sun immediately transformed into an ancient ferocious beast, and began to frantically devour the bone-penetrating ice flame in Yan Xing's body to strengthen itself. Soon, Yixiao felt that the realm he had just broken through had been consolidated. If he continues to absorb for a period of time, his cultivation may even be able to break through directly to the 6th level of the innate realm. This is a godsend opportunity. What are you still standing there for? Come and help. Yan Xing panicked. If his bone-penetrating ice flame was completely devoured by Yixiao, he would not only lose a powerful trump card, but his cultivation level might also decline. So he shouted immediately. Kill. The only two remaining guards of the 8th level of the innate realm immediately took action. Their duty is to protect Yanxing. Although he is not very popular in Dian, he is still a prince. If anything happened to him, I would be buried with him. A spoilsport. Yixiao cursed inwardly and had to let Yanxing go, otherwise, he would face the siege of 2 masters of the 8th level of the innate realm. Although he was very confident in his own strength, he did not dare to be careless when facing 3 masters of the 8th level of the innate realm at the same time. Call. After Yanxing was released by Yixiao, he breathed a sigh of relief, immediately stepped back, hurriedly took out the pill and swallowed it, and began to recover his cultivation. Because of this short period of time, his cultivation of the 8th level of the innate realm became somewhat unstable. This is not a good sign. As for Yixiao, he came to Zhang Ming, handed the little fox to him, then jumped up again and fought with the 2 guards. Thunder Fist. Picking plum blossoms. The 2 of them used killing moves as soon as they attacked, and even when they joined forces, they did not dare to relax at all. After all, the enemy they were facing was a young man who killed without blinking an eye. Come on, Ninekshatra King Seal, Scarlet Flame Seal. Yixiao's eyes flashed with a gleam, and he shouted loudly, simultaneously sending out the 9 Killings King Seal and the Red Flame Seal. The Shura chi diffused in his right hand and condensed into a black seal filled with ghostly shadows and revealing endless murderous intent. The flames in his left hand raged and condensed into a fire seal. The hot breath spread out, causing the temperature around to rise. Kill. Yixiao shouted loudly and struck out with both hands at the same time. The alternation of cold and heat actually formed a strange power that caused the 2 of them to fall into a situation of ice and fire. Their cultivation levels all dropped drastically as a result, and the longer time passed, the more severe the drop, as if they had fallen into a quagmire. Under Yixiao's frantic attack, the 2 were beaten back step by step, and even showed signs of defeat. The king is here. At this time Yanxing recovered and joined the battle again in a flash. With his joining, the battle situation changed again. Yixiao's advantage was gone, but he still stood firm as a pillar. Ms. Lin, please go and help Master Xiao. Zhang Ming was very worried when he saw Yixiao falling into a disadvantage, and he hurriedly shouted at Lin Qingqing. He knew that Lin Qingqing had the cultivation level of the 8th level of the innate realm. If she took action at this time, she would definitely be able to help Yixiao kill all 3 of them. But Lin Qingqing just stood there watching the show as if nothing had happened, which made him so angry that he wanted to curse. He's not in a hurry himself, why should you be in a hurry? Lin Qingqing rolled her eyes at him and said that the situation she saw was completely opposite to Zhang Ming's. Yixiao was fighting very excitedly at this time. Although he was temporarily at a disadvantage, he did not show signs of defeat. And she also wanted to see where Yixiao's limit was. But there's nothing to worry about. If he's in danger, I'll help him even without you telling me. As for now, just shut up. You're annoying me. Lin Qingqing said impatiently. This was the first time she had seen such an exciting battle. She didn't want to miss every second and had no time to waste talking to Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming had no choice but to shut his mouth and look towards the battlefield. If the Shura Qi and the Great Sun Golden Flame are combined, what kind of power will be produced? Yixiao was touched. He found that these 2 forces were completely opposite and even contradictory. But when used at the same time, they do not exclude each other, and there are even signs of integration from time to time. The moment they merged, he could feel that it became very easy for him to fight against the 3 of them at the same time. It's a pity that the fusion time was very short and the power fusion was not thorough enough, which resulted in him being unable to turn the situation around and still being at a disadvantage. What kind of scene would it be if I were to lead this fusion and allow these 2 forces to completely merge together? As soon as this thought came to his mind, Yixiao could no longer suppress it. He struck out with all his strength, knocking the 3 of them back. Yixiao took advantage of this time to put his hands together, and the 9 Evil King Seal and the Red Flame Seal began to gradually merge. A terrifying scene appeared. The power of the 9 Emperor Seal and the Great Sun Golden Flame were entangled together, and a force filled with destructive aura spread out. Everyone present was moved. What does he want to do? Yan Xing was horrified, his eyes widened. He is fusing these two forces. The expressions of the two guards also changed drastically. When they fought with Yishio before, they clearly felt these two forces. They are darkness and fire. These are two completely different, even contradictory forces. How could these two forces merge? This is like the two forces of water and fire, which are simply impossible to integrate. Master Xiao, don't do anything stupid, stop it now. Zhang Ming below was also frightened. Yishio was simply courting death by doing this. One must know that the power of darkness is extremely yin and cold, while the power of fire is extremely hard and hot. When these two forces merge, an explosion will definitely occur. By then, no one present will survive. Uncertain. Lin Qingqing's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Although these two forces are contradictory, as long as Yishio can absolutely control these two forces, it is not impossible for them to blend with each other. Moreover, the combined power not only has the characteristics of both powers, but will also become more powerful and violent than before. If Yishio can really do it, then there will be no suspense in this battle. Yishio turned a deaf ear to their shouts and focused all his attention on controlling the two forces. As the two palms got closer, the entanglement between the 9 Evil King's seal and the Big Sun Golden Flame became closer and closer, and there were already signs of fusion. Stop him now. Although Yan Xing didn't quite believe that Yishio could combine these two powers together. But for some reason, he felt an unprecedented sense of crisis in his heart, which made him panic. So he didn't dare to wait any longer. If Yishio really did it, that would be his doomsday. Yes. The two guards were also feeling anxious and restless at this moment. They had never seen such a method before, and the power contained in it was terrifying. With Yan Xing's order, the two dared not delay and attacked directly. No matter what, he cannot complete the fusion. At this moment, Yishio felt a strong suction force appearing between his hands, sucking his hands tightly and making it impossible to separate them. At the same time, the Shura chi in his body began to be drained frantically and soon ran out. Buzz. With a roar, a dark golden sphere appeared between his palms. There was black air permeating above it, with golden flames swirling in it. It gives people a very contradictory feeling, as if it is something that should not exist in this world. But there is an indescribable beauty on it, so beautiful that it is breathtaking and makes you unable to look away. No, I don't have enough energy. Yishio's face changed. He found that his remaining Shura chi was no longer able to sustain the dark gold ball. With an idea in his mind, he threw it directly towards Yan Xing. What? Yan Xing was so frightened that he felt like his soul was about to die. He felt that what Yishio threw was not a ball, but a list of deaths. It was almost an instinctive retreat. Boom. A loud bang sounded over the Valley of Despair, and then a huge mushroom cloud was seen rising from it. The entire Valley of Despair felt as if an 18-magnitude earthquake had occurred. Mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. The huge aftermath spread out in all directions like waves. Wherever it passed, flowers, plants and trees were uprooted, and snakes, insects, rats and ants were shattered into pieces. It looked like a ruin. The entire explosion lasted for 10 minutes. When the dust settled, the Valley of Despair was in ruins. What is surprising is that the core area of the explosion site is intact, in stark contrast to the surrounding situation. Yishio, his companions, Despair Flower, and hundreds of other people happened to be within this range, so they were not affected. This also made Yishio feel relieved. If the Flower of Despair were destroyed in order to kill Yan Xing, it would be a loss. Bang. Yan Xing crawled out from the rubble in the distance, his clothes torn into strips and blood flowing everywhere, like a beggar fished out of a pool of blood. And all the people he brought with him were killed by Yishio's attack. As for himself, if he hadn't pulled some people in front of him at the last moment, he would probably have been completely finished. You are lucky. Yishio stood up slowly and looked at the embarrassed Yan Xing, feeling somewhat surprised. The power of this attack has exceeded his expectations. He believes that even a master of the 9th level of the innate realm would find it difficult to resist. The fact that Yan Xing was able to survive is a miracle in itself. I, Yan Xing, have taken note of what happened today. We will meet again later if we regret it. The third prince clenched his fists in his sleeves, looked at the gorgeous and charming flower of despair, then turned and left. To be honest, he really didn't want to leave here. I have spent so much effort to prepare all this, and now that the despair flower is about to mature, leaving now would be like handing over a cooked duck to someone else. You know, the despair flower is a very precious medicinal herb that can help people stimulate the power of their souls and become alchemists. His original intention was to wait for the despair flower to mature, then consume it to directly stimulate the power of his soul and become an alchemist. In this way, joining the Lingwu family will be more certain. But now, he was almost exhausted and had no strength to fight anymore. If he doesn't leave, he will die. Call. After Yan Xing left, Yishio also sat down on the ground. Although the previous attack was powerful, it also drained all of his true energy. If Yan Xing attacked again, he would only be able to seek protection from the beautiful Lin. Little brother, what is the name of this move of yours? Can you teach me? Lin Qingqing ran over immediately, her eyes full of little stars. The power of this attack was so terrifying that it was beyond the reach of Yishio's current strength. If his cultivation is elevated to a higher level, the power of this attack will be even more terrifying, and killing people of a higher level will be as easy as taking something out of a bag. This was more powerful than any move she had ever seen. If she could learn it, and just throw a big mushroom at someone she didn't like, it would make her excited just thinking about it. Shura Jinlei, if you want to learn this move, you need a physique that has both darkness and fire attributes. Do you have it? Yishio gave this move a name, but as for teaching others, that was impossible. He was able to use this move entirely relying on the 9 apertures heavenly heart, which allowed him to perfectly control these two forces. This is the basis for the perfect fusion of the two forces. Moreover, in order to use this move, one must have a physique with both dark and fire attributes. Although Lin Qingqing's talent is not low, she only has a fire attribute physique. That alone ruled her out. Okay. Lin Qingqing pouted. Why did she only have 3 physical attributes, wood, fire, and light? It was too much. If people knew about the 3 physical attributes, they would definitely be surprised. In the Jutian continent, there are countless special physiques, which can be roughly divided into gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, darkness, etc. Each special physique possesses powerful abilities. For example, an alchemist with a fire-attributed physique has a noble status and is welcomed by all parties. Another example is Yishio. After the 9 apertures heavenly heart was opened, he directly obtained the Shura transformation, that is, the dark physique, which greatly increased his strength. Not to mention the sky fire transformation. But not everyone has this physique, and this physique is innate, given by God. Physical fitness can be improved as one's cultivation level increases, but it will not change due to acquired training. Of course, there are some special treasures in the world that can enable people to obtain corresponding physiques, but not only are these things rare, each one is also priceless and can be called a priceless treasure. If a person possesses a certain physical attribute, he can be considered a talent. If a person possesses 2 physiques with different attributes at the same time, he is a true genius and will definitely be the focus of training by major forces. But if a person possesses 3 or even more special physiques at the same time, he can only be described as a monster. Someone like Yishio, who has the potential to obtain 9 different physiques at the same time, is definitely a genius among geniuses and a monster among monsters. Little brother, what should we do with these people? Lin Qingqing looked at the crowd kneeling there with some pity. She was partly responsible for the fact that Yishio's Shura Golden Thunder did not harm these people and the despair flower. If she had not taken action at the last moment, that force would have been enough to kill all living creatures in the Valley of Despair. These are hundreds of living lives. She would really feel heartbroken if they died like this. Never mind them. Yishio had a cold expression on his face. He knew without thinking that these people were the bandits in the Valley of Despair, who were captured by Yan Xing to cultivate the flowers of despair. Each of them has dozens of lives to his credit, and they are guilty of all kinds of evil, including rape and robbery. So their death is not a pity. But Lin Qingqing wanted to say something, but Zhang Ming's voice came to her ears. Ms. Lin, you don't know that these people are all extremely vicious. If these people don't die, more people will be hurt. Is this what you want to see? I see. Lin Qingqing turned her head away and stopped looking at them. She was able to cultivate to the 8th level of the innate realm at such a young age, and mastered such advanced alchemy techniques in just a few months. It can be seen that she is also an extremely intelligent person. Her sister had warned her before that it was good to be compassionate, but not everyone deserved sympathy. Now that Zhang Ming had explained it, she understood. Although she still felt a little reluctant in her heart, she didn't say anything more. Without saying anything, Yishio took the little fox back, rubbed its little head tenderly, and then sat down. While recovering his cultivation, he continued to study the Qianquan alchemy. The more he learned, the more he felt the profoundness of this alchemy technique, and he also gained a new understanding of alchemy. Zhang Ming was studying the art of controlling fire, but Lin Qingqing was a little bored. However, Miss Lin noticed the tenderness revealed by Yishio when he hugged the little fox. To be honest, it was hard for her to imagine that a guy like Yishio, who killed people without blinking an eye, could have such a tender side. Judging from the time she had spent with Yishio, this guy was extremely cold-blooded and would kill people without blinking an eye. He was so decisive and straightforward when he killed people. Not to mention the distant past, just taking this period of time as an example, Yishio has killed more dead people than she has ever seen in her life. But he has another side towards Zhang Ming and the little fox. Not only is he not cold, but he is full of humaneness. Qianquan Danchu was such an advanced alchemy technique, but he didn't even blink and just sent it out. Especially when it came to treating the little fox, he revealed a tenderness that she had never seen in Yishio before, so gentle that she even felt a little envious. This is completely different from his previous behavior. Who are you anyway? Lin Qingqing was sitting not far away, holding up her round chin, and looking at Yishio with her big eyes blinking, as if she could see through him. But she found that this young man seemed to be covered with a veil, making it impossible for her to see through him. It was as if filled with some magical power, attracting her eyes. And this look lasted the whole night. The next day, the sun rose, and when the first ray of sunlight fell on Yishio's body, his thin figure suddenly became tall. At this moment, Lin Qingqing was actually stunned. Buzz. Suddenly, a roar broke the silence of the Valley of Despair. At this time, Yishio and Zhang Ming opened their eyes at the same time and looked in the direction of the despair flower. The already delicate and beautiful flower bud suddenly opened, as if it was carved from red crystal. Each petal was crystal clear and extremely attractive. At the same time, a faint fragrance spread, filling the entire Valley of Despair. The flower of despair has finally matured. Ah! Miss Lin was also startled and quickly turned her head away. Her face flushed and her heart was pounding like a deer. An unprecedented feeling came over her. Only then did she realize that she had been looking at this guy all night. He didn't find out. At this moment, Lin Qingqing was like a frightened kitten, curled up and sneaked a glance at Yishio out of the corner of her eye. When she found that Yishio didn't even look at her, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, but for some reason, she felt a little lost in her heart. Boom boom. At this moment, the ground began to shake, as if there was an earthquake. Following the sound, I saw a group of monsters approaching from afar, rushing towards here like a tide. Why are there so many monsters? Yishio frowned and said that after the previous battle in the Valley of Despair, there were no more monsters left. These monsters seemed to appear out of nowhere, coming so suddenly. It must be Yan Xing's doing. This guy calculated the time to lure the monster here. Zhang Ming gritted his teeth and said, "This move is really vicious. In this way, not only can it prevent us from obtaining the despair flower, but it can also use the beast tide to kill us. It's really killing two birds with one stone. You've come just in time. Zhang Ming, go pick the flowers of despair, and I'll take care of the rest." Yishio had long expected that Yan Xing would not give up, so he had anticipated this situation. These monsters are a crisis to others, but a blessing to him. He can kill the monsters, obtain their spirits and improve his cultivation, killing two birds with one stone. Okay. Zhang Ming immediately stood up and walked to the side of the despair flower. That day, the beasts in the Despair Valley roared and screamed continuously, and it was not until 2 hours later that the beasts completely subsided. Most of these monsters were in the 2nd or 3rd level of the innate realm, and the highest was only in the 6th level of the innate realm. Although there were many of them, the damage they caused was limited. Therefore, the power of these monsters is not enough to pose a threat to Ishio and his team. With Ishio's full efforts, the situation on the battlefield changed drastically. This was not a battle at all, but a one-sided massacre. Before long, the entire Valley of Despair was littered with corpses and blood. In this battle, Ishio obtained dozens of demon spirits and also obtained the fire for the birth of a demon beast of the 6th level of the innate realm. Although it was not as good as the red flame of the blue-eyed fire lion, it was also quite good, so it was given to Zhang Ming directly. Thank you, Master Xiao. With this fire, it will be easy for me to refine spiritual-grade elixirs. Zhang Ming was overjoyed. The power of this fire is much higher than the fire he had obtained before. Using it to refine pills can at least double the success rate and the efficacy of the pills. Refining spiritual-grade elixirs is no longer as difficult as before. Zhang Ming, do you have any extra herbs? I want to try them. Ishio asked. After studying for a period of time, he already had a clear understanding of alchemy. Moreover, it is better to try to refine it yourself than to see more. This will accumulate valuable experience for him to refine the mind-concentrating pill to cure the little fox later. Of course I have. I have the medicinal materials for 10 qi and blood pills. As for the recipe, it's in the booklet I gave to Master Xiao. If it's not enough, I have some other types of medicinal materials here. Zhang Ming immediately took out 10 packages of medicinal herbs from his storage bag and handed them to Ishio. Qi and blood pill is a low-level pill used for healing. Its grade is not high either, only lower grade in the ordinary class, and it is the easiest to refine among the lower grade pills in the ordinary class. It is most suitable for beginners like Ishio to practice. Although he didn't quite believe that Ishio could succeed in refining it. Brother, can we leave here first? This place is disgusting. When Lin Qingqing saw that Ishio and Zhang Ming were actually planning to make elixirs in the Valley of Despair, her face immediately darkened. The original Valley of Despair had a pleasant scenery, but now after Ishio's series of battles here, it has long since turned into a ruin. Now there are corpses everywhere and blood is everywhere. She didn't want to stay in such a place any longer. Okay. Ishio nodded. Such a big commotion in this place would definitely attract other people's attention. Staying here is too big a target. Moreover, alchemy requires quietness, and he cannot be on guard against sneak attacks from others while making the elixir, so changing places is undoubtedly the best choice. Afterwards, the three of them left the Valley of Despair, found a hidden cave 10 miles away, and walked in. However, Ishio was not in a hurry to refine the qi and blood pill. Instead, he took out the Qianquan alchemy technique that Lin Qingqing gave him and looked through it. Make sure there is nothing missing before starting to refine it. Zhang Ming and Lin Qingqing also consciously shut their mouths. They also wanted to see what level Ishio could reach in his first alchemy. Puff. Ishio raised his hand and summoned the golden flame of the sun, then took out the medicinal materials needed for the qi and blood pill. According to the alchemy experience Zhang Ming gave him, alchemy is divided into 3 steps: tempering the medicinal materials, extracting the medicinal liquid, and finally forming the pill. Once the pill is formed, it can be taken out of the furnace. The steps recorded in the Qianquan Danshu that Lin Qingqing gave him were the same as those given to him by Zhang Ming, but the methods of refining the medicinal materials were completely different. Zhang Ming's method is to refine each elixir gradually. Although this takes longer, it can ensure that each medicinal ingredient can be fully refined. The Qianquan alchemy technique is about using the Qianquan fire control technique to refine all medicinal materials at the same time. The benefit of this is also obvious, which is that it greatly saves the time of refining the elixir. But the difficulty lies in the fact that it places extremely high demands on flame control. After all, the optimal temperature required for extracting each medicinal material is different. If you want to refine 10 or even dozens of medicinal materials at the same time, you need to make the flame have different temperatures in different places. The difficulty can be imagined. This was also Ishio's first time making an elixir, so he did not choose the method of tempering medicinal materials in the Qianquan alchemy technique, but used Zhang Ming's method. Because he knows that you have to learn to walk before you can run. Although this method takes a little longer, it allows him to have a clearer understanding of the situation of the medicinal materials. Afterwards, Yi Xiu threw a kind of medicinal herb into the golden flame of the big sun, but this medicinal herb turned into ashes in an instant under the calcination of the golden flame of the big sun. Zhang Ming widened his eyes. Although this medicinal herb was not a rare treasure, it was very resilient. It would take him several minutes to burn it to ashes using the beast fire he had used before, but this medicinal material couldn't even last a moment in the golden flame of the sun. What kind of flame is this? It's too fierce. Yi Xiu's face also turned a little dark. It was not a good thing that the flame was too strong. With experience, Yi Xiu used the Qianquan fire control technique to adjust the temperature of the big sun golden flame and threw in another kind of medicinal herb. This time it was not burned to ashes directly like before, but the refined medicine liquid also lost its activity and could no longer be used. The third time, the fourth time, the fifth time. Yi Xiu experienced hundreds of failures in a row. Although he did better each time than before, he was still a person like this. If it were anyone else, they would have gone crazy a long time ago. But there was no change on Yi Xiu's face, even his emotions were the same as at the beginning. He was like a rock, extremely tough and without any ripples. The little brother is really handsome when he is serious. Lin Qingqing looked at Yi Xiu with a blushing face. She just couldn't stand this boring process and the blows of successive failures, so she fished for 3 days and rested the net for 2 days. Yi Xiu failed so many times in a row, but he was not affected at all. Suddenly she began to understand why Yi Xiu became famous at such a young age. This kind of perseverance is one of the best in the entire eastern wilderness, not to mention in this small area. If he doesn't become famous, who can? Master Xiu, it really is. Zhang Ming was also shocked by this scene and didn't even know how to describe his feelings at the moment. No one knew better than him how hard it was to learn alchemy for the first time. The continuous failures were really frustrating. Yi Xiu was completely immersed in it, not affected by the outside world at all. If he had this kind of perseverance and mentality, he would have become a famous alchemy master long ago. Originally he still had some sense of superiority, and even though the appearance of Lin Qingqing brought him an unprecedented blow, he still did not lose this sense of superiority. But when he saw the current situation, his sense of superiority disappeared. The most terrifying thing in the world is not people who are better than you, but people who are better than you and work harder than you. Yi Xiu is undoubtedly such a person. Master Xiu, you can obviously make a living with your looks, why do you still rely on your talent? How can I live in the future? Zhang Ming exclaimed. Poof. This was Yi Xiu's 135th failure, and he had consumed 7 portions of qi and blood pill ingredients. After this failure, Yi Xiu did not directly refine the elixir as he did before, but closed his eyes. The previous alchemy process replayed in his mind bit by bit, and various feelings and insights emerged, and then were integrated, refined, and summarized. A moment later, Yi Xiu's eyes suddenly opened, and an unprecedented gleam of light flashed in them. Boom. Under Yi Xiu's control, the golden flame of the sun suddenly rose up, like a sleeping lion suddenly waking up, causing the temperature of the entire cave to rise. Then, Yi Xiu waved his hand and threw dozens of medicinal herbs into the golden flame of the sun at the same time. But this time, there were no problems with the medicinal materials, and under Yi Xiu's control, they began to gradually decompose, forming balls of emerald green liquid. Afterwards, the golden flame of the sun rose again, and the extraction step was completed in an instant. All impurities were burned without damaging the activity of the medicine. The whole process could be described as simple and crude, leaving Zhang Ming and Lin Qingqing standing next to them dumbfounded. This is not at all something a beginner would be able to achieve. At this moment, Yi Xiu put all his heart and soul into refining the elixir, and was not affected by any external factors. With a thought, all the medicinal liquids melted into one ball, and quickly integrated under the calcination of the golden flame of the sun. Soon, a round pill appeared in the golden flame of the sun. Logically speaking, at this time Yi Xiu had actually completed all the steps of alchemy, and the qi and blood pill had been successfully refined. But Yi Xiu had no intention of stopping. The golden flame of the sun was jumping wildly, and the scorching temperature swept through the entire cave like a strong wind. Even the stones on the rock wall showed signs of melting. Jiang Ming even felt a little overwhelmed, and quickly circulated his true energy, which made him feel much more relaxed. Master Xiao, what is this doing? Jiang Ming no longer understood Yi Xiao's actions at this time. According to his understanding, the alchemy was over at this step. Moreover, the qi and blood pill refined by Yi Xiao looked like it was no ordinary item, and the degree of fusion was also extremely high, at least 80%, which was much better than the one he refined. Why is Yi Xiao still refining? He is actually tempering his elixir. Oh my god, how is this possible? Lin Qingqing screamed in shock, her eyes widened so wide that they almost popped out of her head. The whole person seemed to have seen something incredible, and even his breathing became rapid. Quen Dan. What Quen Dan? Jiang Ming was confused. In his understanding, there were only 3 steps in alchemy: quenching, extraction and pill making. There was no such thing as quenching the pill. You don't understand. This is something recorded in Qiankuan Danshu. Even my master hasn't mastered this method. It's incredible. Lin Qingqing exclaimed. It is no wonder that Jiang Ming would ask this question, because the step of quenching the pill is not mentioned at all in ordinary alchemy. It is considered a unique alchemy technique in Qiankuan alchemy. Ordinary alchemists only know the 3 steps of extraction, quenching and pill making. However, the Qiankuan alchemy technique records 4 steps. In addition to the quenching, extraction and pill making mentioned earlier, there is another very critical step. It is to temper the pill. This step is the same as using water to quench weapons when forging them. However, water cannot be used to quench the elixir, as this will lower the residual temperature on the elixir. Therefore, the quenching of the elixir must be done with a more intense flame, so that the various medicinal materials in the elixir can be further integrated on the original basis. This step can be regarded as the core technique of Qiankuan alchemy, and it is also the fundamental reason why it can refine high-level elixirs. But this step is very difficult, not to mention Lin Qingqing, a beginner who has only studied for a few months. Even the master who taught her alchemy could not master this method. Otherwise, the pills she refined could be upgraded by at least 1 level. The reason why this step is difficult is that it requires absolute control over the flame, and at the same time requires extremely powerful flames, both of which are indispensable. Her Xiantian purple fire barely met the requirements, but she was simply unable to fully control it. This is only possible if she can calm down and spend 3 to 5 years practicing the Qiankuan fire control technique without relaxing at all. Yi Xiao's great sun golden flame is more advanced than her mysterious sky purple fire. How could anyone possibly control it completely? This was completely beyond her understanding. The pill is completed. Yi Xiao shouted in a low voice and waved his hand. The golden flame of the sun dissipated, and a crystal-clear qi and blood pill with a strong medicinal fragrance appeared in front of everyone. This. Boom boom. Just as the two were about to speak, there was a sudden roar in the sky, and a golden light fell from the sky, penetrating the obstruction of the mountain and directly descended on the pill. Afterwards, the vital energy of heaven and earth within a radius of 10 miles began to surge wildly, directly forming a vital energy tide that gathered towards this side. Buzz. At this time, the qi and blood pill shook violently and began to spin wildly, forming a cyclone that quickly absorbed all the vital energy of the surrounding heaven and earth. Then, under the gaze of everyone, a mysterious pattern gradually formed on the surface of the qi and blood pill. The originally gray elixir turned into a light gold color, and the pattern on it became clearer, giving people a very mysterious feeling. Danwen, this is Danwen. Jiang Ming and Lin Qingqing exclaimed almost at the same time. They were really too shocked. Originally, they thought that it was amazing that Yi Xiao was able to refine the qi and blood pill for the first time, but they did not expect that the qi and blood pill he refined not only caused strange phenomena in heaven and earth, but also formed pill patterns. This elixir pattern is also called the Dao pattern. It is a pattern that will only appear when the elixir is fused to the extreme, the medicinal power has transformed and is recognized by heaven and earth. It is a symbol of the best elixir. Although it is said that a pill can produce up to 9 pill patterns, that is just a legend after all. Lin Qingqing has only seen a pill with 3 pill patterns at most. But that was the work of a great master of alchemy. And Yishio was just a beginner, but he was able to refine a pill that could produce a danwen, which was scary enough. The only drawback is that this is just a qi and blood pill. Although the appearance of the pill pattern has increased its efficacy by more than 10 times, it is only equivalent to a top-grade ordinary pill. But the mortal level is still the mortal level after all, and its value is very limited, even less than its research value. How about this pill? Yishio took the qi and blood pill in his hand, looked up at Zhang Ming and Lin Qingqing and asked. His previous practice did not require much elixirs, and most of the time he relied on his own efforts to improve. Only in this way could he lay a solid foundation. In the experience Zhang Ming gave him and the Qianquandanshu that Lin Qingqing gave him, there was no elaboration on the situation of the elixir. Therefore, he didn't know much about elixirs, and he didn't even know what the appearance of elixir patterns meant. Well enough. Lin Qingqing pretended to be calm, but what she didn't know was that her voice was trembling after she said this. This is a sign of guilty conscience. Not bad. This. Zhang Ming wanted to say something but was met with Lin Qingqing's angry glare. It's like she's saying, if you dare to expose my shortcomings, I'll make them shorter. Yeah, it's okay, it's okay. Zhang Ming shrank his neck and swallowed back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. It's so hard for me. It's just okay. Yishio was a little disappointed. He thought he had refined something extraordinary. However, he adjusted himself quickly. After all, he was a beginner, and it was already very good that he could successfully refine a pill. There was no need to be disappointed. You don't have to be disappointed. You can refine a low-grade mortal elixir in such a short time. This is already very good. Lin Qingqing's face was full of embarrassment. This was the biggest lie she had ever told. She even had the idea of leaving Yishio as soon as possible. Because once she arrives in Lingwu City, her lie will be exposed and she will be embarrassed. Yes, that's true. Zhang Ming quite agreed with this statement. When he was learning alchemy from his master, it took him 3 years to make a small qi and blood pill. 3 years. How long did Yishio take? Considering the time wasted on the previous failure, it was less than an hour. There is absolutely no comparison between 3 years and 1 hour. In his opinion, Yishio was an alchemy genius who was delayed by cultivation and military affairs. No, it's a wizard. I know. Yishio nodded. He understood this point. And there are still 2 months left. He believes that he will be able to refine the mind-concentrating pill and rescue the little fox. Thinking of this, Yishio lowered his head and touched the little fox's head in his arms, and said softly, "Little fox, the young master has learned how to make pills now. It won't be long before I can rescue you. Here we go again." Seeing this scene, Lin Qingqing was so angry that her teeth were itching. There is a delicate beauty standing in front of you, but you don't know how to cherish her. Instead, you are so gentle to a little fox. I really don't know what you are thinking. Excuse me, is there anyone here? At this moment, a man's voice was heard from outside the cave. No one. Lin Qingqing was angry, and this person's arrival gave her an outlet for venting her anger, so she responded directly. But after she finished speaking, she was stunned. What happened to her? I am Qian Duodua. I was nearby just now. I saw that the elixir you made caused strange phenomena in the world. I was curious and came here. Please forgive me for my intrusion. Qian Duodua is very polite. You can't be rude. The elixir he refined can actually cause strange phenomena in heaven and earth. He must be a master who has never appeared in the world. If he could get to know such a great person, it would be of great benefit to his future. Qian Duodua. Who is Qian Yotsai to you? Yishio spoke. Senior, you actually know my father. That makes things easy. I wonder if you can let me in to meet you. Qian Duodua outside was overjoyed when he heard this. It turned out that they were acquaintances, so it would be easier to make friends. Come in. Yishio said, after all, he is still the rich uncle. His father Qian Yotsai is from a top family in Dajin, and is also the head of the well-known Dajin Chamber of Commerce. The relationship between Dajin and Daliang was better than that between Dajin and Dayan, and there was frequent trade between the two countries. I had bought a lot of things through Qian Yotsai before, and we had a good impression of each other. In addition, my status was similar to his when I was a teenager. So the two of them called each other brothers. By this calculation, am I not the rich uncle? Thank you, senior. Qian Duodua was delighted. He asked the servants to wait outside while he quickly walked into the cave. But when he saw the people inside clearly, he froze in place. These people were too young. Or has the alchemy master left? Your name is Qian Duodua. Haha, I think your name should be Ro Duodua. After Lin Qingqing saw Qian Duodua's appearance clearly, she burst into laughter. Qian Duo is not tall, half a head shorter than Lin Qingqing, but his figure and height are the same, and he is 3 times stronger than Lin Qingqing, a real fat dump. It's not an exaggeration at all for Lin Qingqing to say that he has a lot of flesh. The clothes on this guy are light gold in color. Under the light, they emit a faint golden glow. They are made of gold threads. He had a gold chain around his neck that was as thick as a finger, a few large gold teeth that had turned a little gray in his mouth, and his face was fat and greasy. He looks like a nouveau riche. This appearance is even more exaggerated than that of his father Qian Yotsai. Beautiful sister, where is the senior who just made the elixir? Qian Duodua was dazzled by Lin Qingqing's beauty, but soon calmed down. His Qian family was in the Chamber of Commerce and did business with many countries. He had followed his father around the country since he was young and had seen many people and things. My eyesight has been trained for a long time. So he could tell at a glance that this beauty was of extraordinary status, and was definitely not comparable to those mediocre women, let alone someone like him who could get his hands on her. So he immediately changed the subject and directed the conversation to the senior alchemist, which was also the main purpose of his coming here. Although you are ugly, you are not annoying. Look, he is the alchemy master you are looking for. Lin Qingqing nodded. This boy left a good impression on him. He was obviously attracted by his own beauty, but he was able to adjust himself in such a short time, which was not easy for a kid of his age. She was particularly pleased by the respect shown in his words and the constant avoidance of his eyes. Unlike this stinky Yishio, who wouldn't even look at me for another second. Do I look so disgusting? Are you the senior who refined the elixir and caused the strange phenomena in heaven and earth? Qian Duodua immediately turned his head away, not daring to look at Lin Qingqing again. He was afraid that if he looked at her a few more times, he would lose control of himself. However, when he saw Yishio, he felt a little skeptical. How could such a young person be able to refine an elixir that could cause strange phenomena in heaven and earth? In comparison, Zhang Ming next to him seems more likely to do so. After all, Zhang Ming is much older than Yishio and looks more stable. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Zhang Ming again. Why are you looking at me, little boy? Miss Lin said that this elixir was made by Master Xiao. What? You don't believe it? Zhang Ming understood what he meant and said immediately. Master Hu. Qian Duodua was stunned. There was no last name Xiao in his memory. His last name is Yi. Now you know who he is. Lin Qingqing reminded. Surname Yi. Master Xiao. Could it be? Qian Duodua seemed to have thought of something, his eyes immediately widened, he looked at Yishio in disbelief and said, You are the young Master Yishio from Daoyang. Why, doesn't it look like that? Yishio said calmly. You. Qian Duodua pointed at Yishio and said the word you 3 times, but he couldn't utter a complete sentence. Plop. However, what no one expected was that Qian Duodua actually knelt down directly in front of Yishio. What are you doing? Not only Yishio, Zhang Ming, and Lin Qingqing were also a little confused. When did Xiao Shanhou become so famous? Brother Yi, I finally found you. Qian Duodua burst into tears immediately, feeling that all her efforts during this period were not in vain. Oh. Relax and let me see. Yishio said. He knew that many people were born with blocked meridians and were not suitable for cultivation. This situation was very common on the Jiutian continent. He doesn't care about others, but since he has acknowledged Qian Duodua as his brother, he, as the eldest brother, cannot just sit there and do nothing. Good. Dudwa relaxed immediately after he finished speaking. He was full of trust in Yishio. It may be a little uncomfortable, just bear with it. After Yishio finished speaking, he placed his right hand on Dudwa's shoulder. The power of his soul went along his arm into Dudwa's body and he immediately saw his blocked meridians. Dudwa's meridians were severely blocked, with nearly 70% of them being clogged by impurities. This situation may not be a big deal when you are in the body tempering stage, but once you enter the innate stage and produce true qi in your body, it becomes difficult to circulate it. Brother, don't worry about it. My father has been working very hard for me, but he still hasn't found a suitable method. Dudwa didn't want to make things difficult for Yishio. After all, no one knew his situation better than him. Of course, there is a way to solve the problem of his blocked meridians. All he needs to do is find a master in the condensation realm to use his powerful force to open up his meridians. This problem is solved. But doing so would damage the foundation of the masters in the condensation realm and might even cause irreparable trauma. The masters of Ningyuan realm stand at the top of the pyramid in Fangtuan realm and have a lofty status. Who would be willing to destroy their own foundation for the sake of a useless person like themselves? It's useless even if you spend more money. I have an idea that may solve your problem, but the process will be a bit painful, so please bear with it. An idea came to Yishio's mind, and with a thought, a ray of golden flame passed through his arm and penetrated into Dudwa's body. Ah! Dudwa let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered, and his whole body was instantly covered with cold sweat, and his body couldn't help but tremble. This situation made Yishio's eyes light up. Using the Great Sun Golden Flame can indeed help Dudwa sort out his meridians. However, the meridians in the human body are extremely complex and related to Dudwa's future practice. Any slight mistake may lead to irreversible consequences. So he couldn't comb his entire body now. First of all, his soul power had just been born, which was not enough to support him to control the golden flame of the sun for a long time. The second is that it takes too long. Even if he tries with all his strength, it will take several or even dozens of times to completely sort it out. The time required is measured in months. But Xiaohu's time is running out now, and he can't spare so much time to help Dudwa sort out his meridians. Dudwa, I have a way to solve your physical problem, but you have to wait for me for a while. It won't be long, at most 3 months. Yishio thought for a moment and said. Although he had learned the art of alchemy now, he was still a little short of the right level to refine the spirit concentrating pill. Moreover, the medicinal materials needed for the spirit concentrating pill could only be obtained in Lingwu City. The best outcome would be to be able to buy them all at the Lingwu City Chamber of Commerce, which would save you a lot of trouble. The worst result is that the Chamber of Commerce in Lingwu City cannot gather all the medicinal materials needed for the Ningxian pill, but the Lingwu family will definitely have them, so he still has to go to Lingwu City this time. Really? Dudwa was delighted, but the smile on his face soon dimmed again, and he said sincerely, Brother, I know you are doing this for my own good, but if doing this will hurt your foundation, I would rather live like this. Don't worry, it won't affect me, but the process will be painful, so you'd better be mentally prepared. Yishio patted him on the shoulder and said, although Dudwa is not very old, he can put himself in other people's shoes and think about others, which he admires very much. Really? That's great. I can practice now. Dudwa immediately jumped up excitedly, like a child. It was really because he had been holding it in for too long, even though his identity gave him a superior status and endless money. But he knew that others called him a waste behind his back. His father was looked down upon a lot because of this, and his hair turned gray with worry about his own affairs. If the problem with his meridians could be solved, he would be able to make a name for himself. Not only would it bring honor to his father, but it would also be a great thing for himself. Don't be too happy yet. I told you, this process will be extremely painful. It will be 10 times, or even 100 times, more painful than what you just felt. You have to get through this first. Yishio smiled, he was also very happy at the moment. Damn Yishio, stinky Yishio, you actually smiled at this man and didn't even smile at me, how abominable. Lin Qingqing on the side was so angry that she went crazy. Could it be that she was not even as good as a fat man? At this moment, she once again began to doubt Yishio's orientation. Don't worry, big brother. As long as I can practice, I can endure any hardship. Qian Duodua said seriously. That's good. Yishio nodded. By the way, big brother, they said before that the elixir you made caused the strange phenomena in heaven and earth. Is this true? Qian Duodua suddenly remembered the purpose of coming here. To be honest, although he worshipped Yishio as his elder brother, he still didn't quite believe it was true. After all, he had never heard that the young man could make elixirs, and his fame was mostly gained on the battlefield. Of course, this is the elixir I made before. Yishio naturally would not hide anything from Qian Duodua and directly took out the qi and blood pill he had refined. This is Danwen, brother, you are actually a master of alchemy. Although Qian Duodua's cultivation is not good, his eyesight is just as good as Lin Qingqing's, or even better. Therefore, he saw the Dan pattern on the qi and blood pill at a glance. As far as he knew, in this small area, only the alchemy master in the Lingwu family could refine pills with elixir patterns, and the success rate was extremely low. Why, is this pill very powerful? Yishio was stunned and couldn't help but look at Lin Qingqing. The latter blushed and looked directly at the gloomy sky outside. She lied with open eyes and said, "The weather is nice today. I'm going out to bask in the sun." It was so embarrassing. She originally thought that the lie would only be exposed once she arrived in Lingwu City, but who would have thought it would be exposed so soon? It's really retribution in this life. However, when she passed by Qian Duodua, she did not forget to glare at him, and the good impression she had previously established collapsed in an instant. You could dare to expose my shortcomings, huh? Just wait for me. Yishio then looked at Zhang Ming. Ahem, well, the clothes I hung out to dry yesterday should be dry now. I'll go out and take a look. Zhang Ming also lied with his eyes open, turned around and ran out. What's going on? Qian Duodua was a little dazed. Did he say something wrong? No, that wasn't the case. Duodua, tell me the truth, how much is this medicine worth? Yishio was so smart, how could he not see that he was being tricked by these two guys? Of course, he also knew that the value of the elixir could not be measured by currency such as gold and silver, but its quantity could also indirectly reflect the value of the elixir. If Big Brother wants to sell it, I can offer 100,000 taels of gold to buy it, which is definitely more than what others offer. Qian Duodua thought for a moment and gave a price he thought was reasonable. What do you mean? Yishio was a little confused. What did he mean by, finally found myself? Why did you look for me? There is nothing in common between you and me. Even if there is, it is between you and your father. What does it have to do with you? You are the idol that Qian Duodua admires the most in his life. I used to hear my father talk about your deeds often. Unfortunately, my father never let me go to Daliang, saying it was dangerous, so I never had the chance to meet you. Later, I heard from the servants about your experience in Daliang, which really pissed me off. Qian Duodua continued, so I sneaked out while my father was not at home to look for you in Daliang. But when I got to Daliang, I found out that you had already left. After that, I went through many twists and turns before I got here. At this point, Qian Duodua's expression straightened up and he said, Brother Yi, please accept me as your younger brother. I really admire you. As long as you agree, I will follow your lead in the future. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west. If you tell me to kill a dog, I will never chase a chicken. You get up first. Yishio's eyes softened and he immediately walked forward and helped him up. He could tell that what Qian Duodua said was true, and it would be a lie to say that he was not touched. He and Qian Duodua had never met before. Although this was their first meeting, the other party had traveled thousands of miles to find him. Moreover, Yishio's soul power is so sharp at this moment that it can directly penetrate people's souls. A rich kid like Qian Duodua is just a little lamb in front of Yishio. If Qian Duodua kneels in front of him and has any extra thoughts, he will not escape Yishio's perception. Sincerely. Worship. This is what Yishio sensed. Ever since his Dantian was destroyed, he had witnessed the ruthlessness of the royal family and the indifference of the world. Even the Yi family, to whom he gave everything, short of giving his heart, still regarded him as a thorn in their eyes. I didn't expect that besides Xiaowu, there is someone else in this world who can do this for me. No, I won't get up unless you agree to it. Qian Duodua is a stubborn person. His biggest belief on this trip is to find Ixio and recognize him as his big brother. Now that he had finally found it, he definitely didn't want to miss it again. Master Xiao, just agree to him. Zhang Ming's eyes were a little moist. He was moved by Qian Duoduo's sincerity. No one knew better than him how miserable Ixio had experienced before. Thinking back on his past actions, he even had an urge to slap himself. Compared to this little fat guy, I am such a jerk. Yes, little brother, this is such a kind and righteous little fat boy. I am moved, whoa. Lin Qingqing was so moved that tears came out. She is an emotional woman after all. Okay, I promise you, from now on, you are my Yixio's third brother. Yixio nodded heavily and acknowledged this brother. In fact, this is the second brother he has acknowledged. The first one is Mu Tianye. He and Mu Tianye have a mutual understanding and like-mindedness, especially Mu Tianye's generosity and domineering attitude, which he admires. What Qian Duoduo gave him was more of a spiritual touch. A person who has nothing to do with him actually did so many things for him. Even a piece of pig iron would be warmed up. Third brother. Qian Duoduo and Lin Qingqing were both stunned. Why was it the third brother? Then Qian Duoduo couldn't help but look at Zhang Ming. Could he be the second brother? Don't look at me. I don't have such good luck to be Master Xiao's brother. Your second brother is the little devil of the Lingwu family, Mu Tianye. Zhang Ming said, and this was also what he really thought. If I had stood on Yixio's side from the beginning, perhaps I could really have become Yixio's brother. Because he knew that what Yixio valued was not talent, nor so-called identity and status, but the heart. Exchange sincerity for sincerity. He has a deep understanding of this. Ever since I followed Yixio sincerely, he has also treated me sincerely. Qianquan fire controlling technique, the innate 6th level beast fire, each one is priceless. But he didn't even blink and gave it to himself. Although he could not become Yixio's brother in this life, being able to follow Yixio as a follower was considered as something he had wished for. You actually became brothers with Mu Tianye. How come I don't know when this happened? Lin Qingqing widened her eyes and said in disbelief. This Mu Tianye is a genius of the Lingwu family, nicknamed the Little Devil. He has extremely high standards and does not even take some geniuses of the Lingwu family seriously. Such a person is actually willing to lower himself and acknowledge Yixio as his big brother. How could this guy be so charming? This is none of your business. Yixio said calmly that the relationship between him and her was more of a cooperative one, not even friends. She gave me what I needed, and I helped her do things and kill people. No one owed anyone anything. So there are some things he doesn't need to tell her too much. You. Lin Qingqing was so angry that she gritted her teeth and wished she could just turn around and leave. It was so infuriating. After all, I am a cute girl, it would be so pleasing to the eye to have someone around me. It would be fine if you just ignored me, but you even dared to yell at me. You should treat this new fat boy much better than me. Are you still a man? Ms. Lin, don't be angry. Master Xiao meant that he had already recognized Mu Tianye before you came, so it's normal that you don't know. Zhang Ming hurried to smooth things over. He knew Yixio was like that. He can treat his own people in any way he wants, but he is not so kind to outsiders. Snort. Lin Qingqing snorted coldly and turned away. I thought to myself, you damn Yixio, you stinky Yixio, if you don't apologize to me, I will never talk to you again. Get up, there's no need for us to be like this between brothers anymore. Yixio looked at Qian Duoduo and said. Thank you, brother. Qian Duoduo climbed up, his fat body swaying. Duoduo, you should lose weight. This thing is of no benefit to your cultivation. Yixio couldn't help but say that a person's physical condition directly affects the performance of his combat skills. Qian Duoduo's body shape is seriously out of shape, and it is difficult for him to win against a master of the same level. Hee, I also want to lose weight, but I just can't control my mouth. Besides, I don't ask for a high level of cultivation. My lifelong dream is to open the Dajin Chamber of Commerce all over the Jiutian continent and make a lot of money. When Qian Duoduo said this, he immediately held his head high and chest out, full of energy, like a successful person giving a speech. I think you are afraid of hardship. Yishio joked that this kid's goal was ambitious, but it couldn't be hidden from his eyes. Martial arts are respected in the Jiutian continent. No matter how much money you make, you still need to bow and scrape in front of people with higher cultivation levels and be looked down upon. No one would want to live such a life, and Qian Duodua is no exception. Hee, I knew I couldn't hide it from Big Brother. But I'm not afraid of hardship, but my meridians have been blocked since I was young, and I'm only at the 7th level of body tempering. I can't expect to become a master like Big Brother and Second Brother in this life. So I focused on money. Fortunately, I'm good at this, so I won't have to worry about food and drink in this life. Qian Duodua smiled bitterly and said, who doesn't want to be strong, standing on the top of the pyramid and looking down on everyone? But he is not a genius like Yishio and Mu Tianye, and even compared with Zhang Ming, he is far behind. So he felt that he would be satisfied if he could use his skills in this life and not have to starve. As for the rest, he didn't dare to think about it, and couldn't think about it. You guy, don't think that I am your big brother and you can give more. What I want to know is its true value. Yishio was surprised. 100,000 taels of gold was a huge sum of money, and the entire Yi family's annual consumption was only 10,000 taels of gold. For an ordinary family, 1 or 2 ounces of gold are enough to live comfortably for a month. Obviously, the value of this qi and blood pill was beyond his expectations. Brother, I understand what you mean, and I gave you the most reasonable price. Of course, others would definitely offer a lower price, after all, they also want to make money. But even if I offer 100,000 taels of gold, I can still make a profit, because elixirs with Danwen are extremely valuable for collection and research. If they are auctioned, they can fetch at least 120,000 to 130,000 taels of gold. In the end, I still make a profit. Qian Duodua said seriously. Understood. Yishio was a little excited. The first pill he refined was actually so valuable. This was enough to show the value of this pill. In this way, he would be more confident in rescuing the little fox. Brother, I have an unwelcome request. I want to buy this pill from you. As you know, our Qian family is a chamber of commerce and is currently developing business in Lingwu City. If we can get this pill, it will definitely have a good publicity effect. Qian Duodua rubbed his hands back and forth and said embarrassedly. Whatever you buy, I'll give you this pill as a gift. Yishio didn't care much about money, and if he could refine 1 pill, he could refine 2 or 3 more. The most important thing is that its cost is just some worthless medicinal herbs. Even if it is priceless, he doesn't care at all. That won't work, Big Brother. I know you don't care about these things, but I can't take advantage of you. As the saying goes, brothers should settle accounts clearly. This is also the principle I have followed in doing business over the years. And doing this will not affect the relationship between us brothers. What do you think? Qian Duodua respects Yishio from the bottom of his heart and wants to maintain this relationship for a long time. If he was taking this pill himself, he would never ask for a penny, but since he was going to sell this pill, the meaning was different. He didn't want this kind of thing to affect his impression in Yishio's mind. Just as he learned, brothers should settle accounts clearly, only then can the relationship last long. Okay, take it. Yishio nodded, did not insist, and threw the pill over directly. He agreed with one point that Qian Duodua said, that there shouldn't be too many distractions between brothers, so that the emotions between them can be pure enough. Brother, there are 1,000 low-grade yuanshi in here. I know you don't need much money, so I took the initiative to exchange it for yuanshi. I hope you won't blame me. Qian Duodua took the pill, then took out a storage bag and handed it to Yishio. The value of gold and silver to those who practice cultivation is limited, especially in Lingwu City, where there are many things that cannot be bought with gold and silver. They basically barter, and if they really can't come up with something of equivalent value, yuanshi is the first choice. Even if it is not used to buy things, it can be used to improve your cultivation. Then Big Brother will accept it. Yishio certainly wouldn't blame him. The effect of yuanshi was indeed much better than gold and silver, and some of the medicinal ingredients in the Ningxian pill definitely needed to be paid with yuanshi. Of course, these yuanshi are probably just a drop in the bucket compared to the Ningxian pill. So he planned to refine some more pills on the way to Lingwu City, so that he could accumulate some wealth to buy medicinal materials. Brother, what are your plans next? Why don't you come with me to Lingwu City? My father is there now. Qian Duodwa suggested. Before this, his father Qian Yotsai had written to him many times asking him to go to Lingwu City to help. Although Qian Duodwa is young and lacks talent, he is very good at managing the Chamber of Commerce. Most of the time, his father has to rely on his son. But because of Yishio's matter, Qian Duodwa simply chose to ignore the call. Now that he has found Yishio, he can't delay any longer. Your father actually opened the Chamber of Commerce to Lingwu City. Yishio was a little surprised. Although the Qian family's Dajin Chamber of Commerce was very famous in various countries, it was not so popular in Lingwu City. There are not only local chambers of commerce in Lingwu City, but also large chambers of commerce from outside the region. Without any foundation, it is not an easy task for the Qian family to gain a foothold in Lingwu City. Hee, I do have some skills in doing business. Qian Duodwa said proudly. So, this is your credit. Only at this moment did Yishio truly get to know Qian Duodwa. This boy looked ordinary, but he actually possessed such skills. He had to admire him for that. Even though he became famous at a young age, it would be easy for him to lead an army in a war, but he would be at a loss if he were to do business. Moreover, he also knew that the business world was like a battlefield, and sometimes even more cruel than a battlefield. It was impressive that Qian Duodwa could actually navigate the business world. Brother, I'm not bragging to you. As long as I take action, within 3 months, Lingwu City will have a place for my Dajin Chamber of Commerce. If you don't believe me, let's wait and see. When Qian Duodwa said this, he seemed like a different person, his eyes were shining and full of confidence. I believe that. When Yishio saw Qian Duodwa's appearance at this moment, it was as if he saw himself inspecting his troops on the battlefield. The confidence and domineering attitude of, who else but me, and being able to make all the decisions could not be learned. Rather, it was accumulated slowly through hundreds or thousands of battles. Then you, brother. Qian Duodwa looked at Yishio pitifully and said that he really didn't want to separate from Yishio now. It would be best if they could go to Lingwu City together to show their talents. You don't have to do this, kid. The purpose of my trip is to go to Lingwu City, which happens to be on the same route as yours. Yishio smiled. Very good. Qian Duodwa jumped up again, this time he jumped 3 feet high. The fat on his body swayed and almost fell off. It's really hard for him. We will set off immediately. Yishio didn't want to delay any longer. The journey had already taken a long time. He had to rush to Lingwu City as soon as possible to determine the medicinal materials for the Ningxian pill. If not, he might as well join the Lingwu family to look for it, so as not to be passive. Okay. Qian Duodwa walked out of the cave and waved his hand. His men brought over several fine horses. Brother, this is the best war horse of the Jin dynasty, the Cloud Chaser, which can travel thousands of miles a day. With it, the time it takes us to reach Lingwu City can be greatly shortened. I don't need that. Traveling is practicing. I'd better walk. Yishio shook his head. He was determined in his heart. Since he had decided to take this opportunity to hone his skills, he would not give up halfway. I want to ride a horse. Lin Qingqing also came over at this time, jumped directly onto the warhorse, and didn't even look at Yishio. I tell you to ignore me, and I won't pay attention to you either, humph. Master Xiao, I. Zhang Ming's eyes were also fixed on the other warhorse, with a look of longing on his face. Although he also wanted to go with Yishio, the effect of this kind of self-training was very obvious, but his strength did not allow it. He was exhausted from the journey. If he kept going, his old bones would fall apart. You go ahead, I'll go first. Yishio nodded. He also knew Zhang Ming's difficulty, so he didn't force him. He jumped up with the little fox in his arms and soon disappeared into the dense forest. The group walked for more than half a month and did not encounter any obstacles on the road, but they were eventually blocked by a big river. This is the Boundary River. After crossing the Boundary River, we will reach the sphere of influence of the Lingwu family. However, the Boundary River stretches for thousands of miles. We must find a boat. When the eldest brother arrives, we can cross the river directly. Qian Duodwa pulled the reins and stopped beside the Boundary River. He looked at the endless river with longing in his eyes. Fighting for Lingwu City was something he had been looking forward to for a long time, and as he was about to arrive, his heart began to get excited. "There's a boat ahead, why don't we go over and ask?" Zhang Ming looked at several large boats parked by the lake in front of him. They could easily accommodate 100 people at the same time and were just enough to carry them across the river. "No need to go to so much trouble, Qian Sainer, go charter a boat." Qian Duodua said domineeringly that things that can be solved with money are not a problem for him. It really is as good as the name. Zhang Ming sighed and said that even as an alchemist like him, he was not as domineering as Qian Duodua. "You know, this is a boat that goes to Lingwu City, and the fare is very high. The money he has can only buy a few places, so he wants to charter the boat." He could only think about it. "Yes, master." Qian Sainer bowed and was about to go over. "Qian Sainer, this beauty wants to ride on the biggest, most luxurious, and most beautiful ship. Remember that." Lin Qingqing shouted. In her opinion, only that ship was worthy of her status. This. Qian Sainer looked at Qian Duodua with some embarrassment. He was just a servant, and how could he dare to agree without his master saying anything? "Go ahead, just charter the biggest and most luxurious one," Qian Duodua said nonchalantly. In his opinion, money is only money when it is spent. If it is kept in the hands, it is just a string of numbers and has no meaning. Moreover, he was well known for his generosity in his work and life, and at least tens of millions of gold and silver were spent from him every year. Either give gifts directly, or treat people to a meal, or just treat people to a treat. Otherwise, how could he be so successful in the business world? Okay. Qian Sainer received the order and ran over happily. He quickly chartered the entire ship for 100,000 taels of gold. My goodness, who is this person? He is so generous that he spent 100,000 taels of gold to charter a ship. It's crazy. If this money is given to me, I won't have to worry about the rest of my life. I know him. His name is Qian Duodua. He is the young master of the Dajin Chamber of Commerce. This guy is famous for his generosity. Chartering a boat is in line with his status. Who is that woman? She's so beautiful and has a lot of money. She is indeed beautiful. I can say that she is the most beautiful woman I have ever seen in my life, especially her long legs. I can keep playing with her for at least a year. 1 year. I can play for 10 years. The behavior of several people caused quite a stir here, especially the appearance of Lin Qingqing, which was a feast for the eyes for everyone. Lin Qingqing is a rare beauty. Most of them are independent cultivators, and the most beautiful women they see on a daily basis are the women dressed up in brothels. A woman of Lin Qingqing's level is countless times more beautiful than the concubines in the palace. How could they not be excited? Just seeing Qian Duod was extra fat, everyone felt sorry for this woman. The good cabbages are eaten by pigs. Lin Qingqing simply ignored the attention and words of these people. She was very familiar with this situation. It happened every time she went out before, so she was no longer surprised. It's still more comfortable to sit on a big ship. Lin Qingqing came to the deck and directly grabbed Qian Duodwa's lounge chair, lying there to bask in the sun. Her whole body was full of laziness, coupled with her beautiful face and proud figure. Everyone on the boat was stunned. What are you looking at? Go back to work. When Qian Duodwa saw the appearance of those servants, he was immediately furious. In his opinion, this eccentric woman was his future sister-in-law. Even he didn't dare to have any idea at all, let alone those servants. Even looking at it for one more time is not allowed. What are you doing? We have booked this ship. Get off quickly. At this moment, Qian Sainer's voice was heard in the distance. Following the sound, they saw a dozen people preparing to force their way onto the boat. You bastard, do you know who our master is? You are really blind. Get out of my way, otherwise, I will kill you immediately. The person on the opposite side said arrogantly. I don't care who you are. This boat has been booked by my Qian family. If you want to take a boat, you can go to other boats. Qian Duodwa came over at this time. With his keen eyesight, he could naturally see that these people had extraordinary origins, but he did not take them seriously. After all, his Qian family is also a big family in Dajin, and they have the Dajin Chamber of Commerce, a gold-devouring behemoth. Even the royal families of the 5 major countries in the mainland, including Daliang, have to give the Qian family some face. These people are just a bunch of playboys, why would I be afraid of them? Qian family. A young man walked out from the crowd. This man had a pale face and was extremely thin. Even the tight brocade clothes could not fill him up. He looked empty. One could tell at a glance that his body had been hollowed out by alcohol and sex. He was holding a white paper fan in his hand, waving it slowly, pretending to be very gentlemanly. But he couldn't help but reveal the gloom in his eyes, and it was obvious that he was not a good person. After hearing Qian Duoduo's words, a teasing look flashed in his eyes, and he did not take Qian Duoduo's words to heart. The Jinqian family does have some power, but it can't scare me. Get out of the way immediately. I can pretend that nothing happened. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you. This person said calmly. Are you the 6th Prince of Korea? Qian Duoduo was knowledgeable and immediately guessed the man's identity based on his attire, appearance, and behavior. If he guessed correctly, this person should be the 6th Prince of Korea, Han Ju. This guy is the 6th Prince of Korea. Why is he so thin? Does a prince have such bad food? You know nothing. The 6th Prince loves to play with women. He has sex with women every night. Now that beautiful lady is in trouble. Yes, this 6th Prince is a well-known pervert. All the women who followed him were either stupid or crazy. It's such a pity. Such a good woman. Everyone started talking about it, and the monks who had female companions hid them behind them, for fear that they would be seen and raped by this pervert. Since you know my identity, you should know my temper. Why don't you get out of the way? Han Ju was not angry about the comments from people around him. Instead, he was proud of it. He held his head high like a fighting cock, and his eyes would occasionally glance at Lin Qingqing on the deck. His eyes were full of greed and desire. As the 6th Prince of Korea, he has seen and played with all kinds of women. But this was the first time he had seen a stunning beauty like Lin Qingqing, and for the first time in his life, he felt in love. He secretly decided in his heart that he must serve her well this time. It would be a pity if he made her suffer. 6th Prince, I am Qian Duoduo, the son of the head of the Qian family. Please, for the sake of the Qian family, go to another ship. Qian Duoduo frowned slightly. As a businessman, he believed in making money through harmony, so he did not want to offend anyone, especially Igua Huanzi. But this guy was obviously after his future sister-in-law, Lin Qingqing, so he couldn't just ignore it. Moreover, Han Ju was just one of the many princes of the Han state, and his status was not high. His situation was not much different from that of Yan Xing, the 3rd Prince of Dian. He was not welcomed at all in the royal family. Otherwise, he would not have gone to Lingwu City alone. So he didn't believe that the 6th Prince would dare to turn against their Qian family. Oh, someone from the small Qian family actually dares to speak to me like this. It seems that I, Dahan, am nothing in the eyes of your Qian family. Han Ju's face darkened. He had already given Qian Duoduo a lot of face, but he didn't appreciate it. Do you really think you are easy to bully? Of course not. My Qian family has a very good relationship with the Korean royal family, and we also have many aspects of cooperation with the princes and major families. Naturally, we dare not underestimate them. Qian Duoduo spoke very politely, but these words were undoubtedly telling him about the influence of his Qian family in Korea. Not only are the princes of the royal family related to them, but even the major families are their friends. As long as the 6th Prince is not stupid, he will never dare to act rashly. Are you threatening me? Han Ju's face turned cold, and then he glanced to the side calmly. Snort. A master of the 8th level of the innate realm next to him understood Han Ju's meaning, and with a surge of his aura, he directly knocked Qian Duoduo flying. It crashed into several railings and then fell to the ground. You, puffed. Qian Duoduo wanted to say something, but he felt a sweetness in his throat and a mouthful of blood spurted out. His face instantly turned pale and bloodless. He was only at the 7th level of body tempering, and although he had a muscular body, he could not withstand the bombardment of the 8th level of innate qi. The shock caused his internal organs to shift and his meridians to rupture. Although it was not fatal, he was seriously injured and unable to stand up. Swish, swish, swish. 3 guards of the Qian family who were at the 8th level of the innate realm rushed out. When they saw the young master was injured, their faces were wide with anger. Although they sold themselves to the Qian family for money and were used by the Qian family, Qian Duodua usually took good care of them and treated them like brothers. Qian Duodua's injury this time was even more unacceptable to him than their own injuries. He was about to take action to avenge Qian Duodua. Don't do it. Qian Duodua hurriedly spoke out to stop them. Even though he was injured this time, they couldn't do anything. Once the action is taken, the Qian family and Dihan will completely fall out, and their business in Dihan will certainly be affected. After all, Han Ju is a prince, and the royal family will definitely make things difficult for the Qian family in order to maintain their dignity. Another thing is that they have more experts than us. Once they take action, their situation will become more passive. For your sake, I can give you a favor. As long as you give that woman to me, I will turn around and leave. Han Ju frowned. His original intention was to provoke Qian Duodua and make him attack him regardless of the consequences. That way, he would have a reason to kill them all. However, since Qian Duodua had endured it, he shouldn't go too far. Otherwise, if he really pushed the Qian family into a corner, it would be difficult for him to end up like this. But he was determined to get this woman. There's nothing I can do about it, it's just his hobby. That's impossible. Qian Duodua refused without thinking. Her elder brother gave his woman to her, which showed his trust in her. If something happened to Lin Qingqing, how would he explain to his eldest brother? Impossible. Qian Duodua, do you really want to go against me for a woman? Han Ju was furious. He had already given him a lot of face, but this kid was so ungrateful. Did he really think he didn't dare to kill him? Han Ju, if you dare to touch her hair, I, Qian Duodua, will fight you to the death. Qian Duodua roared, and a hint of madness flashed in his eyes. He didn't want to be an enemy of Dihan, but if he touched his bottom line, he would fight him to the death even if it meant his death. Haha, there is no woman in this world that I dare not touch. Come on, capture that woman for me. I want to see how you can resist. Han Ju burst into laughter. His laughter was so wild and domineering, and he didn't take Qian Duodua's words to heart at all. They have 5 masters of the 8th level of the innate realm on their side, while Qian Duodua has only 3. The rest are just a bunch of minnows. How can they stop him? Yes. The guards responded and took action instantly. Stop them for me. Qian Duodua roared, and several guards immediately rushed out and fought with the enemy. He endured the pain in his body, gritted his teeth, stood up, opened his arms, and tremblingly used his body to block Lin Qingqing. If you want to touch my sister-in-law, you have to step over me. At this time, Zhang Ming came to his side and supported him. Although he was terribly scared, he couldn't bear to see Qian Duodua face 2 masters of the 8th level of the innate realm alone. Your Highness. Several guards turned around and looked at Han Ju, not knowing what to do. Qian Duodua has a special identity. Without Han Ju's order, they really wouldn't dare to do anything to Qian Duodua. He is stubborn and will not change his ways. If he dares to stop me, I will kill him. I want to see if the Qian family will cause trouble for me just for a piece of trash. Han Ju said angrily, his head was filled with sperm at this moment. As long as I can kiss this beauty, it will be worth it even if I have to pay a little price. Little fatty, I appreciate your kindness. Don't worry, they can't do anything to me. Lin Qingqing patted Qian Duodua and Zhang Ming on the shoulders, and her fair and beautiful face slowly raised up. The smile on it disappeared, replaced by a cold expression. That look was like a sharp sword, piercing straight into the hearts of the 2 guards at the 8th level of the innate realm. They were so frightened that they couldn't help but take 2 steps back. This woman is so evil. The 2 men couldn't help but say that it was too weird that this woman clearly didn't have any fluctuations in her cultivation, but she could scare them with just a look. You 2 losers, what are you still standing there for? Why don't you bring her to me? Han Ju behind him shouted impatiently, he couldn't wait any longer. Yes. The 2 men shook their heads, put aside their distracting thoughts, took a big step forward, and instantly arrived in front of Lin Qingqing. They reached out their hands to grab her shoulders and capture her. "You are not qualified enough to arrest me." Lin Qingqing shouted angrily, and an aura suddenly burst out from her body that shocked them all. They saw a flash of cold light, and the arms of the two men were broken, but they didn't even see clearly when the woman made the move. Danger. A sense of danger that they had never felt before appeared in their hearts, and they almost instinctively stepped back. They felt that this woman was even more terrifying than the masters of the 9th level of the innate realm. If they continued to stay there, they would definitely die without a burial place. But after they escaped, they found that the woman did not chase them at all. Not only that, the coldness in her body disappeared without a trace in an instant, and she returned to her previous lovely appearance, with her big eyes looking pitifully behind them. "Little brother," they bullied me, "you have to avenge them." Lin Qingqing's face was wet with tears, and she looked like a flower in a strong wind, so weak and helpless that I felt sorry for her. What's going on? Everyone was stunned, not understanding why this woman had changed so much. And what the hell is this little brother he's talking about? Boom. At this moment, another extremely cold breath came from behind them. Lin Qingqing's coldness is a coldness in temperament, so cold that they dare not approach her and want to stay away from her. This coldness was so pure and bone-chilling that it seemed to freeze their souls and was filled with murderous intent. They turned their heads abruptly. They saw a young man in white clothes walking slowly towards them. His steps seemed to be stepping on their hearts. Their hearts beat with his steps, and the normal scene suddenly became quiet. It became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. It was Yishio. "Duodwa, where is the chi and blood pill I gave you?" Yishio walked slowly through the crowd and came in front of Qian Duodwa. He restrained his aura and spoke softly. "Here." Qian Duodwa raised his hand and took out the pill. Just as he was about to hand it to Yishio, he was stopped by him. "Take it. After this is over, I will make it for you. Keep a few more on you." The medicinal effect of the chi and blood pill that has condensed Tao patterns has undergone a transformation and can be used to save lives at critical moments. Qian Duodwa's cultivation level is low, and he is unable to help him sort out his meridians in a short period of time. He can only prepare a few more chi and blood pills for him, just in case. Kindness. Qian Duodwa nodded vigorously, wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, and swallowed the pill in one gulp. Apart from his father, no one has ever cared about him so much. Yishio didn't say anything. He placed one hand on his back and poured his internal energy into his body frantically to help him refine the medicinal power. "Thank you very much." At this time, Yishio raised his head and looked at Lin Qingqing again, and the previous coldness that kept people at a distance was no longer in his eyes. If she had not taken action at the last moment, her brother would have been seriously injured. Even if he was rescued, he might have completely lost the opportunity to practice. This was something he couldn't accept. "Why are you thanking me? I'm not helping you. He risked his life to protect me. That's why I helped him." Lin Qingqing's heart beat fast when Yishio looked at her. It was the first time that Yishio looked at her so gently, and she actually had an urge to cry. The truth is that she had suffered too much injustice from Yishio. On weekdays, no matter where she goes, she is treated like a star by everyone, and others want to give their hearts to her. But he was the only one who didn't have a good expression at all. Not long ago, he yelled at himself. She has never suffered such injustice. What made her most angry was that just because she saved Qian Duodwa, he changed his attitude towards her. How could he be so hateful? Am I not as good as this little fat guy? Lin Qingqing felt aggrieved. Kindness. Yishio hummed and didn't argue any more. Then he turned around and looked at Qian Duodwa, feeling even more satisfied with him. With only the 7th level of body tempering, he dared to face two masters of the 8th level of innateness to protect Lin Qingqing. He knew that Qian Duodwa might have misunderstood the relationship between him and Lin Qingqing, so he risked his life to protect her, which made him even more moved. If he accepted Qian Duodwa before just because he was moved and acted on impulse, now he accepted Qian Duodwa's situation from the bottom of his heart. "Master Xiao, is Master Qian okay?" Zhang Ming said with concern. "As long as I'm here, he'll be fine." After Yishio finished speaking, he raised his hand and handed the little fox to Zhang Ming and said, "You go and take a rest." I will take care of the rest. Good. Zhang Ming nodded, then retreated holding the little fox. What's going on? What are you standing there for? Kill him for me. Han Ju finally reacted at this time, and after being yelled at by him, the others also woke up as if from a dream. Who I am? Where am I? What am I doing? Everyone instantly forgot what had happened before and suffered a brief amnesia. It took him a while to come back to his senses and he looked at Yixiao in disbelief. How did he do it? Who just hit my brother? I don't want to waste time talking. Just stand up yourself. Yixiao stood up slowly, and a strong Shura aura immediately emanated from his body. The chill that had hurt them before appeared in everyone's heart again. The reason why they suffered temporary amnesia was because they were affected by the Shura chi. Because when he saw Qian Duoduo's situation, his heart was filled with anger, which directly caused the changes in Shura's true energy, forming an impact that went straight into their souls. Let them give up all actions and all thoughts. Yixiao also discovered this situation for the first time. Now that Qian Duoduo has recovered from his injuries, it is time to settle the score. Boom. A guard at the 8th level of the innate realm subconsciously took a step back with a look of fear on his face. He himself didn't understand why he, a master of the 8th level of the innate realm, would be frightened by a small figure who was only at the 5th level of the innate realm. How do you want to die? Yixiao spoke, and these words didn't sound like a discussion at all, they were simply an announcement of his death. How rampant, how overbearing, how arrogant this is. If you want me to die, I'll kill you first. The guard of the 8th level of the innate realm also came to his senses at this time. He realized that he was 3 levels higher than him and there was no way he could lose no matter what. So he roared and punched directly towards Yixiao. Go back. Yixiao roared and punched out directly. The Shura chi swarmed out and quickly gathered on his fist, causing his fist power to surge, like a dragon emerging from the sea, crashing into his fist. Click. With a crisp sound, the arm of this innate 8th level guard broke, and the broken bone pierced out directly from the arm, revealing a bloody bone spur. Yixiao succeeded in his attack but had no intention of stopping. He broke through the barrier and hit him heavily in the lower abdomen. Puff. The guard was bleeding profusely, and his whole body was like a cooked shrimp, with his body hunched, and he was lifted in the air by Yixiao. Then Yixiao threw him onto the deck with a look of disgust, then slowly walked up to him and said indifferently, You should have died for hurting my brother, but I changed my mind. I will spare your life. After hearing Yixiao's words, the guard felt as if he had been pardoned, and his heart suddenly felt relieved, as if a huge stone had been lifted off his shoulders. But the next moment, his eyes suddenly widened. Under his gaze, Yixiao's punch filled with true energy slammed down and hit his dantian heavily. The Shura chi poured into it and instantly turned into sharp swords, instantly shattering his dantian. You destroyed my dantian. The guard's eyes widened, revealing endless fear and regret. If my dantian was destroyed, I would become a complete useless person. But Yixiao had no intention of stopping. The sharp blade transformed from Shura chi shuttled wildly through his body, cutting off all the meridians in his body. Even the tendons in his hands and feet were no exception. When he was helping Qian Duoduo heal his injuries, he discovered that many of his meridians had cracks, and even his dantian showed signs of damage. If the qi and blood pill he refined had not been strong enough, he would have become a useless person by now. Since this person almost ruined Qian Duoduo, I will give him a taste of his own medicine and let him know how it feels to be ruined. Oh. Intense pain filled his brain and screams continued to come out of his mouth. But the whole person is like a pig waiting to be slaughtered, struggling constantly but unable to change anything. The screams were so miserable that they reached the sky, like steel knives piercing the ears of everyone present and making their blood freeze. It's so cruel, so tragic, and so scary. The other guards of the 8th level of the innate realm were so frightened by this cruel scene that they retreated again and again. It was not until they reached the edge of the boat and nearly fell off that they woke up from their dream. Escape. This was the first thought that came to their minds, and they could no longer suppress it. Yixiao's performance was too strong, too domineering, and too terrifying, which directly frightened them and even made them completely lose the courage to fight him. Then they had an idea and quickly came to Han Ju and almost dragged him away. Can't stay here. Judging from this man's strength and ruthlessness, even his identity as the 6th Prince of Korea would not be able to have any impact on him. If Han-ju died here, they would definitely be dead too. Leave. You think you can leave just because you hurt my brother? You're overthinking it. Yishio roared angrily, and his whole body was like an angry lion. He stomped his feet hard, and the large ship that could accommodate hundreds of people was shaken. Then Yishio turned into a shadow and rushed out, instantly coming behind these people. A palm strike was thrown out, hitting the back of an 8th level innate guard. Puff. The piercing sound rang out again, and Yishio's arm actually sank directly into it, protruding from his chest. In his scarlet hand was a beating heart. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of the heartbeat was not loud, but it exploded in everyone's mind like thunder, shocking everyone to stand still. These people had never seen such a brutal and bloody scene before. Everyone was frightened and dared not make a sound. Some people even forgot to breathe. The entire riverside was silent. Bang. Yishio exerted force and crushed the heart directly, causing blood to splatter. The guard watched his heart being crushed. The visual impact can be imagined. His eyes were filled with fear. Han-ju, I drafted the uncle. This was the guard's final words. If Han-ju hadn't been unable to control his 3rd leg, he, a master of the 8th level of the innate realm, would not have ended up like this. But unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in this world. The eyes rolled back and the dead body fell to the ground. Go and stop him quickly. Let me go first. Han-ju was also frightened by Yishio's cruelty. It was too terrifying. This person is simply not a human being, but a demon who takes human life lightly and kills without blinking an eye. Although his situation is similar to Yan Xing's, there is a world of difference between them. Not only is his cultivation level not as good as Yan Xing's, but his abilities are also far behind. Although he also had the cultivation level of the 7th level of the innate realm, years of drinking and sex had eroded his body. Not to mention Yishio, even an ordinary cultivator of the 5th level of the innate realm could kill him easily. Now all he can rely on are the guards around him. In his opinion, the meaning of existence is to protect oneself, and dying for oneself is justified. Fuck you, your life is life, but mine is not life. You want me to die just to save your own life? I won't let you have your way. Please stay with me. One of the guards was completely enraged. It was impossible for him not to be angry. They risked their lives for him, but he just sold them out. You go first. Go away, sir. As soon as this person said this, it was like a spark, instantly igniting the anger in the hearts of others. These people are able to become royal guards and closely protect the safety of royal family members. Their loyalty is beyond doubt. Moreover, each of them had been on the battlefield and killed countless enemies. It was no exaggeration to say that they had crawled out from a pile of dead bodies. So, these people are actually not afraid of death. But Han-ju's behavior completely chilled their hearts. At this time, he was only thinking about his own life and didn't regard them as human beings at all. If they fight for a master who treats them sincerely, they will not even blink an eye even if they die here, and may even be proud of it. But they felt it was not worth dying for Han-ju. Even if they gave up Han-ju, their fate would not be much better, and they might even be besieged by the full force of Dian. But even so, it would be much easier than for them to stay and face Yishio, the god of death. How dare you do this to me? Aren't you afraid of being hunted down by Dian? Han-ju was stunned. How dare they resist him and leave him alone to face Yishio? Isn't this just pushing him into the fire? As a guard, shouldn't you die bravely for your master? But the other person ignored Han-ju's shouting and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yishio did not chase after these people, because the culprit who caused all this to happen was Han-ju, and they were just poor wretches who followed orders. I used to be such a pitiful creature. Moreover, Yishio is not a bloodthirsty person. He didn't kill just for the sake of killing, but just to live a better life. Since the culprit stayed, there was no need for him to commit more crimes. They won't have a good ending anyway. Bang, bang, bang. Yishio walked towards him step by step, and the murderous intent in his body, as if it were real, surged out like a tide and pressed down on Han-ju. It made his breathing extremely difficult. You can't kill me. I am Han Ju, the 6th Prince of Korea. If you kill me, my father and my brother will never let you go. Han Ju was so frightened that he was shaking with fear, his voice was trembling, he had thrown the paper fen away somewhere long ago, and his clothes were in tatters. He no longer had the carefree attitude he had before, and looked just like a frightened second-generation rich kid. At this moment, he was shouting loudly and tremblingly, as if he wanted to use a louder voice to soothe the fear in his heart. On the other side, he was moving backwards using his hands and feet, his face distorted by extreme fear, which was very disgusting. Suddenly, his crotch became wet and a yellow-white liquid flowed out. He was so scared that he peed his pants. A prince was actually scared to death. This is really promising. Han Ju, do you still remember how Han Cheng and Han Ba died? Yi Xiu ignored Han Ju's threat, because the princes of Great Korea were no strangers to him, and more than one prince of Great Korea had died at his hands. So even if he killed one more person, it would not have any effect on him. You are Yi Xiu. When Han Ju heard this, he suddenly seemed to think of something and his eyes widened immediately. Oh my God, how could it be this evil star? His eyes are full of despair. If it were someone else, they might be wary of his identity as the 6th Prince of Korea, but Yi Xiu would never care. Because his 5th brother and 9th brother all died at the hands of this guy. Especially his 5th brother. His 5th brother's status is not something he can compare to. His mother is from the Chu family, one of the 3 major families in Korea. As the saying goes, a son's status is determined by his mother's, so his 5th brother's status among the many princes is one of the best. Even his eldest brother, the current crown prince, has to be wary of him. This Yi Xiu was someone who dared to kill even his 5th brother. Is there anything he dared not do? Yi Xiu, he is actually Yi Xiu, the young man of Daoyang. Why is he here? Wasn't the young Ho's Dantian destroyed? How come he still has such a terrifying fighting power? Has he recovered? How is that possible? How can the Dantian be restored after being destroyed? Then how do you explain this situation now? Everyone present was shocked. They stared at Yi Xiu in amazement, their eyes filled with disbelief. The connections between countries are not very close and the flow of information is very slow. In addition, it has been too short a time since Yi Xiu was abolished, so even in Daoyang, few people know his specific situation. Otherwise, they would have sent people to kill him long ago. This is the case even for Daoyang, not to mention people from other countries. But it is precisely because they don't know that they are so shocked and even find it hard to accept. They have never heard of anyone whose Dantian was destroyed and recovered. If Yi Xiu's Dantian really recovered, then Daoyang would have made a terrible move, a terrible one indeed. I don't know what they were thinking, forcing such a famous young man to be the opposite of themselves. I believe that when the Emperor of Daoyang heard the news, he would faint in the toilet. Yi Xiu, no, young man, I was wrong. I didn't know she was your woman. How about this? Let me go and I can give you everything I have. By the way, the Shenglong Ju I practiced is a top-grade spiritual technique, and it is complete. I will give it to you. Can you spare my life? Han Ju really regretted it. How could he have provoked this evil star? It was so unlucky. If he had known this, he would not have dared to offend Yi Xiu even if he had 100 courages. At this point, he could only exchange his most precious thing for his life. Shenglong Ju. Yi Xiu was startled and asked, "Do you have the complete Shenglong Ju?" Shenglong Ju is a martial art mastered by the royal family of Korea. Its power is almost the same as Tinglong Gong of the royal family of Daoyang, and the effect is also very strong. However, these two sets of skills are the greatest reliance of these two countries. Outsiders cannot access them at all. Even the princes cannot obtain the complete contents. Only the emperor is qualified to practice this complete set of skills, which shows its value. Yes, I have it. This is what my mother secretly copied down for me when my father wasn't paying attention. Jiucheng has it all. As long as you let me go, I will give it to you. How about it? Han Ju immediately saw hope when he saw that Yi Xiu did not take action directly. Although the loss of Shenglong Ju will have a certain impact on the rule of Korea, what does it have to do with him? Since you don't care about me, why should I care about you? I want to see if what you say is true. Yishio became interested. The skills, like the elixirs, were also divided into 4 levels: mortal, spiritual, mysterious, and Taoist, which were further divided into 4 grades: lower, middle, upper, and ultimate. The higher the grade of the technique and the more complete its content, the more efficient it will be in converting true qi, and the faster the practice will naturally be. The martial art he had practiced before was called thousand-turn spiral gong. This method could form several cyclones in the dantian, while absorbing the vital energy of heaven and earth, thereby speeding up the pace of practice. This is the land granted by the Daliang royal family. He only has the first 6 levels, which are of lower spiritual grade. But even so, he was able to advance to the 9th level of the innate realm before he turned 16. Of course, now that his dantian has been destroyed, advanced techniques are no longer effective on him. Because any martial art is created based on dantian. Without dantian, how can you practice? However, he has now awakened the 9 transformations of heavenly heart and started the Shura transformation, which comes with its own skills and is extremely effective, many times stronger than the spiral skill he practiced before. Although no martial arts skills are needed, Zhang Ming and Qian Duodua do. Even if Zhang Ming and his friends entered the Lingwu family, they would still have to pay a considerable price to obtain the top-grade spiritual skills. This is also the reason why he was moved. Good. Han Ju handed the booklet containing the Xinglong Ju to Yishio without even thinking about it. Yishio was once the #1 enemy of their Great Korea, so they also conducted a thorough investigation of Yishio. Although this man is decisive and cruel, he values feelings and promises very much. As long as he promises not to kill me, he will never kill me. Yishio ignored him and took the booklet and started to look through it. Lines of plum blossom calligraphy appeared on the paper, with different colors, some light and some dark. It is obvious that this set of exercises took a long time and effort to be finally written, which shows his mother's love and care for him. It's a pity that Han Ju disregarded her good intentions, and Yishio felt sorry for his mother. Shaking his head, Yishio put aside all distracting thoughts and continued to watch the Xinglong Ju. Although he had not practiced any high-grade spiritual skills, he had practiced the skills that came with the Shura transformation. At this time, he was looking at the problem from the shoulders of giants. Therefore, he could understand this technique. It was absolutely true. Can I go now? Han Ju asked in a weak voice. Although he had not yet practiced the following content, he did not believe that his mother would lie to him. So this Xinglong Ju is absolutely true. I can spare your life, but I can't escape the death penalty. Yishio put away the Xinglong Ju, and with a flick of his right hand, a ghost sword appeared in his hand and stabbed directly into Han Ju's lower abdomen, breaking his dantian and severing his reproductive organs. In his opinion, although the Xinglong Ju was valuable, it was not enough to make up for the damage he had caused to Qian Duodua. Moreover, this guy had harmed many innocent girls in Daliang, including the wives and daughters of his brothers who fought with him. Back then, he wished he could tear this guy into pieces. Now I can be considered to have avenged them. You. Han Ju's eyes widened as he stared at Yishio, unable to accept this fact. He could accept that his dantian was destroyed, but if his roots were cut off, then there was no point in living. Why, do you have any objection? Yishio's face darkened, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. No, I haven't. Han Ju was shocked, because he knew Yishio's style of doing things. If he doesn't take action, it's fine. But once he does, he will cut the grass completely and eliminate all troubles. This time he spared my life because of Xinglong Ju. His dantian was broken and he couldn't practice. This couldn't be changed, but it was not impossible to find someone to heal his roots. With his status as a prince and his father's love for his mother, he was guaranteed to live a carefree life. This was a blessing in disguise for him. From today on, the name Han Ju is no longer suitable for you, so you should be called Han Bu Ju from now on. Yishio saw through his thoughts and sneered in his heart. He would definitely hit the vital point directly, so how could it be cured so easily? What he cut off was not only Han Ju's roots, but also many meridians related to it. Unless Dihan is willing to spend a lot of resources to help him, he will never be a man again in his life. Obviously this is impossible. Han Bu Ju. You are indeed a young man, so talented. It's so satisfying. If you bully us women again, I'll let you have a taste of what it feels like to be a woman. It really makes me feel relieved. My brother's wife was tortured to death by him. I will go back and tell him about this good news. I believe he will jump for joy." When Yishio said this, everyone laughed and felt relieved. Because some of Han Ju's behaviors had long been complained about by various countries. If it weren't for his identity, he would have been torn to pieces alive by those women. Brush. Yishio ignored these people, flashed back to the boat, and directly threw the Shenglong Ju technique to Zhang Mingdao. This is the Shenglong Ju, a martial art practiced by the Korean royal family. It is of the upper spiritual grade and is not bad. You can copy it and give it to Duodwa. From now on, you should practice this martial art instead. Yishio said calmly. Spirit, a top-grade spiritual technique. Zhang Ming was stunned. He looked at the book in his hands with disbelief, and his hands began to tremble with excitement. It is true that alchemists have a noble status, but the value of an alchemist who can only refine ordinary-grade elixirs is very limited. To put it bluntly, an alchemist of his level can only survive in a small place like Yicheng. For a big country, he is insignificant. No one would come up with a spiritual-level technique to please an alchemist of his level. Therefore, the skills he practiced before were only of the best level in the mortal realm. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye he would obtain a top-grade spiritual skill, which made him feel like he was dreaming? Bang! Lin Qingqing walked up to him and slapped him in the face, knocking him to the ground. Ms. Lin, why did you hit me? Zhang Ming got up from the ground, his left face swollen, and looked at Lin Qingqing in confusion. When did I provoke this lady? No. Did you feel like you were dreaming just now? Lin Qingqing asked. Yes. Zhang Ming nodded subconsciously, but he couldn't figure out what this had to do with her hitting him. Does this slap hurt you? Lin Qingqing asked again. Of course it hurts. Zhang Ming nodded again. Then you're not dreaming. Lin Qingqing nodded and said seriously. Yes, thank you. Zhang Ming's eyes lit up. Yes, he was definitely not dreaming because he could feel the pain. He quickly shouted to Yishio, Master Xiao, thank you. Wait, something seems to be wrong. Buffed. Ouch, my stomach hurts. Qian Duodua on the side burst out laughing, and this laugh affected the injuries in his body, causing him to grimace in pain. Although the qi and blood pill with Danwen had almost helped him recover, the damage to his internal organs could not be completely healed in a short period of time, and he still needed to recuperate for a while. Stop making a fuss and start the boat. Yishio shook his head. This girl was really quirky. Because his impression changed, the angle from which he looked at Lin Qingqing also changed, and he was no longer as repulsive as before. Please wait a moment. Just then a voice sounded from the shore, attracting everyone's attention. Following the sound, I saw a middle-aged man, about 30 years old, 8 feet tall, but very thin, with a hint of sadness and anxiety between his brows, appear on the shore. The man looked a little tired, obviously having traveled a long way. He was carrying a thick quilt on his back, with a child wrapped inside. From the long braids, one could tell that it was a little girl. But because she was covered by the quilt, they couldn't see her specific appearance. I wonder if you could give us a ride. The man spoke when he saw Yishio and the others looking at him. Can. Yishio nodded. This person gave him a very unusual feeling, and his cultivation had reached the 9th level of the innate realm. His aura was strong and could not be compared with that of ordinary masters of the 9th level of the innate realm. And he did not bully others by taking advantage of his power, which made him very admired. Anyway, there are still many empty seats on the ship, so adding 2 more of them won't be too much. Thank you, but I don't have any money to give you. This knife is my travel expenses. The man obviously had no intention of taking advantage of Yishio and the others. After getting on the boat, he took off the sword he was wearing and handed it over. No, we don't need this little money. Qian Duodua immediately waved his hand. He was very generous and often sponsored monks in need on weekdays. It was considered a way to make good connections. It would be even better if he could recruit one. Now he was just taking them along, and asking for money was not his style. No, if you don't want to accept it, then I'll take my leave. The men said firmly. Duodwa, take it. Yishio spoke. He could see that this man was extraordinary. Even in this situation, he was still able to stick to his original intention. He was a real man. If you don't accept it, it would be an insult to him. All right. Chien Duodwa also noticed this and was deeply moved. He reached out and took the knife. The knife didn't look very impressive, but it was extremely heavy in his hand, and he could barely lift it with his strength. Buzz. Afterwards, he pulled out this one again. It instantly flashed with a cold light and was so chilling that even Yishio was moved. The only drawback is that this is a short knife, the entire blade is divided into two, and the cut is as smooth as a mirror. It makes people feel regretful. Nice knife. Chien Duodwa couldn't help but say. This is indeed a good knife. From his perspective, this knife was at least mid-grade spiritual grade before it was cut, and it is definitely priceless. Even if it is broken, it still has extremely high value. After re-refining, at least a lower-grade spiritual sword can be refined. This sword is called Broken Water. It has followed me all the way. Although this sword is broken, I still hope you will treat it well. There was a trace of reluctance in the middle-aged man's eyes, as if he had lost his most beloved thing. But soon a determination appeared in his eyes. Drawing a knife to cut off the water, what a good name, but in comparison, I think it's more appropriate for it to stay with you, because neither of us is good at using knives, and keeping it in my hands will only bury it. If you feel bad about it, you can stay with me for 3 months. I'll give you 500 yuan every month, and you just need to protect my safety. After 3 months, the water cutting will be returned to its original owner, and then you can leave or stay, it's up to you, I won't stop you. Chien Duodwa said with expectation that their Chien family was not short of money, but what they lacked was capable helpers. This person's performance made him want to recruit him. After all, Lingwu City would definitely no longer be peaceful in the next 3 months because of his arrival. He can't rely on his elder brother for everything. So he would be safer if he had someone trustworthy and powerful to protect him. Sorry. There was an obvious flash of intention in the middle-aged man's eyes. But after thinking about the purpose of his trip to Lingwu City and his own identity, he finally shook his head and refused. You don't have to refuse in a hurry. My name is Chien Duodwa, the young master of the Dajin Merchant Guild. If you ever change your mind, my door is always open to you. Chien Duodwa felt a little disappointed, but he didn't force it. After all, everyone has their own aspirations. Mr. Chien, are you still short of people? If you are, please consider me. Zhang Ming walked up to Chien Duodwa and joked with his eyes shining. 500 yuan a month, too tempting. This makes money faster than for him as an alchemist. Of course, this refers to his past. Go away. I don't dare to steal Big Brother's girl. Chien Duodwa knew that Zhang Ming was joking, and of course he wouldn't dare to do it even if what he said was true. Isn't this just openly looking for trouble with his elder brother? Duodwa, you don't have to worry about me. As long as you have the ability, you can dig into Big Brother's corner as you like. Yishio joked, he saw all of this and nodded secretly in his heart. No wonder Chien Duodwa is able to navigate the business world at such a young age. His ability and courage in winning people's hearts are comparable to his. The first request was 500 yuan stones, which is equivalent to 50,000 taels of gold. Even if he hadn't learned how to make elixirs, he would have been tempted. After all, saving the little fox requires money. Brother, please don't joke with me. I am thirsty for talent. You know, if the Chamber of Commerce wants to gain a foothold in Lingwu City, it cannot do without a master. Chien Duodwa smiled bitterly. Didn't you say before that you could establish the Chamber of Commerce in Lingwu City in 3 months? How long has it been and you've lost your confidence? Yishio asked with a smile. 3 months to be based in Lingwu City is indeed nothing to me, but without a master in charge, I will not be able to use my skills. If there is a master in the condensation realm, I am even confident that I will be able to do it in 3 months. Within, other chambers of commerce will be crushed. Chien Duodwa said confidently that he was indeed not good at cultivation, but when it came to making money in business, he could defeat a group of old immortals by himself. As for the 3 months mentioned before, that was also the time limit that he deliberately slowed down. If he were allowed to let go, he would be able to allow the Dajin Chamber of Commerce to gain a foothold in Lingwu City within a month at most. In 2 months, the Dajin Chamber of Commerce became the #1 Chamber of Commerce in Lingwu City. In 3 months, he was absolutely sure to drive other chambers of commerce out of Lingwu City, or even completely crush them. Little fatty, don't brag. I know Lingwu City well. There are at least 6 chambers of commerce. The largest one is called Lin's Chamber of Commerce. It is a foreign chamber of commerce. It is a behemoth. How can your small Qian family compete with it? Lin Qingqing said dissatisfiedly, and it was obvious that she didn't believe Qian Duodwa's words. Lin Family Chamber of Commerce. Humph, the Lin Family Chamber of Commerce is big, but in my eyes it's just a paper tiger, good-looking but useless. What era is this? They still use that outdated management model of nepotism. I'm not bragging. After entering Lingwu City, the first thing I have to deal with is the Lin Family Chamber of Commerce. At most half a month, they will get out of Lingwu City obediently. Qian Duodwa is very generous and authentic. You're talking nonsense. The person in charge of the Lin Family Chamber of Commerce in Lingwu City is the daughter of the Lin family's patriarch, Lin Tianxiang. She is a rare business genius in Fengsuan territory. She is in charge of a large chamber of commerce at the age of 20. How can a little fat guy like you compare to her? Lin Qingqing raised her neck like an angry hen, glaring at Qian Duodwa. Well, beautiful sister, I'm talking about the Lin Family Chamber of Commerce, not you. Why are you so excited? Qian Duodwa shrank his neck, frightened by Lin Qingqing's sudden anger, and didn't understand what she was acting out. Lin Qingqing also realized that she had said the wrong thing. Just as she was about to explain, she heard Zhang Ming's voice, Ms. Lin, this Lin Family Chamber of Commerce belongs to the Lin family, and your last name is also Lin, you can't be. No, I'm not from the Lin family. Don't think too much about it. I'm just speaking the truth. Lin Qingqing hurriedly stopped Zhang Ming. She didn't want to reveal her identity yet, otherwise it would be meaningless. I see. Zhang Ming glanced at Yixiu. Although Lin Qingqing tried her best to explain, the more she did so, the more it proved that she had something to hide. So if nothing unexpected happens, this Miss Lin is from the Lin family. Well, sir, you are going to Lingwu City to find someone to treat your illness, right? Lin Qingqing noticed that the way they looked at her had changed, and she felt that it was too late to let them continue to make such associations. Otherwise, they might be able to guess my true identity. So they turned their attention back to the middle-aged man. How did this lady know? The middle-aged man looked at Lin Qingqing with some surprise. He didn't say anything, but she could actually see this. It was completely beyond his expectation. Since everyone has seen through it, there is no need for him to hide it, as that would seem contrived. Of course I saw it. If it's convenient, you can let me take a look. Maybe I can find a way to save her. Lin Qingqing said. No need, I have found a way to save her. The middle-aged man took a step back cautiously and said, the little girl behind him was more important than his life, how could he let anyone treat him so easily? Moreover, he had already heard that there was someone in Lingwu City who could save her, and the purpose of this trip was to do this. Therefore, he would not allow any changes to occur before arriving at Lingwu City. If you don't want to look, then don't look. Do you think I am a treasure? Lin Qingqing felt a little embarrassed. It was okay that Yixiu had always been against her before, after all, that was his nature. What do you mean? Can I harm a little girl? If I hadn't wanted to divert their attention, how could I have said a word to you? Humph, just wait for me. I won't save you even if you ask me to. Lin Qingqing thought bitterly in her heart, but these words sounded like a way of comforting herself. Ms. Lin, are you from the Lin family? Qian Duodwa asked a question that everyone already understood at a very inappropriate time. Lots of money. Lin Qingqing was so angry that she gritted her teeth. She had finally managed to divert their attention, but this guy brought it back with just one sentence. You must be sent by God to provoke me. Qian Duodwa was innocent, he just wanted to make sure. If Lin Qingqing is really a member of the Lin family, Then after entering Lingwu City, I will not deal with the Lin family. After all, she is my future sister-in-law, and I have to give her this face. He doesn't think he did anything wrong. Boy, I don't know whether to say you are smart or stupid. Yishio patted his shoulder, sighed and said, is it necessary to ask this question? Who here doesn't know it? Then he walked into the cabin, found a room and started to make pills. You had promised Duodwa that you would prepare a few more pills for him, and as the eldest brother, he couldn't go back on his word. The middle-aged man did not stay here, turned around and walked in. Mr. Qian, I'm going down too. Zhang Ming didn't want to talk to Qian Duodwa anymore, fearing that talking too much would lower his IQ, so he followed him into the cabin. The only people left on the deck were Qian Duodwa, whose face was flushed with anger, and Lin Qingqing, whose eyes were wide open. Little fatty, don't run. Ah, brother, help me. A day later, everyone standing on the deck could already see the shore, and within their sight, a magnificent city was looming. Everyone knew that this was the destination of their trip. Lingwu City. Mr. Qian, I haven't seen you for just one day. How come you've gained weight again? And your face? Zhang Ming said with some surprise. Although Qian Duodwa was fat before, it still looked natural. But now, I have gained a lot of weight and look swollen. Especially his face, which was covered with a thick layer of foundation, it was hard not to notice it. Don't mention it, it's still. Still what? At this moment, Lin Qingqing walked out of the cabin slowly with a gloomy face, clenched her fists, glanced at Qian Duodwa and asked. Well, it's because I drank too much water last night, so I was swollen when I woke up this morning. Qian Duodwa shrank his neck and swallowed the words that were about to come to his lips. What sin have I committed to end up with this little witch? If he hadn't put a thick layer of foundation on his face after waking up in the morning to cover up the bruises, he would have been too embarrassed to see anyone. That's more like it. Lin Qingqing put down her hand, walked onto the deck, and looked towards the Lingwu City in the distance. Sis, don't worry, I will never let you marry that bastard. Thank you for your hospitality. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. The middle-aged man bowed to the few people. If it weren't for them, it would have been difficult for him to get here. Although no one could stop him from boarding the ship with his strength, that would go against his original intention. Remember what I said before, the Dajin Chamber of Commerce welcomes you at any time, oh. Qian Duodwa said hurriedly, but when he exerted force, the wound on his face was affected and he gasped in pain. I remember. See you later. The middle-aged man nodded, jumped off the boat, touched the water with his feet, and got on the shore in a few flashes, disappearing from everyone's sight. Brother, do you feel that this person's cultivation level is more than just the Xiantian realm? Qian Duodwa looked at Yishio and asked, although there were not many masters of the 9th level of the innate realm in their Qian family, there were still a few. But this person gave him the feeling that he was much stronger than those people. He even felt that those people were no match for him. Nonsense, how can a spiritual weapon be possessed by someone in the Xiantian realm? Lin Qingqing glanced at Qian Duodwa. She was still angry. Yes, this person's strength is indeed more than just the Xiantian realm. In my opinion, he must have been seriously injured, causing his cultivation to drop to the 9th level of the Xiantian realm. Yishio spoke out his guess. After stimulating the power of his soul, Yishio's perception became particularly sensitive. So when he saw this person for the first time, he realized that he was unusual. Moreover, his body was badly wounded, but he acted as if nothing had happened and did not even make a sound. This kind of perseverance is definitely not something that ordinary people can have. But in comparison, he was more curious about the identity of the girl on this man's back. The person who could make a master with a cultivation level no lower than the 9th level of the innate realm risk his life to protect him was extremely rare in the Fang Cun domain. Yishio even suspected that they were not from Fang Cun territory and came here only to escape. Brother, what you mean is that his cultivation was at the condensation stage before he was injured? Qian Duodwa exclaimed in surprise. Masters of the condensation realm are extremely rare in Fangcun district. In the entire Dajin, the number of masters of the condensation realm is no more than 2 hands. Although he guessed that this person's identity was extraordinary, he did not expect that this person was actually a master of the condensation realm. Suddenly he had a feeling that he had missed his thigh. If the Qian family could find a master in the condensation realm to take charge, then this trip to Lingwu City would be even more powerful. Alright, this person is too mysterious. He may be doing this for your own good. If you meet him in the future, help him if you can. If you can't help, don't force it. As for recruiting him, I don't recommend it. Yi Xiu reminded. It's not that he is afraid of trouble, but this person's identity is likely to be more complicated than he imagined. There is no need for him to put himself in danger for a stranger. What's more, he has more important things to do now. In comparison, he was more worried about Qian Duodua. This kid is almost going crazy trying to recruit an expert. If I don't remind him, he might really send people to look for this person. He didn't want his brother to be involved. Okay, I'll remember that. Qian Duodua replied that if Yi Xiu hadn't reminded him, he would have really planned to send someone to find this person. A master in the condensation realm is worth his time and effort. But since Yi Xiu said so, he could only give up. Let's go, Yi Xiu said. At this time, the boat had reached the shore. The group of 4 got off the boat and headed straight for Lingwu City. Including today, there are only 4 days left before the Lingwu family starts recruiting disciples, and he still has a lot to do. So this time is not long. With their speed, they arrived at the gate of Lingwu City half an hour later. The first thing that catches your eye is a gate that is several dozen feet tall, made entirely of black iron and emitting a faint black glow. It is unknown how long this door has existed, and some cracks have appeared on it. You know, black iron is a necessary material for refining spiritual tools. It is extremely hard and priceless, even if it is stored for hundreds or even thousands of years. The gloss on it will not change in the slightest. From this we can see how long Lingwu City has existed. There is a stone plaque above the gate with the 3 big characters, Lingwu City, written in a flamboyant style. Yi Xiu looked up and immediately felt a sharp sword intent coming towards him, as if it was about to burst out through the words. The longer I watch, the more obvious this feeling becomes, and the greater the pressure I feel. After a while, there was some sweat on his forehead. It is said that the 3 characters of Lingwu City were written by the first mayor of Lingwu City. It has a history of 10,000 years. Some people say that it contains a very powerful sword technique, but it has not been mastered by anyone so far. Qian Duodua said that since their Qian family wanted to develop the Dajin Chamber of Commerce in Lingwu City, they naturally had to understand the situation here. Therefore, he is the person among this group of people who knows the most about Lingwu City, except for Lin Qingqing. You must be kidding. How can a sword technique be contained in a text? Zhang Ming obviously didn't believe it, because he didn't even feel the slightest sword intent from it. Furthermore, words are words and swordsmanship is swordsmanship. The two are completely different things, how can they be confused? It's strange to see something new. Lin Qingqing said, a true swordsman can easily seal his sword intent into words. The reason why you can't feel the sword intent is because your soul power is too weak. Coupled with the erosion of time, the sword intent in it is only 1/10 of what it is. Even I can only feel it faintly. You can only feel it vaguely. Yi Xiu looked at Lin Qingqing strangely and asked, what do you mean by only? Being able to faintly feel it is already very powerful. Okay, if you don't believe me, ask the little fat man. Lin Qingqing felt that her talent was being questioned and was in a very bad mood, so she directly pulled Qian Duodua over to prove it to her. Brother, what the beautiful sister said is right. Nowadays, few people can sense the sword intent. Only some alchemists with strong soul power can faintly sense it. Qian Duodua was not agreeing with Lin Qingqing. He did understand the situation and it was similar to what Lin Qingqing said. I see. Yi Xiu was delighted. He could not only feel it vaguely, he even felt suffocated by the sword intent and did not dare to look at it any longer. Doesn't this mean that my soul power is stronger than Lin Qingqing's? This is a good sign. Because the stronger the soul power, the higher the quality of the elixir that can be refined, this is the growth ratio. This way, he would be more confident in refining the mind-concentrating pill. Master Qian, can this text really contain the sword intent? Zhang Ming is still struggling with this problem. After all, it is beyond his understanding. Of course, as far as I know, there are at least 100 sword masters in the Lingwu family who can achieve this level. Of course, I'm not talking about here, but the wilderness headquarters. Qian Duodua nodded. Mr. Qian, have you ever been to the Lingwu clan headquarters in the wilderness? What is it like over there? Are there a lot of masters? Are there any who are above the condensation realm? Zhang Ming became excited. He had only heard of the headquarters of the Lingwu family. Because the desolate area is more than billions of miles away from the small area. With his level of cultivation, even if he ran for 10 years, he probably wouldn't be able to reach the wilderness. No. Qian Duodua shook his head. Never been there. Then how do you know all this? Zhang Ming asked with a frown. I guess. Qian Duodua said seriously. Zhang Ming almost vomited blood. How dare you say your guess so seriously? Master Xiao, can I beat him? Let's go in. Yi Xiao ignored them and walked into Lingwu City. There are a lot of people flowing into Lingwu City. Every day, a large number of people come from other places and buy things that are rare in other places and then take them back to sell. Because even if it is garbage here, it can be sold at a high price in other places, and it also feeds many people. Before, although there were a lot of people coming and going in Lingwu City, the city was not too crowded. However, as the news of the Lingwu family recruiting disciples spread, all parties in the Fengsuan area went crazy and rushed in like a tide. At this time, Lingwu City was already overcrowded with people. In order to reduce unnecessary trouble, Yi Xiao asked Lin Qingqing to wear a veil. Otherwise, with her stunning beauty, she would definitely cause a sensation. Unfortunately, Yi Xiao and his companions visited more than 10 inns but couldn't find even one empty room. Although Qian Duodua invited them to stay at the Dajin Chamber of Commerce many times, and they must have a lot of vacant guest rooms there, Yi Xiao refused every time. He doesn't like to trouble others. After all, the Qian family is not limited to Qian Duodua, and Qian Duodua is the only person in the entire Qian family who is recognized by him. As for his father, the two of them were just gentlemen, not even close friends. Finally they came to a relatively high-end inn. There were 3 people who were injured in a fight and were about to check out and go home. Qian Duodua immediately booked the room. Brother, you guys stay here for now. I've asked the servants to take care of everything. I'll keep them here. If you need anything, just tell them. Qian Duodua said that according to his idea, it would be better to live in their Dajin Chamber of Commerce. At least the environment is much quieter than here. But Yi Xiao just refused, so he had no choice but to give up. Duodua, I have something for you to do. I have a prescription here. Please help me collect it. It would be best if you can give me an accurate answer tomorrow. I need it urgently. Yi Xiao said as he took out a piece of paper, on which was the medicinal materials needed for the soul concentrating pill that he had listed yesterday. He only had 3 days to investigate the situation of the medicinal materials for the soul concentrating pill, so the best way was to go to the Chamber of Commerce for help. Since Qian Duodua's family does this, why should he go so far away? Brother, don't worry, I will deliver it to you tomorrow morning at the latest. Qian Duodua took the note and patted his chest to assure. These are the qi and blood pills I made for you. Keep a few of them for yourself, especially the 2-line pill. It can save your life at a critical moment. When I finish the things on hand, I will come to sort out your meridians. Yi Xiao gave the elixir he had prepared earlier to Qian Duodua. With continuous refining, he has completely mastered the qi and blood pill, and all the pills he refines are single pattern pills. One of them has reached the level of 2 lines. This made Zhang Ming and Lin Qingqing feel ashamed. I understand, brother. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. Qian Duodua said anxiously that he hadn't seen his father for a long time and really missed him. Go ahead. Yi Xiao nodded. After Qian Duodua left, Yi Xiao walked into the room, locked the door, then quickly walked to the bed and put the little fox on it. With a wave of his right hand, the resurrection pill that Lin Qingqing had given him appeared in his hand. Yi Xiao gently pried open the little fox's mouth and fed her the resurrection pill. Then he sat aside and waited quietly. For a moment, there was no other sound in the room except Yi Xiao's strong heartbeat. More than a month. It has been more than a month since Xiaohu blocked the sword for him. Whenever he thought of the scene when Xiaohu fell beside him, his heart could not help but ache. When his dantian was destroyed and he was seriously injured and on the verge of death, it was the little fox who used up his own essence to prolong his life. When I was ruthlessly abandoned by everyone, she was still standing behind me as always, comforting and taking care of me. When the royal family ruthlessly deposed her from the throne and even sent people to hunt her down, it was she who sacrificed herself and blocked the fatal sword for her. But for the sake of so-called loyalty and family, I have always neglected to take care of and accompany her. He still remembers clearly that whenever he returned from a battle, no matter how late it was, there would always be a light on at home for him. And she sat next to the lampstand, waiting for herself quietly. God knows how she managed to survive those countless days and nights when I was away. I don't know how many times I was seriously injured, and even my so-called relatives had given up on me. She was the one who grabbed the doctor's sleeve, begging desperately, and was unwilling to give up. If it weren't for her, I would have died countless times. And all I did for her was to save her a few years ago. That's all. I owe her so much and made her wait for so long. Before, he lived for his country, his family, and some things that had nothing to do with him, and became Ixio in the eyes of others. Now he has to live for Xiaohu and himself. No matter how much it costs, he will save her, take good care of her, compensate her, and not let her get hurt again. What's going on? Ixio stood up suddenly and looked at the little fox on the bed twitching violently. A black air was coming out from her brows. She looked very painful. Ixio was completely panicked. Wouldn't it be possible to wake up if he took the elixir? How did it become like this? Is there something wrong with the pill? As soon as this thought came to his mind, Ixio immediately felt the urge to slap himself. How could I trust a stranger for no reason and feed the pill to the little fox without even checking it? What if it harmed her? Thinking of this, a strong murderous intent spread. Boom. At this moment, Ixio was like a wild beast that had completely lost its mind. He broke down the door and rushed to Lin Qingqing's door. He kicked the door open and glared at Lin Qingqing who was lying there. Hand over the antidote. In Ixio's opinion, there must be something wrong with the pill, or it might even be poisonous, so only the person who poisoned it would have the antidote. What's the antidote? Lin Qingqing was just about to take a rest, as she was exhausted from all the traveling during this period. Who would have thought that Ixio would rush out directly and kick her door open so roughly? What surprised her most was that he asked her for the antidote. What is the antidote? Who did you poison? Give me the antidote. At this time, Ixio had completely lost his mind. He couldn't imagine what would happen to him if he lost Xiaohu. An unprecedented fear struck his heart. Ixio, why are you crazy? Get out. I don't want to see you. Lin Qingqing still doesn't know what happened, but Ixio's behavior makes her very uncomfortable. After all, I am a delicate and beautiful woman, and everyone is trying to curry favor with me. You are so good, you yelled at me, treated me rudely, and made me wear a veil, but now you treat me like this. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? I'll say this one last time, give me the antidote. Ixio rushed forward and grabbed Lin Qingqing's wrist, and he even heard the sound of bone breaking. You hurt me. Lin Qingqing was about to cry in pain. This situation happened too suddenly, so suddenly that she forgot the fact that she was a master of the 8th level of innate realm. What happened? At this time, Zhang Ming also ran over. Although the rooms of the three of them were not connected, they were not far apart. With such a big commotion happening, how could he not notice it? Originally, he thought that someone was attracted by Lin Qingqing's beauty and came to harass her, but when he arrived, he saw Ixio and froze in place. I don't know what to do. Asshole, let me go, or I. If you still don't hand it over, then you will be buried with the little fox. Seeing that Lin Qingqing still refused to admit it, Ixio immediately felt murderous intent in his heart and was about to take action. Little fox. Zhang Ming now understood. It turned out that it was Miss Lin who provoked the little fox. No wonder Ixio was so angry. You know, in order to save Xiaohu, he even killed a lot of people from the Yi family. Lin Qingqing, Lin Qingqing, why do you have to mess with the little fox when you can mess with anyone else? etc. That's not right. Didn't Lin Qingqing give Yishio the resurrection pill, and also asked Yishio to help her do something? If she doesn't want to, she can just pretend she didn't see it. Isn't this contradictory? Is there some misunderstanding here? Thinking of this, Jiang Ming could no longer sit idly by. After his previous understanding, he knew that Lin Qingqing was no ordinary person. If Yishio killed her, they would probably have no place to stand in the entire Lingwu city. No, it must be stopped. Master Xiao, calm down first. I think there must be some misunderstanding here. Jiang Ming immediately rushed up and grabbed Yishio's arm. Jiang Ming, are you going to stop me too? Yishio's eyes turned cold and he glanced at Jiang Ming coldly. He didn't expect that Jiang Ming would actually betray him, and the murderous intent in his heart became even stronger. Feeling Yishio's murderous intent as if it were real, Jiang Ming's heart was pounding. Although he was afraid, he still couldn't give up, otherwise Yishio's situation would become very passive. Master Xiao, I don't mean to stop you, but this matter has not been clarified yet. Besides, Miss Lin has no reason to attack Xiaohu. Jiang Ming persuaded again. There is no reason. Why did the little fox feel so painful after taking the elixir? There was also a black gas escaping from his eyebrows. Yishio still didn't believe it, but Jiang Ming's words calmed him down a lot. After all, Lin Qingqing was the instigator of this incident. If she was killed, Xiaohu would never come back. Pain. Jiang Ming was stunned and looked at Lin Qingqing strangely. Yes, taking pills that nourish the soul should be very comfortable, how can it be painful? That is a normal reaction when the soul and body are reconnected. And the black air is the turbid air produced in her soul after she fell into a coma. It is the existence of this turbid air that has kept her unconscious. This is all normal, okay. Lin Qingqing had understood what she had heard by now, and suddenly felt a little aggrieved. This guy suddenly became so terrible and treated me like this, all for a little fox. This is simply a humiliation and ruthless trampling of her dignity. Am I not even as good as a little fox? Are you telling the truth? Yishio was stunned. Before, he only thought about saving the little fox, and when he saw the little fox in pain, he panicked and didn't even think about checking on the little fox's condition. Now that Lin Qingqing had said this, he also felt that there was some truth in it. Young master. At this moment, a soft and somewhat weak voice came from behind Yishio, causing Yishio's body to freeze in place. Yishio slowly turned his head and saw a pale-faced little fox in a white dress holding onto the door frame, looking at him with a worried look on her face. The little fox's appearance is already absolutely beautiful, and coupled with the characteristics of the Fox clan, her every frown and smile reveals a temptation and attraction that no man can ignore. Therefore, in Daliang, she is known as the #1 beauty in Daliang and the dream lover of countless men. Even the princesses and concubines in the royal family, all combined, were not even 1/10 as good as her. Among all the women Yishio had ever seen, only Lin Qingqing could compete with her in appearance. But in terms of attractiveness to men, Lin Qingqing is completely defeated and there is no comparison at all. At this time, the little fox had just woken up, so his body was still a little weak, his face was pale and bloodless, and he could only hold on to the door frame to ensure that he would not fall down. This is a kind of morbid beauty. But her eyes were firm, and there was a firmness between her brows that was inconsistent with her fragile appearance, giving people a sense of contradictory beauty. She has big eyes, a high nose bridge, three-dimensional facial features, and slightly red eyes, which give her an exotic beauty. When all of this is perfectly integrated into the little fox, everything else in the room loses its color. A kind of beauty that overwhelms everyone arises spontaneously. Even the woman Lin Qingqing was stunned and sighed from the bottom of her heart. So beautiful. Little fox. Yishio was so excited that even his voice trembled. For more than a month, he didn't even dare to calm himself down, otherwise, he would think of the situation when the little fox fell down. Therefore, he could only use hard training to divert his attention and use crazy fighting to numb his thoughts along the way. But deep down, he was always looking forward to seeing the little fox again. It wasn't until Lin Qingqing appeared that he saw hope. Now this wish has finally come true. Sir. The little fox's voice trembled slightly, and his eyes immediately became moist. She also missed and depended on Yishio from the bottom of her heart. It could even be said that Yishio was her whole world. When she woke up, she found herself in an unfamiliar environment. She thought she was dead, and then she was filled with deep sorrow, thinking that she would never see the young master again. Just then, she heard that familiar voice and then stumbled over. When she saw Yishio, the man she had been thinking about day and night, she couldn't help crying. As she spoke, she walked towards Yishio. But because she had just woken up, her body was too weak and she fell down without paying attention. "Little fox!" Yishio exclaimed, and flashed to her side, hugging her, but was afraid of hurting her, so he didn't dare to use too much force. "Sir, is Xiaohu dreaming?" The little fox reached out and touched Yishio's angular face, unable to believe that all this was true. No one knew the injury she had suffered better than she did, so she thought this was most likely just a dream, and once she woke up, the young master would disappear into thin air. "It's not a dream, it's not a dream. Don't worry, even if you are the king of heaven, I can't take you away from me again." Yishio grabbed her hand and spoke loudly. This was not only a promise to the little fox, but also something he said to himself. No matter what, he couldn't let the little fox leave him again. Real. Xiaohu's eyes lit up. Her biggest dream was to always be with her master. Yishio's promise undoubtedly gave her a great sense of security. Really, more real than real gold. Yishio nodded heavily. He was so happy that he didn't know what to say. He had so much to say that he didn't even know where to start. "Yishio, I hate you." When Lin Qingqing saw this scene, she finally understood why Yishio had been so cold to her before, and why he was so rude to her. It turned out to be because of this little fox. Although she also admitted that the little fox was indeed prettier, gentler, and more charming than her. But this is not the reason why Yishio treats himself like this. Especially since he actually wanted to kill me for Xiaohu. If Zhang Ming hadn't arrived in time and stopped him, I would probably have become a corpse. Is there anything in the world that is more difficult for a woman to accept? No matter how good her temper is, she can't bear it. With a loud yell, he rushed out, a tear of grievance falling onto Yishio's face. "Sir, did the little fox cause you any trouble?" Xiaohu said. She is a woman, so she can naturally see that the relationship between this woman and the young master is not ordinary, and she began to blame herself in her heart. If it weren't for me, the young master wouldn't have made her sad. "No, Xiaohu, you misunderstood. She and I met on the way to Lingwu City. It's just that I misunderstood her before. You don't have to blame yourself." Yishio said. At this point, he certainly knew that he had misunderstood Lin Qingqing. He also felt quite guilty in his heart. After all, she had helped him so much, and it was because of her help that the little fox woke up. But now he doesn't want to leave, he just wants to spend some time with the little fox. "Sir, go chase her. Since it's a misunderstanding, you should explain it as soon as possible." Xiaohu said that although she also wanted Yishio to stay with her, she also knew that the young master was a man who did important things and could not always accompany a little maid like her. "No, I will apologize to her later. You are still very weak now. I will carry you back to the room to rest." Yishio picked up the little fox without saying anything. "Master, put the little fox down quickly. There are so many people here, it would be bad if someone saw it." Xiaohu's face turned red all the way to her ears. Although she and Yishio had a very good relationship and were basically inseparable, they had never been so close before. While the little fox felt sweet in her heart, she was afraid that others would see it and embarrass the young master. "You have to know that I am just a little maid with a low status. It would be a very embarrassing thing if others knew about it." "Silly girl, what other people think has nothing to do with us." Yishio scratched her little nose, strode out of the room and came to Zhang Ming's residence. The door of his and Lin Qingqing's room was broken by himself, so how could he continue to live there? He could only let Zhang Ming suffer. "Master Xiao, I'm going to go out for a while." Zhang Ming said that he was going out to find Lin Qingqing. Yishio may not consider the future, but he cannot help but consider Yishio. As long as he explained the cause and effect of the matter clearly, he believed that Lin Qingqing would be able to understand. "Go ahead." Yishio nodded. After Zhang Ming walked out of the room, he instructed the servants of the Qian family to negotiate with the inn owner to change the door as soon as possible, as it was not possible to stay in an inn without a door. Then he rushed out without stopping. But he searched for a long time and still couldn't find Lin Qingqing's whereabouts. Just when he was about to give up, he heard a sudden noise. Following the sound, I saw a lot of people gathered in front of a restaurant. They were standing outside, pointing and talking as if they were watching a circus. When he got closer, he could vaguely hear these people saying key words like "so pretty" and "so beautiful." This made his eyes light up, and he immediately pushed through the crowd and saw Lin Qingqing, who was in a white dress, sitting among them, holding a jar of wine and drinking from it in big gulps. There were 2 empty jars on the table and 2 unopened jars. "Ms. Lin, you can't drink anymore." Zhang Ming shouted, hurried to Lin Qingqing's side and snatched the jar of wine. "Give it back to me." Lin Qingqing's face was flushed and her eyes were blurry, and she was obviously a little drunk. "Ms. Lin, you can't drink anymore. Come back with me." How could Zhang Ming agree to this? If she continued drinking, something terrible would happen. Just look at the greedy eyes of the crowd outside to see that. "Did he ask you to come find me? Go back and tell him that I don't want to see him again." Lin Qingqing said this in the most angrily voice, then raised her hand to slap away the jar of wine in front of her, picked it up and continued to drink it. "That's not the case. It's..." "Hey, Miss Lin, you actually misunderstood Master Xiao. Master Xiao is suffering." Zhang Ming put down the empty wine jar in his hand, snatched the one from Lin Qingqing's hand, and immediately told her everything he knew. Listening to Zhang Ming's story, Lin Qingqing stopped drinking and just sat there listening quietly. Especially when she heard that Xiaohu had consumed her own essence to save Yi Xiao and used her body to block Yi Xiao's sword, her eyes became moist. No wonder that guy cares so much about Xiaohu. If someone did this to me, I would probably do something even more extreme than him. "Ms. Lin, now you understand," Zhang Ming said. "Humph, even if that's the case, he can't do this to me." "Okay, you don't have to say anything. I'm leaving." Lin Qingqing said insincerely that after listening to Zhang Ming's explanation, the anger in her heart had actually disappeared. Although she was willful, she was not ignorant. But now that she had escaped, it would be too embarrassing for her to go back with Zhang Ming like this. "What are you looking at? If you keep looking, I will dig your eyes out." Lin Qingqing returned to her usual personality, glanced at the people outside, snorted coldly, and turned away. "It's good that you are not angry. It's good that you are not angry." Zhang Ming breathed a sigh of relief. He could see that although Lin Qingqing said this, she was actually no longer angry. She just couldn't bring herself to go back. Anyway, they are all in Lingwu City now. As long as the misunderstanding is resolved, they will meet sooner or later. This also solved one of his concerns. Having said that, he was about to get up and leave. "Sir, you can't leave. You haven't paid the bill yet." At this moment, the waiter immediately ran over and stopped Zhang Ming. In fact, it is impossible for the waiter to keep an eye on all the customers. There are even many people who specialize in eating and dashing, and the store owner often cannot detect it. But Lin Qingqing's appearance made it hard for people to ignore her, including the waiter. Now that the beauty has left, he is disappointed and sees that Zhang Ming also wants to leave, so he is not going to do it anymore. "Okay, how much?" Zhang Ming didn't care. These were just a few jars of wine. How much could they be worth? He is an alchemist and has plenty of money. "It's not much, a total of 412 low-grade yuanshi. I'll round off the amount to 400 low-grade yuanshi." The waiter rubbed his hands. 400 isn't expensive. "Wait, how much did you say? 400 low-grade yuanshi? Are you sure you're not kidding?" Zhang Ming was shocked. 400 yuan stones would be equivalent to 40,000 taels of gold. Is this wine made of gold? Even if it is, it wouldn't cost so much money. "Sir, I don't like what you said. Our restaurant has always clearly marked the prices and never cheats anyone. This wine is called Ling Longzui, a famous wine in Lingwu City. One jar costs 100 yuanshi. That beautiful lady drank 3 jars and opened 1 jar. Including the side dishes, it cost exactly 412 low-grade lingshi. What? You are not going to default on your debt, are you? When the waiter finished speaking, his face darkened. Several thugs nearby heard the noise and immediately surrounded him. They were all masters of the 7th level of innateness. They all looked at Jiang Ming with eyes wide open. How is that possible? It's only 400 low-grade yuan. It's not like I can't afford it. Jiang Ming was frightened by this scene. If he dared to default on his debt, he would definitely be beaten. With his physique, he couldn't stand the torture from this group of men, so he could only accept defeat. He could only grit his teeth and take out the yuan. In the end, the yuan were still not enough, so he had to add several thousand taels of gold to make up the money for the meal. At this moment, his heart was bleeding. This was all his family property, and it was destroyed by Lin Qingqing in just one meal. How could he not feel pain? What sin have I committed? Okay, by the way, sir, do you still want this jar of wine? The waiter looked at the jar of Ling Longshui that had just been opened and had hardly been touched, with a greedy look on his face. Of course I want it. Jiang Ming glared at him, picked up the jar of wine, turned around and left. This is 100 yuan stones, his hard-earned money, only a fool would not want it. Stingy. Inside the inn, Yixiu sat beside the bed, holding Little Fox's hand, and just looked at Little Fox quietly. Sir, could you please stop looking at me like that? The little fox's face is rosy, just like a ripe apple, making people want to take a bite. To be honest, this was the first time she enjoyed such treatment. Although I was shy, I was still very happy in my heart. All right. Yixiu knew that this girl was shy, so he asked, "Are you hungry? I'll ask the waiter to bring some food up." Well, I'm a little hungry. The little fox didn't feel hungry at first, but after hearing Yixiu's words, he really felt hungry. After all, she had been in a coma for more than a month, and had not eaten or drunk a drop of water during that time. In addition, her essence had been depleted, so how could she not be hungry? Wait a minute. Oh, take this qi and blood pill first. It can help you replenish your qi and blood, and repair your essence. This way you will recover faster. Yixiu suddenly remembered the qi and blood pill he had made. This was a good thing and was much more effective than eating. Kindness. As the little fox was about to sit up, Yixiu stopped him. You just woke up and your body hasn't recovered yet. Don't get up. I'll feed you. Oh. Xiaohu's face suddenly turned red again. For some reason, she felt that her master had become a different person. He would never do such a thing before. But her heart felt as if she had drunk honey, and she would be content even if she died now. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, someone knocked on the door at an inopportune time, which made Yixiu frown. Friend, is it convenient for you to come out and see me? At this time, a stranger's voice was heard outside. Roll. Yixiu originally thought it was Jiang Ming, the tactless man, but unexpectedly it was a strange voice. He doesn't have such a good temper when dealing with people he doesn't know. Hey, kid, do you know who our young master is? How dare you talk to my young master like that? Are you looking for death? Another rough voice came from outside, extremely arrogant. Rude, I've told you so many times that it's not easy for everyone to go out. If you do this again next time, I won't forgive you. The young man's voice sounded again. Friend, don't misunderstand me. I came here with no ill intentions. I just want to ask you, do you want to change your maid? He watched the scene that happened from beginning to end. The moment he saw the little fox, he was immediately shocked. I immediately felt love for her. Moreover, this kind of thing is very normal for these nobles, and it has even become a trend. Some people would even use their maids to entertain their friends to show off their status. So he didn't think there was anything wrong with his behavior. It's your sister's turn. Yixiu's face darkened and he said angrily. At this moment, he was trying his best to restrain the murderous intent in his heart. Today was a good day for the little fox to wake up, and he didn't want to kill people. Boy, I'm giving you face, right? When I count to 3, you get out here right now and hand over your maid. Otherwise, I'll make you pay. The young man didn't say anything, so the guard got angry and started roaring. Squeak. As soon as the other party finished speaking, the door opened and Ishio walked out with a grim face. There was a group of people standing outside the door, led by a thin gentleman with a faint smile on his face. He was holding a paper fan in his hand, waving it from time to time. On it were paintings of flowers and birds, calligraphy, and inscriptions by famous artists. He looks like a weak scholar. Behind him were several 8-foot-tall, burly men, who at first glance were obviously military veterans, with the iron-bloodedness and competence of soldiers. Next to him stood timidly a beautiful woman with fair skin and a plump figure. It goes without saying that they want to use this woman to exchange for the little fox. After confirming this, Ishio's eyes turned cold. Whoever said that just now, stand up yourself. Ishio said this calmly, but anyone could hear the terrifying murderous intent hidden in his words. He didn't want to do anything today. But they must not let off lightly if they insulted Xiaohu. I said, where is your maid? Send her out immediately. Don't worry, your maid will definitely enjoy endless wealth and glory if she follows our master. When the guard saw Ishio coming out, he thought he was afraid and his attitude became even more arrogant. Kneel down and apologize, and I can spare your life. Ishio said coldly. You're looking for death. Ishio's words immediately angered the guard. As a master of the 7th level of the innate realm, he had never been bullied like this. Apologize to a maid. What are you thinking about? After saying this, the guard took a step forward and reached out with a big hand to grab Ishio's neck. He wanted to let this blind boy know that not everyone could afford to offend him. However, just when he was about to succeed, he felt a flash before his eyes, and then his wrist was firmly grasped by Ishio. Oh, you dare to fight back, I'm going to have some fun with you. The big man's face darkened and he tried to pull his hand back with force, and then had some fun with Ishio again. But at this moment he discovered that Ishio's seemingly thin palm was like an iron clamp, tightly holding his right hand, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not pull it back. Slowly, sweat began to appear on his forehead. Kneel down. Ishio exerted force, and the man knelt on the ground uncontrollably in pain. Ishio's soul-freezing voice came to his ears again, apologize. My friend, you are so wrong. I came here just to discuss with you. It's up to you whether you agree or not. Do you have to be so aggressive? The young man's face was as gloomy as water, and he still didn't think he had done anything wrong. You know, exchanging maids is not only common in Lingwu City, it is also a normal thing among nobles of various countries. They may even regard this as a trend. Not to mention the distant past, the maidservant beside him was exchanged from someone else not long ago, and she was considered to be extremely beautiful. Moreover, even if the deal fails, we still have our friendship. If you don't agree, we will just leave. We are not forcing you to exchange. Although this guard was a bit arrogant, he was still his own man after all. As the saying goes, you have to look at the owner before you beat the dog. Now Ishio has hit him in the face. If he doesn't show up, it will be his people who will be embarrassed. Click. What responded to the young man was a sharp sound of bones breaking, followed by the man's screams like a pig being slaughtered. When the scream was heard, everyone was startled and looked sideways. You. The young man widened his eyes and looked at Ishio in disbelief. How dare he do this? Moreover, his guard had the cultivation level of the 7th level of the innate realm, which was 2 levels higher than Ishio. But why did the situation seem to be the opposite? I kill you. At this moment, the guard whose wrist was broken by Ishio roared, and actually gave up his right hand, raised his left arm and killed Ishio. How could he, a master of the 7th level of the innate realm, be humiliated by a kid of the 5th level of the innate realm? Most importantly, he felt that the young master had been embarrassed because of him, which was something he could not accept. So he had to get back at this guy and let this guy know how powerful he was. Bang. There was another muffled sound, and the big man's left fist hit Ishio's right palm. Just like before, his fist was restrained by Ishio again. Court death. The guards behind the young man couldn't stand it anymore and rushed forward. Boom. Ishio's expression remained unchanged. He twisted his hands, turned the big man's hands inside out, and then kicked him in the chest. The whole person was like a cannonball, crashing into the guards who were rushing over, and directly broke the guardrail with them and fell from the second floor. He fell and fainted. The man who made the rude remarks was directly kicked to death by Yishio. Suck. Everyone in the inn gasped. Who is this person? His methods are so cruel that he kills people to vent his anger over a disagreement. I don't know the men who attacked, but I do know the young man next to him. If I'm not mistaken, he should be the second prince of our great Chi-Yu. Second prince of Daki, now we are going to have a good show. Someone nearby recognized Chi-Yu's identity, and everyone broke into a cold sweat for Yishio. The second prince of Dachi was a prince with real status, position, and power. He was by no means comparable to princes born to maids like Yan Xing and Han Ju. Moreover, this person is very elegant and would never take the initiative to cause trouble. Many people even think that Yishio is making a big deal out of nothing. She's just a maid, is it necessary? Master Shio is fighting against the 6 major countries. Zhang Ming, who was not far away, sighed and said, first it was Yan Xing of Dian, then Han Ju of Dian, and now it is Chi-Yu of Dian. If Daliang is included, he has now completely broken off relations with the 4 major countries. If this continued, he was worried that Yishio would offend all 6 major countries. You must know that in this small area, apart from the Lingwu family, the 6 major countries are the most powerful forces. It would be fine if Yishio could successfully join the Lingwu family this time, otherwise, he would be strangled by all countries with all their might, and the consequences would be disastrous. Yishio completely ignored their discussions. Now that the culprit had been brought to justice, there was no need for him to cause trouble for others. He turned around and went back to his room to continue accompanying Xiaohu. Friend, you killed my people and you plan to leave like this. Chi-Yu's face turned pale. This guy actually acted as if he didn't exist. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? The guards behind him also released their aura. You'd better not mess with me, otherwise, I will kill you too. Yishio said calmly, not affected by their momentum at all. A murderous intent as if it were real surged out, lowering the temperature of the entire inn by a lot. Under the influence of this murderous intent, everyone shuddered involuntarily and dared not look at Yishio's eyes full of murderous intent. This guy is so scary, he is simply a killer. Originally, Yishio didn't want to kill anyone today, so as not to ruin this good day. At the same time, he also wanted to spend more time with the little fox. But he found that some people didn't take his words to heart at all. Perhaps only by killing them in large numbers can I stop them from provoke me again. Really? Then I want to see how you kill me. Chi-Yu said calmly that although he didn't like to cause trouble, he was never afraid of it. As for Yishio, although he defeated 2 of his men, they were just a few guards of the 7th level of the innate realm. Behind him, there were 3 masters of the 8th level of the innate realm. With 3 masters of the 8th level of the innate realm against a guy of the 5th level of the innate realm, there is no way he can lose. Don't forget that he himself is also a being of the 8th level of the innate realm. Sir. Just as Yishio was about to make a move, Xiaohu's voice came from behind him. Through the door, everyone saw the little fox's incredibly beautiful face. At this moment, the entire inn fell silent. Everyone's eyes fell on Xiaohu, and they even forgot to breathe. What a beautiful woman. No wonder this man values her so much. If she were my maid, I wouldn't change her even if I had 100 maids. Yes, if I can have a kiss with you, I would be willing to live 10 years less. Hush, you kid don't want to live anymore. Chi-Yu just wanted to replace her, but he caused such a big reaction from this person. If he heard what you said, you would not be able to live anymore. Thanks for the reminder, brother. I'll treat you to a drink some other day. Everyone was stunned by the little fox's appearance. So beautiful, how can there be such a beautiful woman in this world? Little fox, why did you come out? Go back and lie down. Yishio turned around, and the murderous intent in his body disappeared instantly. He immediately came to Xiaohu's side, picked her up, and sent her back to the room in a domineering manner. Sir, I'm sorry, little fox has caused you trouble again. Xiaohu felt very guilty. She had often caused trouble for Yishio before, so she locked herself at home and didn't go out for several years. I didn't expect that I would bring so much trouble to Yishio just after waking up. Silly girl, what does this have to do with you? Only people are blind. Don't worry, they can't hurt me. You can have a good rest here. The young master will be back soon. Yixiao shouted outside, Zhang Ming. Here I come. Zhang Ming hurried into the room and closed the door. Zhang Ming, please help take care of the little fox while I'm away. Yixiao said that what he needed most now was to establish his authority. He needed to establish his authority because only in this way could other people with similar ideas not dare to provoke him again. Moreover, after this period of training, his cultivation has reached the peak of the 5th level of the innate realm. His foundation is solid and he needs an opponent to hone his skills. Once he breaks through to the 6th level of the innate realm, he will not even take the masters of the 9th level of the innate realm seriously. These people are undoubtedly the best opponents. Master Xiao, please be careful. Zhang Ming nodded. No one knew better than him the position of Xiaohu in Yixiao's heart. Qiyu actually dared to attract the attention of Xiaohu. Isn't this just bringing up something that is not relevant? However, he was still a little worried about Yixiao's safety. After all, Qiyu was different from Yanxing and Han Ju. Not only was he very powerful, he also had 3 powerful subordinates. If Yixiao were to go it alone, he would most likely suffer a loss. But he also knew that he couldn't persuade Yixiao, so he could only do the logistical work for him. Don't worry. Yixiao patted his shoulder, walked out of the room again, looked directly at Qiyu and the others and said, You can't do anything here, do you dare to come with me? He didn't want to take action here. On the one hand, there were too many innocent people here, and on the other hand, he was worried about hurting the little fox. After all, fists and feet have no eyes. What if they can't do anything to me and reach out to the little fox? Why not? Qiyu responded and led his men out of the inn. At this moment, everyone in the inn was alarmed and followed him out. Does anyone know who this person is? He is so courageous with his 5th level Xiantian cultivation, and he wants to fight against the 2nd prince of Daki on his own. He could not have been an unknown person before. Yeah, I'd like to know, too, but I don't remember anyone like that. He is Yixiao from Daliang. Yixiao, who is Yixiao? Young man, Yixiao. Hearing the 3 words, young man, everyone gasped. In this small world, the name Yixiao is not actually well known, and many people don't even know it. But if you add the prefix young man, then almost everyone in the entire small area will know it. This is a super genius who can be compared with the little devil Mutianye of the Lingwu family. He is also an invincible god of war who single-handedly holds up a beam that is about to collapse. He is the dream lover of many women and the idol of many young people. Now he actually appeared in front of them alive, which made it hard for everyone to believe for a moment. But I heard that the young Ho's Dantian was destroyed. Is this true? It's fake. Look at his strong aura and solid foundation. He doesn't look like his Dantian has been destroyed. It should be true. I heard that in his heyday, he was a master of the 9th level of innate heaven. Now he is only at the 5th level of innate heaven. So I guess that he should have cultivated again after repairing his Dantian. The Dantian can also recover, are you kidding me? On the street outside the inn, Yixiao was dressed in a white robe, with his hands behind his back, looking indescribably chic and elegant. In front of him stood Qiyu and others, all of them glaring angrily. There were people standing around them, and many people were continuously gathering towards them. The restaurants and inns on both sides of the street were already overcrowded, and even the rooftops were densely packed with people. What's more, some even opened a handicap on the spot, preparing to take this opportunity to make a fortune. Who of you will go first? Qiyu glanced at the guards around him. As the 2nd prince of Qi, his fighting ability was naturally unquestionable. But because of his status, he can't do everything himself. Moreover, he learned about Yixiao's identity from the people around him. He was a killer and should not be taken lightly. If I lose the fight, it would not only be my face that would be lost. I'll do it. An 8th level innate guard stepped out, walked in front of Yixiao, and said disdainfully, Boy, let me teach you how to behave. You are no match for me. The 3 of you together will be better. Yixiao said calmly that what he needed now was strong pressure so that he could break through the shackles and advance to the 6th level of innate cultivation. This opponent who is at the 8th level of the innate realm is simply unable to put such pressure on me. It will take the combined efforts of 3 of them to do that. That's why he said so. How dare you look down on me, kid? Good, very good. In that case, I will let you know how powerful I am, the mountain-breaking palm. The guard was irritated by Yishio's words. He was a master of the 8th level of the innate realm, but he was actually ignored by a kid of the 5th level of the innate realm. This is simply the greatest humiliation for him. With an idea in his mind, he immediately struck out with a powerful palm, killing Yishio. The palm hadn't arrived yet, but the wind from the palm had already arrived, making Yishio's clothes rustle. Explosive flame fist. Yishio shouted loudly and threw a punch, from which a ball of light golden flame rose. There was no way. The fighting skills he had practiced before could not be activated by the dark-attributed Shura chi, and the 9 Killings King seal was too overbearing. What if we beat this guy up and let him admit defeat? I am still waiting for them to help me break through. So he could only settle for the next best thing and use the explosive flame fist. This is a fire-attributed fighting skill. Now that he has a fire-attributed physique, he can naturally use it easily. Coupled with the amplification of the Great Sun Golden Flame, the power of this punch is considerable. Although it is not as good as the fire seal, it is enough to deal with this guard. Boom. The fists and palms collided with each other, making a deafening roar, and then the 2 men retreated at the same time. But Yishio only retreated more than 30 steps, while the guard retreated a full 50 steps. Although his expression did not reveal anything, his right hand was trembling slightly within his long sleeves. How can this kid's punch be so powerful? The guard secretly groaned in his heart, knowing that he was a little too arrogant. Moreover, he also saw that Yishio did not use all his strength in this punch. Otherwise, it might not just be the trembling of my right hand. Come again. Yishio's momentum surged, and he came in front of the men in an instant with big strides, and punched him with the same explosive flaming fist again. I want to see how long you can hold on. Damn it. The guard cursed inwardly. His right hand had not recovered yet, because Yishio's punch was more than just a way to knock him back. The key to this explosive fist lies in the word explosion. The moment it hits him, the power contained in it also explodes instantly and directly invades his arm. If it weren't for his strong internal energy, this punch could easily have shattered his arm. If this happens again, his arm will be broken. Snake fist. The guard's eyes moved and he immediately changed his strategy. This explosive flame fist is an extremely powerful boxing technique. Using one's own strength to confront it head-on would be like using one's own weakness to defeat the opponent's strength. Therefore, when fighting with Yishio, you cannot fight head-on, you can only use your strength to defeat the opponent. The Spirit Snake Fist is just such a set of boxing techniques that uses softness to overcome hardness. As he spoke, the guard also threw a punch, like a snake escaping a cave, light yet cunning, directly avoiding the enemy's edge and focusing on his weak spot. It's a little clever, but it's useless to me. Yishio roared, and the flames on his fist shot up into the sky, like the sun in the sky, blinding everyone. Not good. The guard was also blinded by the fire and had difficulty opening his eyes. At the same time, an unprecedented sense of crisis came over him. He almost instinctively gave up attacking and retreated. After a moment, his eyes recovered. At this moment, he saw a fist with flames growing larger in front of his eyes. Then he felt a pain in his right eye, and his whole body flew backwards as if he was hit by a wild beast, and fell heavily in front of Chiyuedi. Not its opponent at all. You guys come together. Yishio said impatiently that he had already demonstrated enough strength and a guard at the 8th level of the innate realm was no match for him at all. If Chiyu took action personally, perhaps he would be able to fight against me. After all, the skills and combat techniques he practiced were far beyond what these guards could achieve. Master, this kid is too arrogant. Let us take action. The other 2 guards shouted in anger. The guard who was defeated by Yishio was their brother. They were naturally angry that their brother was beaten. In addition, he not only lost his own face, but also Chiyu's face. As the saying goes, if the king humiliates his subjects, they will die. No matter what, they cannot allow Yishio to continue to be so arrogant. I'll only give you 1 stick of time. If you can't defeat him, don't follow me anymore. Chi Yu's face turned pale. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? A guard of the 8th level of the innate realm was beaten by Yishio without any chance to fight back. If this gets out, how can he face it? Although they sent 3 masters of the 8th level of the innate realm to join forces to deal with Yishio, it would not be glorious even if they won, but it was still much better than having Yishio shit on their necks. What's more, this was his own request. Yes. The 2 of them were delighted and walked directly to the guard, helped him up, and asked, "Old King, how are you? Can you continue?" "Able." Lao Wang took a deep breath, his face burning as if he had been slapped dozens of times in public. It was so embarrassing that he was beaten so badly by a kid at the 5th level of the innate realm. Even if not for myself, for the master's face. He must get this place back. Bring it on. Yishio's eyes lit up, and a strong sense of anticipation surged out, infecting everyone present. Oh my god, this Yishio is actually still looking forward to fighting them. Doesn't he know what it means to face 3 masters of the 8th level of the innate sky at the same time? As expected of a young man, he is indeed quite arrogant. No wonder he is as famous as the little devil Mutianya. This courage alone is admirable. I think the young man has overestimated his own strength. With the cultivation of the 5th level of Xiantian, how can he possibly be a match for 3 masters of the 8th level of Xiantian? Who cares? We have something to watch. Everyone started talking about it, and even the odds on the handicap changed from 5 to 1 to 10 because of this change. In other words, if someone spends a low-grade yuanshare to buy Yishioing, and if Yishio really wins, then 1 yuanshare can get 10 times the profit. Those are very high odds. This also shows that everyone is not optimistic about Yishio. After all, Yishio only had the cultivation level of the 5th level of the innate realm. If he wanted to challenge 3 masters of the 8th level of the innate realm at the same time by himself, the possibility of winning was almost 0. Attack together and resolve the battle as quickly as possible. The 2 nodded and all looked at Yishio. The current situation is very unfavorable to them. The longer this battle drags on, the more face they and Chi Yu will lose. Only by decisive action can the losses be minimized. After saying that, the 3 of them attacked at the same time, rushing towards Yishio from 3 directions respectively. Well done. Yishio's momentum was shaken, and his 9 transformations' heart began to beat violently. The Shura chi surged out, blowing his clothes up, and a chilling murderous intent spread out. It made everyone look sideways. Mountain-splitting palm. Black tiger fist. Spiral force. The 3 of them quickly rushed to Yishio's side and used their most powerful fighting skills as soon as they attacked. The powerful gusts of wind connected into one, pressing down on Yishio like a mountain. Click, click, click. Yishio only felt his body sinking, and the ground under his feet was cracked. 9 King Seal, Scarlet Flame Seal. Yishio remained calm, kicked his feet hard, and rushed towards one of them like an arrow. He pushed out both palms, and a black seal condensed in one hand. The Shura aura rolled, exuding endless murderous intent. In the other hand was a flaming seal, with the golden flame of the sun flickering continuously, as if it was about to burst out and burn the entire world. Court death. The other 2 were angry when they saw that Yishio ignored them. They suddenly doubled their speed and instantly came to both sides of Yishio. The fighting skills that had already taken shape in his hands were used without reservation. At this moment, Yishio changed his target, spread his palms, and faced the attacks of the 2 men respectively, while raising his right foot and kicking the other men. Boom. The deafening collision sound exploded in everyone's hearts like thunder. Then they saw a figure flying backwards and stopped just before hitting the crowd. It was Yishio. There was no trace of panic on his face at this moment. The corners of his bloody mouth were actually slightly raised, revealing a faint smile. Sure enough, it loosened. Yishio thought so in his heart. Okay, keep it up and defeat him as soon as possible. Chi Yu breathed a sigh of relief. If Yishio was no match for the 3 of them combined, he would definitely lose face this time. However, they now have the advantage in numbers, so even if they win it won't be a great honor. They must win quickly to avoid embarrassing him. Yes. The three of them were also very happy. As long as they could defeat Yishio, they would have made a great contribution. According to Chi Yu's temper, he would definitely reward me greatly, and maybe even bring me into the Lingwu family in the future. You know, the Lingwu family stipulates that one can bring in 3 guards at the same time. Although they do not receive focus training, it is much better than for them to figure things out on their own. So they fought even harder, and the 3 of them pressed Yishio so hard that he had no power to fight back. Can't you let people be more careful? On the rooftop in the distance, a beautiful figure was watching the fight from afar, and was very worried about Yishio. It was Lin Qingcheng. For some reason, after she left, she often thought of Yishio in her mind. This feeling was something she had never experienced before, and she wanted to come back more than once. But when she thought about how he treated her before, she felt embarrassed, so she found a house nearby and settled down there. After that, she noticed the commotion here, jumped onto the roof and saw that it turned out that her enemy was fighting with someone again. It would be fine if you just took action, but why did you pick the tough ones and even attack 3 masters of the 8th level of the innate realm at once? What if I get hurt? Humph, anyway, someone cares about you, so I don't need to worry about it. Lin Qingqing pouted, her face full of disappointment. Thinking back to Xiaohu's beautiful face, she actually felt a sense of self-harm and shame. How could there be someone more beautiful than me in this world? Bang, bang, bang. The battle was still going on. Although Yishio was at an absolute disadvantage due to the 3 of them, he still did not give up. He charged left and right, but they were unable to succeed. As time went by, Yishio's odds increased from 10 to 1 to 30 to 1. It has been increased 3 times on the original basis. Is this guy a cockroach? How come he is so strong? Lao Wang frowned and said, the 3 of them had been attacking frantically for 10 minutes, but Yishio did not show any sign of defeat. In particular, his true energy is still extremely strong. In comparison, their situation is not very optimistic. Due to their reckless and crazy attacks, they directly consumed a large amount of their true energy. If they continue like this, they might even be exhausted to death by Yishio. We have to think of a solution. If we delay any further, we will be in a very passive situation. Another guard said. Use your ultimate moves and fight him. I don't believe he can withstand the combined attack of the 3 of us. A look of determination flashed across the 3rd guard's eyes. Good. The 2 men responded, and then the 3 of them quickly left the battle and stood in a shape of a. The true chi in the body was vibrating violently, and actually formed a resonance of true chi in a small area. Battle formation, they are going to use the battle formation to increase their strength. Now the young man is in danger. Yes, the 3 of them using the battle formation can bring out the strength of the 3 to the extreme, instantly breaking through the shackles of the 8th level of the innate realm and reaching the 9th level of the innate realm. This is definitely not something that a young man can resist. How despicable. It's fine if 3 fight 1, but you even use a battle formation. Do you have any shame? Well, I'll give you 1,000 low-grade immortal stones to make Yishio lose. You are so insidious. You say no, but you want it in your heart. Don't let me touch you in the future. As the 3 of them used the battle formation, everyone's confidence in Yishio was completely shattered. Because this battle formation technique is a military tactic, the more people participate, the more powerful it is. 3 masters of the 8th level of the innate realm joined forces to use a battle formation, and in an instant they were able to break through the shackles of the 9th level of the innate realm and launch a powerful attack. Even if Yishio had a breakthrough in his cultivation, he would not be able to stop it. This time, Yishio's odds rose again, from 30 to 1, directly to 100 to 1, which has already created the highest record of odds. This made the people who opened the market laugh out loud. After all, many people had bet on Yishio before, so this was all in their pockets. 1 million, bet on Yishio to win. Suddenly, a pleasant voice sounded, and everyone looked up, only to see a stunningly beautiful woman appear in front of them with a black card in her hand. The black card of the Lin Family Chamber of Commerce. Are you from the Lin family? Several people were shocked. The Lin Family Chamber of Commerce is the largest chamber of commerce in Lingwu City. It is also a foreign chamber of commerce, a behemoth-like existence. The Lin Family Chamber of Commerce's black card is very famous in Lingwu City. It can be used to directly overdraw millions of low-grade immortal stones at the Lin family Chamber of Commerce. Anyone who possesses this card is definitely a rare talent. However, this kind of card is rarely issued, so the person holding this card is most likely a member of the Lin family. That's a lot of nonsense. Lin Qingqing glared at him, then looked at Yixiao, thinking, this is all my belongings. If you lose, I won't forgive you. Lin Qingqing said this, but she didn't care about the million yuan stone at all. Because in her heart she hoped Yixiao would win. Big sister, can we refuse? Those people were about to cry. At this moment, they really wanted to turn around and run away, not even wanting the odds. What a joke, odds of 1 to 100, this is the highest odds they have ever taken on. If Yixiao won, they would have to pay hundreds of millions of low-grade yuancher just for Lin Qingqing. If the losses of others were added, the amount would be even more. Hundreds of millions of low-grade spirit stones. Even if they sold all their major forces, they would not be worth so much money. No. Lin Qingqing glared at them and said, if you want to make money by borrowing Yixiao's name, you must be prepared to pay the price. Then I'll quit and return the money to them, that should be fine. These people said hurriedly. You can try. Lin Qingqing's eyes narrowed, and a chill spread out. I'll take it. Is it not okay for me to take it? These people are almost going crazy, they wish they could slap themselves a few times, asking you to be so humiliating as to open the odds. Now I have put myself in a dilemma. Now, they can only pray silently that Yixiao will not win. 3 talents battle formation. The 3 of them shouted at the same time, and their true energy unexpectedly synchronized and then merged into one. Immediately afterwards, the aura on their bodies suddenly rose up and instantly broke through the shackles of the 9th level of the innate realm. 3 talents battle formation. Yixiao's eyes lit up. Although the pressure the 3 of them had put on him before was not small, he was still just a little short of achieving a breakthrough, which was why his cultivation level had not been able to break through. At this time, they used the 3 talents battle formation, which immediately gave him hope. Then he took a big step forward and rushed towards them like a ghost. Court death. The 3 of them sneered in their hearts when they saw that Yixiao dared to approach them, because in their opinion, he was simply seeking death. In that case, they accepted the young man's head. Break. Yixiao was no stranger to the 3 talents battle formation, it was his specialty when he first fought on the battlefield. This battle formation is the weakest when 3 people work together to set it up, and what he is best at is stacking the 3 elements battle formation, up to a maximum of 99 and 81 layers. This kind of battle formation is invincible on the battlefield and no one can stop it. Therefore, in his eyes, this level of 3 elements battle formation is completely useless. As soon as he finished speaking, a ghost sword appeared in his hand and flew straight towards one of them in the face. The speed was so fast that it was almost impossible to catch. Not good. The man who was facing Yixiao was startled and dodged instinctively. And this was exactly what Yixiao wanted to see. He just waved his right hand and put away the ghost sword. He then walked straight through the 3 people's protection and came to their center area. What? Is Yixiao crazy? He is no match for the 3 of them outside. Entering the center of the battle formation is like seeking death. Xiao Nianhou is a military expert, how could he make such a low-level mistake? Is the rumor false? Haha, that's it. In this situation, there is no way he can win. Some are surprised while others are worried. Yixiao's actions made everyone present confused. The most dangerous place in the 3 talents battle formation was inside the formation, because there he would bear the full strength of the 3 people. So in their opinion, Yixiao was simply seeking death by doing this. This is not a low-level mistake that a military expert would make. But the people who opened the odds were so happy that they cried. Before, they were still worried that if Yixiao won, they would lose everything. Now when they looked at Yixiao, it was as if they saw their own biological father. No, he was closer to them than their own father. They wanted to kneel down and kowtow to him to express their inner gratitude. This is totally giving them money. Good person. What on earth is this guy thinking? Lin Qingqing also couldn't understand what Yixiao was trying to do. He still had a chance of winning outside. Being surrounded by 3 people is definitely a dead end. It's just like this when I was young. On the other side, Chiyu also shook his head. He was originally a little afraid of Yishio, but when he saw his actions, he was extremely disappointed. It seems that once the young man leaves the battlefield, he becomes nothing. Haha, there is a road to heaven but you don't take it, there is no door to hell but you come to it. This day next year will be the day you die. Kill. The voices of the 3 of them trembled with excitement. This was truly a good thing that came right to their doorstep. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 of them attacked at the same time and killed Yishio. Boom. An unprecedented pressure descended upon Yishio, forcing him to half-kneel on the ground. The ground beneath his feet could not support his body, causing his feet to slowly sink into the ground. 9 transformations of the heavenly heart, give me a breakthrough. Yishio roared in his heart. All he could rely on at this moment was the 9 changes heavenly heart. Boom boom boom. As if sensing Yishio's thoughts, Jubian Tianqin began beating violently, and the sound exploded in his mind like thunder. All the pores in his body opened completely, and a large amount of the vital energy of heaven and earth was drawn into his body. Yishio's cultivation was also improving at a speed visible to the naked eye. What is he doing? He is actually breaking through. Breaking through in this situation, I wonder why he would do such a stupid thing. It seems that he wants to use their pressure to improve his realm. Oh my god, I actually doubted the decision of the young man. It really shocked me. At this moment, everyone understood Yishio's intention and were all stunned by his crazy behavior. This is totally a desperate attempt to survive. It would be fine if he breaks through, but if he fails, what awaits him will be a crazy blow. Now they finally understood why Yishio was able to become famous at such a young age and make such a big name for himself. This was entirely achieved by risking his own life. I wonder who here can achieve this level. Who dares to do this? We can't let him break through. We need to attack together. The 3 of them also noticed Yishio's intention, and their expressions suddenly changed. Yishio, who is at the 5th level of the innate realm, is already able to fight with them to this extent. Once he breaks through his cultivation level, even if the 3 of them join forces, they may not be able to suppress him. Not only that, the 3 of them will also have to endure Yishio's counterattack, and then they will be the ones to die. Click. Just when they were about to succeed, a muffled sound came from Yishio's body. Although the sound was not loud, it exploded in the chests of the 3 of them like thunder, causing their hearts to stop beating, their backs to feel cold, and their brains to go blank. A shocking momentum rushed out, sweeping over like a giant wolf in the wind. The 3 of them couldn't even hold on for a moment before they were blown away. What? Chiyu was horrified. Lin Qingqing's eyes widened in disbelief. The people around were stunned. The originally noisy street suddenly became quiet and you could hear a pin drop. Apart from the sound of each other's heartbeats, there was no other sound. It was too terrifying. Yishio had only broken through the 6th level of the innate realm, but he actually generated such terrifying power that he directly knocked away 3 masters of the 8th level of the innate realm. And this was when they formed the 3 talents battle formation. This was beyond everyone's expectations. People who didn't know would have thought that he had broken through to the 9th level of the innate realm. Bang. The people who opened the market had just raised their wine glasses to celebrate their big profits, but they dropped them to the ground and shattered into pieces. The mood of several people also fell to the bottom. How did you win? Isn't this just putting us on the fire? What to do? One of them came to his senses, looked at the others and asked. What to do, God? Run. After the leader finished speaking, he ran away, not towards the center of Lingwu City, but outside the city. If it was anyone else it would be fine, but they couldn't afford to offend the Lin family Chamber of Commerce. If they continued to stay here, their fate would be countless times worse than death. The only chance to survive is to leave temporarily and come back after the storm has passed. As for those Yuanshur, no matter how much they were tempted, they dared not touch even a little bit. Otherwise, they will be hunted endlessly. Yishio's figure flashed past the 3 people like a ghost. With every sound, an arm flew out and scarlet blood spurted out. Such a bloody scene shocked everyone's hearts and made them feel a chill on their backs. You. the three men looked a little pale. It was true that the three elements battle formation could temporarily increase their strength, but this increase was not without a price. Once used, they will enter a period of weakness. During this period, it was as if I had a serious illness and had no strength to fight again. The reason why Ishio was able to rise to prominence with the help of the three talents battle formation was because he spent a long time improving it. Finally, he came up with the idea of using the method of superposition to reduce the damage caused by this battle formation to the person who set up the formation. Therefore, after each battle, his soldiers could just make some minor adjustments before joining the battle again and inflict a heavy blow to the enemy. But this is Ishio's unique method. The reason why the Crown Prince of Daliang is so wary of him and is unwilling to let him go even if his dantian is destroyed is mostly due to this reason. He was afraid that Ishio would present this method to other princes or other countries, fundamentally shaking his position as Crown Prince. But he never thought that Ishio's gaze had never lingered on the throne of Daliang. It's just a small throne and can't bear all his expectations. Kindness. Ishio glanced at them, his eyes were cold and ruthless, like two sharp swords piercing into their hearts. At this moment, the three of them truly realized how terrifying the young man was. Just a glance from him was enough to make them feel the boundless murderous intent. They knew that if they dared to say another word, their heads would be separated from their bodies. Even if his master spoke up, he couldn't stop it. Ishio, you. Chiyu's expression was a little complicated, with surprise, fear, and a hint of regret. What was surprising was that Ishio was able to break through successfully under such circumstances and defeat his three men in one fell swoop. What's frightening is that he has such terrifying combat power after only breaking through to the 6th level of the innate realm. If he returns to the peak in the future, even those in the condensation realm may not be his match. If he had known this, he would never have provoked Ishio. But it seems too late. Either fight or get out. Ishio looked straight at Chiyu and said with a cold expression. By defeating these three people and establishing his prestige, he broke through to the 6th level of the innate realm. The purpose of this battle has been achieved. The reason why these three people were not killed was that if they were alive, it would be the best publicity for this war, and it would prevent other people who had such ideas from causing trouble for them again. So they are more valuable alive than dead. As for Chiyu, he no longer poses any threat to him. Instead of spending this time, he would rather spend more time with the little fox. You. Chiyu's face turned pale, and he clenched his fists in his sleeves so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh without him noticing. He knew very well that if he left at this moment, he would really lose all face. But Ishio's fighting power is too terrifying. Although his strength is stronger than these people, it is almost impossible to defeat Ishio. Your Highness, if you keep the Green Mountains, you will not be short of firewood. Let's avoid their sharp edge first. A guard next to him whispered in Chiyu's ear. He was really worried that Chiyu would rush out to fight Ishio in a fit of anger. If anything really happens to him, I will be held responsible. Let's go. Chiyu knew that he couldn't take action now, otherwise he would not only be embarrassed, but he might even lose himself. This guy is a murderer who kills without blinking an eye. Several princes of Korea have fallen into his hands. I can't use my own life to enhance Ishio's reputation. But this matter will not end like this. Sooner or later, all the humiliation that I have suffered will be taken back from him along with the source of it. Ishio no longer paid attention to others. He put away the ghost sword and strode back to the inn. Ishio left, and the whole street was in an uproar. Young Minho is indeed worthy of his reputation, he is decisive and experienced, it's worth it that I spent 10 low-grade yuan stones to bet on him to win. Then you won 1,000 low-grade yuan sure. You have to treat us. Wait, why are you crying? I spent 2,000 low-grade yuan sure to bet on him to lose. You're awesome. Where are the Zhuang family members? I don't know who shouted, but at this moment everyone woke up from their dream. They looked back and found that the dealers who opened the market were gone. Fortunately, those yuanshur were still there, and there was an immediate frenzy of buying them. Soon, Yishio's name spread throughout Lingwu City. What kind of person are you? On the rooftop, Lin Qingqing put away her black card, held her round chin with both hands, and looked at Yishio's back quietly, actually a little dazed. She had never met anyone so conflicted. On one hand, he is ruthless and decisive, and on the other hand, he is gentle and affectionate. But if you think about it carefully, he can't be described as contradictory, but rather simple. Because his style of doing things is indeed very simple, it can be summed up in 4 words: clearly distinguish between gratitude and resentment. When dealing with enemies, he never wastes words, never argues if he can take action, and never lets go if he can kill. His straightforwardness is outrageous. He is loyal to his friends, which can be seen from the way he takes care of Chien Duodua. But if you say he is simple, he is surprisingly complex. A problem can obviously be easily solved, just like today's problem, it is just a matter of a sentence. But he chose to fight, risking his life to fight the enemy to the death. Although I won this time, what about next time? What if I meet a stronger master? Shouldn't people be more tactful? This was completely different from the education she received, and in many ways it was even contrary to it. But as soon as he appeared, she could no longer take her eyes off him, and she herself didn't know what was going on. Have I fallen in love with him? This idea suddenly occurred to Lin Qingqing's mind, and she was shocked. She quickly shook her head. No, 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 I have only known him for a few days. How could I fall in love with this guy? Besides, he has a beautiful maid by his side. I will not fall in love with a married man. It seemed like Lin Qingqing was comforting herself with these words, but it sounded like sour grapes. Miss, may I invite you to dinner? At this moment, a man who thought he was handsome came up to Lin Qingqing, stroked his hair, and acted as if he thought he was very handsome. You are the lady, and your whole family are ladies. Lin Qingqing cursed, without even looking at him, and disappeared from the spot in a flash. Only this man was left disheveled in the wind. The battle soon spread throughout Lingwu City, and Yi Xiu's name also spread like mushrooms after rain, alarming the entire Lingwu City. If someone asked who was the most famous person in Lingwu City at that time, it would undoubtedly be him. But Yi Xiu turned a deaf ear to such things and stayed by Xiaohu's side all the time, never leaving his side. Even the food brought by the waiter was fed to him with chopsticks and spoon. This made Zhang Ming, who was holding a plate of food nearby, feel very uncomfortable. Master Xiao, if you continue like this, they will go on strike. This is not how you spread dog food. Sir, I am so happy. Even if I really can't be cured, I can rest in peace. Xiaohu said with emotion that she knew her injuries had not fully recovered, because no one could feel the pain in her soul more clearly than she did. But she is really satisfied now. Being treated like this by the young master, she would have no regrets even if she died now. What nonsense are you talking about? I've said before that even the King of Heaven can't take you away from me. Don't worry, I've found a way to cure you. You'll be fully recovered soon. Yi Xiu tapped her smooth white forehead and continued, if you dare to say something like that again, I'll spank you. Sir, I. Yi Xiu stopped Xiaohu, looked up at Zhang Ming, and said with a smile, Master Zhang, don't you think you are redundant here? Okay, I'll go out. Zhang Ming really wanted to cry but had no tears. Why didn't you tell me that I was redundant before? What a guy who is inhumane to the opposite sex. However, he also knew that Yi Xiu had a lot to say to Xiaohu, so he walked out with the food tray. Master Zhang, where is my elder brother? When he came out, he happened to meet Chien Duodua who was rushing over. In the room, but I don't recommend you go in at this time, or you'll be kicked out. Zhang Ming saw that it was Chien Duodua, and next to him stood a middle-aged man in his 40s, dressed in brocade clothes, who looked somewhat similar to Chien Duodua. Mr. Chien, who is this? Zhang Ming asked. Oh, this is my father. Father, this is the Master Zhang I told you about before. Chien Duodua gave a brief introduction. It turns out to be Patriarch Chien. My name is Zhang Ming, nice to meet you, Patriarch Chien. Zhang Ming immediately bowed. This was Chien Duodua's father, so he naturally couldn't be rude to him. Master Zhang, you are too polite. I heard that Brother Yi also came to Lingwu City and caused such a big commotion, so I rushed over to pay my respects. I hope I don't disturb you. Qian Yucai smiled and said that he had always admired Yi Xiu very much. This. Zhang Ming really didn't know how to answer. Should he say, don't bother me? Obviously, that was not right. Yishio was being affectionate with the little fox, so he naturally didn't want to be disturbed. But if I say that I'm disturbing them, it would hurt their dignity. If it was someone else it would be fine, but he happened to be Qian Duodwa's father. For a moment he didn't know how to answer. Is that you, Duodwa? Come in. At this time, Yishio's voice came from the room. What he asked Qian Duodwa to do was related to Xiaohu's injury, so it was naturally not considered a disturbance. Okay, Dad, you go first. Qian Duodwa rolled his eyes and planned to give him a big surprise. Kindness. Qian Yucai nodded, then knocked on the door twice politely before pushing it open and walking in. Duodwa, brother Qian, why are you here? Yishio looked back and originally thought that the person who came in was Qian Duodwa, but unexpectedly it was Qian Yucai. Haha, brother Yi, brother Qian is here to see you. By the way, let me formally introduce you. This is my biological son, Qian Duodwa. This is your uncle Yi. Why don't you call him? Qian Yucai pulled Qian Duodwa over and introduced them. Forehead. Yishio was stunned and looked at Qian Duodwa strangely. Didn't he explain the situation clearly? Qian Duodwa was also confused at this moment. Uncle Yi. When did my eldest brother become my uncle? How come I had no idea about it? What's wrong? Qian Yucai felt that the atmosphere was a little off. Did he say something wrong? No. Dad, there is something I forgot to tell you. On the way to Lingwu City, I recognized brother Yi as my eldest brother. I am ashamed for you to say that. Qian Duodwa smiled bitterly and said, what kind of thing is this? Are you serious, kid? Qian Yucai pretended to be surprised and asked how could he not know about this. When Qian Duodwa returned home, he called the guards over and learned in detail what had happened. But it's better not to point out such things. After all, I also got the news when Yishio got into trouble before. But for various reasons, he did not lend a helping hand. This is a good opportunity to ease the relationship between himself and Yishio. What he said is true. Yishio smiled. He could see Qian Yucai's purpose for coming here, but he could also understand it. The Yi family treated him like that, let alone Qian Yucai, whom he had only met a few times. So even if he didn't have a relationship with Qian Duodwa, he wouldn't hold a grudge against Qian Yucai. Haha, that's great. You're smarter than me for recognizing the young boy as your elder brother. This is the smartest thing you've ever done in your life. Qian Yucai was very happy, so he said to Yishio, Brother Yi, thank you for thinking highly of me. From now on, you are my brother. If you have any questions, just ask me. I will do my best to help you. Master, I am confused. Whose younger brother are you, and who is whose older brother? The little fox on the bed was really confused and felt very confused. This must be my sister-in-law, hello. I'm Qian Duodwa, the new little brother of brother Yi. You can call me Duodwa or Little Fatty. When Qian Duodwa came, he heard the servants talking about what was happening here, so he knew very well the position of this plain-faced sister-in-law in his eldest brother's heart. What confused him was what kind of person Lin Qingqing was. Did I misunderstand before? I'm not, I just. You are such a sweet talker, by the way, how are you doing with the task I asked you to do? Yishio helped Xiaohu up and held her in his arms. In his heart, Xiaohu was no longer a maid, but his woman, the woman he could not give up in this life. The little fox's face turned red to his ears, and his heart seemed to be beating like a deer. Sir, what do you mean by this? Could it be that he thought of himself as a woman? Thinking of this, Xiaohu's heart was filled with joy. This was something she had never dared to think about in her dreams. No, I'm just a little maid, and a fox demon in disguise. How can I be worthy of you, young master? The young master is a man who can accomplish great things. Only a girl blessed by heaven can be worthy of him. I will be very satisfied if I can always be with him. But why was he so sad? Brother, I have asked someone to check the list you gave me. The other medicinal materials are all in the Chamber of Commerce, but the Myetian grass and Biden's needle grass are a bit troublesome. Qian Duodwa said. It's a bit troublesome. Is it very expensive? Yishio frowned. If other medicinal herbs were lacking, he could think of other ways. But Ningxian Ko and Gizenko are the two main ingredients of Ningxian pill. Like despair flower, they are the foundation of Ningxian pill and cannot be replaced by anything else. You must know that the significance of the main medicine is equivalent to the leader of a team. The absence of a leader will cause problems for the entire team. This is like fighting a war. If a team changes its head coach, the results it can achieve will change fundamentally. Of course, using war to illustrate the recipe of elixir is not particularly appropriate, because the existence of auxiliary medicines is only to better stimulate the efficacy of the main medicine and help fusion. Therefore, auxiliary drugs can be replaced by medicinal materials of the same type and with the same efficacy, but the main drugs cannot. If it's very expensive, then it's easy. The main reason is that these two herbs are very rare. I have been asking around for a long time and only found the whereabouts of Ningxian grass. As for Biden's needle grass, there is still no news. Qian Duodua said. If you're looking for Biden's pelosa, I know where to find it. Qian Yotsai, who had been silent all this time, spoke. Dad, do you know why you didn't tell me before? Qian Duodua was speechless. He had shown the list to Qian Yotsai, but his father didn't say anything at that time. Wouldn't it be embarrassing for him to say this in front of his elder brother? I just heard the news. Besides, you didn't tell me what you wanted these herbs for when I asked you. Why should I tell you? Qian Yotsai glared at Qian Duodua and said. You are so bold, aren't you, that you even dare to question you and me. Just wait and see how I teach you a lesson when I get back. Uncle Qian, this devil's needle grass is very important to me. If you know anything about it, please tell me. I, Yishio, would like to thank you. Yishio stood up and bowed deeply, saying that since he had already acknowledged Qian Duodua, he could no longer call him Qian Yotsai as before. And he also knew that Qian Yotsai was not a simple character. He must have the ability to become the head of the Qian family. After several previous encounters, it is no exaggeration to say that he is cunning and sly. Yishio would never believe it if he said that he had no idea about what happened between him and Qian Duodua. Qian Yotsai did this simply to take this opportunity to help Qian Duodua gain some bargaining chips with him so that he would treat him well in the future. But unfortunately, he misjudged himself. I have already recognized Qian Duodua as my brother, and I will not abandon him even if he has done nothing for me. And the call of Uncle Qian also made him understand his feelings. As for Qian Duodua, although he is good at doing business, he is no match to Qian Yotsai in terms of social skills. Haha, nephew, what you said is very polite. When Qian Yotsai heard Yishio calling him Uncle Qian, he smiled. Even the way he addressed him became so natural. It was obvious that he had guessed this a long time ago. Moreover, the change in the address also let him know that Yishio had understood what he meant, so he no longer concealed it. I asked someone to find out about this ghost needle grass, and they said that someone from the Lingwu family discovered its existence half a year ago. As for the rest, I'm not very clear. Qian Yotsai said. Lingwu family? Yishio nodded. This situation was not much different from what he had guessed, so he asked, what about the Ningxian grass? Brother, I know about the Ningxian grass. There will be an auction tomorrow, and this Ningxian grass is one of the top items. I will buy it at that time, so don't worry. Qian Duodua patted his chest and promised. Let me do it, but I don't have that many yuanxue on me, so I'll have to ask Uncle Qian for help when the time comes. Yishio shook his head and refused. The Ningxian grass and the despair flower were both very precious things. The despair flower could help people stimulate the power of their souls. However, Ningxian Ko can enhance the power of the soul. For alchemists, it is definitely a rare treasure. He could even imagine how intense tomorrow's auction would be. There will definitely be people from various major forces intervening. He has already provoked a lot of people now, so it wouldn't matter if he provoked a few more. But Qian Duodua is different. He runs a chamber of commerce, and the most taboo thing is to make too many enemies. Obviously, this is one of the reasons why Qian Yotsai followed. Don't worry, nephew. I have already sent people to prepare all the money. However, since it happened so suddenly, we have only prepared 30 million low-grade yuanxue. By tomorrow, we should be able to prepare 60 million. I think that should be enough. Qian Yotsai nodded with satisfaction. He felt that his trip was not in vain. He understood Duodwa's character. Although he was a genius, he was only good at business. He was too naive in other things. Originally, he wanted to give Ishio some advice, but he didn't expect that this kid was so smart and understood everything at once, making all the words he had prepared useless. But the more this happened, the more he admired Ishio. Moreover, now that his son has Ishio as an older brother, he can leave with peace of mind even if 100 years pass in the future. Because his greatest hope is that his son can live an ordinary life. When he is around, he can suppress other members of the family and ensure that Duodwa has no worries about food and clothing. But once I'm gone, my relatives will definitely eat me alive. His fate might be even worse than Ishio's. This is the consequence of not being able to practice cultivation. Dad, why are you different today than usual? Although Duodwa is not very good at dealing with human relationships, he is definitely extremely smart. Yutsai's performance at this time was very different from the impression he had given him in the past. It's like there's something left unsaid. The most infuriating thing was that his eldest brother clearly understood it, but his mind was completely confused. Is there? Yutsai was stunned. This kid actually got it today, so he quickly looked to Ishio for help. Duodwa, you think too much. Uncle Chen has always been like this. He is just more patient with you. Ishio smiled and said, Yutsai might not mean much to others, but he is really good to his son. He envied Duodwa for this. After all, I don't even know who my biological father is. Oh. Duodwa nodded, feeling that he was overthinking it. Besides, since his elder brother had said so, what else could he say? In that case, I won't bother you anymore. Duodwa, you just stay here and spend some time with your big brother and the others. I'll send someone to pick you up tomorrow. Yutsai said that since the matter had been resolved, there was no need for him to stay. Okay. Duodwa really didn't want to go back, he had a lot to say to Ishio. Anyway, I had arranged everything yesterday, so even if I was not there, many things of the Chamber of Commerce could proceed in an orderly manner. Oh, right. When Yutsai was about to leave, he stopped again and said, My dear nephew, there is something I forgot to tell you. This auction is different from the past. People from the Lingwu family will also be there. It is a warm-up for the assessment in 3 days. At that time, outstanding people from all sides will participate. You should try to keep a low profile and try to leave a good impression on the Lingwu family. Yutsai deliberately glanced at Xiaohu, and almost pointed out directly that he was not allowed to take Xiaohu with him. Before he came, he had only heard the servants talk about the little fox's situation, and he didn't take it seriously at the time. She's just a maid, no matter how pretty she is, how beautiful can she be? But after he saw the real person, he found out that he was wrong, and so wrong. If his determination was not strong enough, he might have fallen. Because the little fox can no longer be described as beautiful, she is simply a peerless beauty. Although she was just lying on the bed without much movement, the charm emanating from her bones made him scream in despair. Even he is like this, so one can imagine what kind of reaction those young people will have when they see the little fox. That's why he kindly reminded her like this, because if Ishio took her there, it would definitely attract the prying eyes of others. With Ishio's temper, he might even cause a scene. It would be bad if this left a bad impression on the people of the Lingwu family. Uncle Chen, I know what to do. Ishio understood Yutsai's meaning, but even though he understood it, he was not prepared to keep the little fox. Xiaohu had faced everything alone for the past month. Now that she had finally woken up, how could he bear to leave her alone in the inn? What if someone pays attention to her when she is not around? Therefore, he must bring Xiaohu with him to this auction. Kindness. Yutsai didn't say anything else. He said this only out of good intentions. But he also knew that Ishio had his own ideas, and he couldn't change them with just a few words. He just hoped that those people would not cause trouble, otherwise, they could only blame themselves for being blind. After saying this, Yutsai left. Brother, you didn't tell me about my sister-in-law's matter, so I didn't prepare any gifts. I was going to give this soft armor to you, but now I can only borrow flowers to offer to you and give it to you. You can't blame me. After Yutsai left, Duodwa finally let go and ran directly to Ishio, taking out a piece of soft armor with a silver glow from the storage bag. This is too expensive. I can't take it. The little fox has followed Ishio for many years and has seen a lot of good things. She naturally recognized that this was a soft armor woven from dazzling ice silk, which was invulnerable to swords and guns, and immune to water and fire. Moreover, after wearing it, you will be warm in winter and cool in summer. It is definitely a priceless treasure. I'm just a little maid, how can I want such expensive things? Sister-in-law, you are being too polite. My things are my things, so you have to take them even if you don't want them. Otherwise, I will be unhappy. Duodwa's face was stern and the fat on his face was shaking, which made people really unable to associate him with seriousness. But, the little fox didn't know what to say and could only ask Ishio for help. Little fox, please accept it. This is a token of my love. Ishio was not polite at all. There was no need to be pretentious between brothers. Moreover, with this soft armor, Xiaohu's safety could be guaranteed. That's right, my brother has agreed, sister-in-law, don't refuse. Duodwa said immediately. Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Qian. The little fox blushed a little when Duodwa called her sister-in-law, but she put away the soft armor. Well, Mr. Qian, don't you think we are a little redundant here? Zhang Ming spoke. Ah. Duodwa was startled, then immediately understood and said, yes, 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 how could I have forgotten about this, brother, sister-in-law, I'll go out first, you guys chat, Master Xiao, I'm going out too. When Zhang Ming saw Duodwa's look, he immediately felt balanced. After the two of them left the room, Duodwa immediately pulled Zhang Ming aside and asked, Master Zhang, what is going on? Duodwa couldn't help but be curious, after all, he had never seen a little fox transformed before. He was a little uncomfortable with the sudden appearance of his sister-in-law. Mr. Qian, do you still remember the little fox in Master Xiao's arms? Zhang Ming knew that this guy would definitely ask, and considering his identity, he did not hide it. You mean? Duodwa's eyes immediately widened and he looked at Zhang Ming in disbelief. Mr. Qian, I'm telling you this because you're Master Xiao's brother. You should know what this means. I don't want you to tell anyone else. Zhang Ming reminded that it is very difficult for a monster to transform. Unless you have strong bloodline. If this matter were to get out, Master Xiao's situation would become even more miserable. Originally, very few people knew about this matter, not even the Yi family knew about it, and he himself only found out about it later. Now, apart from myself and Duodwa, only Lin Qingqing is left. I believe she will not tell anyone else about this. Master Zhang, don't worry, I know what's going on. Duodwa was also shocked for this reason. As far as he knew, there was a dragon at the peak of the condensation realm in the Lingwu family in Fangtuan realm. This is a powerful monster with the blood of a dragon, but it has been practicing for hundreds of years and still cannot transform into a human. The little fox had no cultivation at this moment, but he was able to maintain his human form. This bloodline was beyond his imagination. At the same time, he secretly decided in his heart to keep the matter to himself and not tell anyone, including his own father. Once this matter gets out, the consequences will be disastrous. I'm glad you understand. Zhang Ming nodded. He still had faith in Duodwa. After all, he had already made his position clear with his actions. Otherwise, I would not have been able to tell him such an important thing. By the way, Master Zhang, what are we going to do now? Duodwa suddenly felt bored. He stayed because he wanted to chat more with Ishio, but now it was obvious that he would be a light bulb if he went there. That's not his style. But if he didn't accompany Ishio, there would be no point in him staying. Mr. Qian, is there anything interesting here? Shall we go out and hang out? Zhang Ming had been fed a lot of dog food by Ishio before, and he felt very depressed. Therefore, he had long wanted to find a girl to talk about life with. But all the money he had was squandered by Lin Qingqing. Now that he has caught the richman Duodwa, how could he let him go? Master Zhang, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. You actually think the same as me. Come on, I'll show you how to act cool and fly. The two of them hit it off immediately, then walked out of the inn arm in arm. Only the servants were left licking their lips with envy on their faces.